Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. Chapter 385 Battle of Kings. The entire audience was shocked, speechless. No one imagined that the battle between the kings of the younger generation would be at such a terrifying level. The stage floor underneath the two youths' feet had been strengthened by an array formation, becoming as hard as iron. But now it was all left in ruins. Lei Mubai's blood shadow avatar that he released had been destroyed by Lin Ming, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were definitely serious. Although Lin Ming wasn't wounded, his face was very pale. Obviously, he had also consumed a great deal of blood vitality. Originally, with Lin Ming's astonishing recovery ability, this wouldn't be a problem. But Lei Mubai's extremely strange moves were able to affect the blood essence within Lin Ming's body, causing it to tumble within him. In order to suppress the roiling blood essence, he had to waste a massive amount of energy, and that was why he was exhausted to this degree. Lin Ming's hand is also injured. The audience discovered that Lin Ming's right hand was slicked red with blood. Obviously, this was the result of the collision from a moment ago. His fist was injured when he shattered the blood claw. This is normal in such a violent collision. After all, Lin Ming doesn't practice fist fighting, nor did he bring any treasure gloves. All of the heroic elites present expressed their views, but as Lei Mubai heard these, he could only grimly smile. Normal. Lin Ming didn't practice fist fighting, didn't bring treasure gloves. This group of idiots knew nothing. Besides Lei Mubai, no one was aware of just how terrifyingly hard the blood shadow avatar's demon claw was. It was able to compare to a low-grade earth step treasure. If Lin Ming was able to crush it with his fist, did that mean that his fist was comparable to a low-grade earth step treasure? How was this possible? Lei Mubai took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are the strongest junior that I have ever met in my life. I have an incomparable desire, and that is to personally destroy you. Lei Mubai grinned, showing his white teeth within his blood-stained mouth, his expression still grim and savage. You want to destroy me, and I want to destroy you. Not just that, but perhaps I will kill you much sooner. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from his right hand, his expression cold and resolute. His words revealed his murderous intent. He had no desire to hide the fact that he wished to kill Lei Mubai. Ha! You want to destroy me? Good. Then I will give you the chance. I didn't think that I would be compelled to use my final card in this battle. I will use my own blood essence as the price to make this attack. After I use this move, if you cannot block it, you will die. A move that costs one's own blood essence. Lin Ming's eyebrows curved up. Blood essence was extremely important to martial artists. Even if Lei Mubai swallowed other martial artists with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, this didn't mean that he could easily waste his own blood essence. If this move cost him his own blood essence, it would surely be Lei Mubai's strongest attack. This would also be his final move. Lin Ming. Mu Qinyu sat behind Mu Yuhuang, her lips slightly trembling. Now that the battle had come to this point, it was a life and death match between two great geniuses. Even they wouldn't be able to control their own strength, and neither would they want to. Once this match was decided, one could be severely wounded, or even crippled. However, this time, it was clearly unrealistic to ask them to settle this with a truce. Don't worry. With the High Ancestor here, there won't be a problem. Mu Yuhuang noticed Mu Qinyu's anxious expression and rapidly beating heart, and knew what she was worrying about. Mu Qinyu nodded, slightly calming down. As these two young kings were about to make their final blows in this desperate battle, all of the martial artists present held their breath. Not to mention the young heroic elites. Even the old revolving core masters were the same, staring with round eyes as they gazed at the center of the stage, none of them daring to miss a single second of this exciting match. On the stage, the two fighting in this match had the possibility of becoming future peerless emperors. So this was a match between two young peerless emperors. This battle was destined to be written down in the ancient texts, left behind as a legacy for future generations, lasting tens of thousands of years from now. Who could miss such a grand event? On the stage, strong winds blew, blood sand drifted into the sky. Ha! The blood shadow avatar that was severely wounded by Lin Ming merged into Lei Mubai's body, melting into him. As this happened, a strange blood-red color emerged over Lei Mubai's body. Blood prison descends. Lei Mubai gave a loud shout, and his aura started to become increasingly wild, increasingly manic, surging forth with a monstrous wave. His entire body was wrapped with red lightning, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His foot stepped upon the blood-stained sand, his blood halberd directed straight towards the endless skies. At this moment, he was like a descended demon god, insufferably arrogant, above all others. Lin Ming let out a light breath. No wonder this Lei Mubai had been so rampant. He actually had so many cards in his hand. With one killer move after another, it was hard to find a martial artist at this level that could defeat him. This blood prison descends took one's own blood essence as the price in exchange for doubling one's strength. This was a move that damaged oneself at the cost of damaging the enemy even more. In this situation, Lin Ming no longer planned to withhold anything anymore. In this final strike, he didn't need to care about how much true essence he consumed. He could use everything he had, putting forth his complete strength to meet this strike of Lei Mubai's. Heretical God force. Open. Bang. The highly compressed true essence within the heretical God seed erupted. Lin Ming's aura soared again, and his thick true essence was like a dangerous, unstoppable force of nature. In that instance, his momentum was like an unstoppable spear light piercing the skies. What? Impossible. His aura increased again, and his true essence has strengthened by another 60 to 70%. At this time, Lin Ming was still hiding such a massively great strength. The shock that Lin Ming had created was too great. Even Mu Fengxian's expression changed. This turn of events was even more startling than Lei Mubai. Lei Mubai had burnt his own blood essence in exchange for strength, but Lin Ming hadn't done so at all. This was only the compressed true essence that had been hiding within his body. How can a pulse condensation period martial artist hold so much true essence within himself? Is his body a bottomless pit? Everyone present, from the young heroic elites to the old revolving corps masters, all stared with eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. A Xiantian martial artist shook his head, ruefully smiling. Can he really be considered a pulse condensation martial artist? The thickness of his true essence is already equal to mine. For a pulse condensation martial artist's true essence to be as thick as a Xiantian master's, this was simply unthinkable. If he hadn't confirmed with his own eyes that a true essence vortex hadn't formed within Lin Ming's Dantian, yet he would rather die than believe Lin Ming was only at the trivial late pulse condensation period. However, although the strength that Lin Ming has been hiding is impressive, it is still worse than Lei Mubai's. A Golden Bell Mountain disciple evaluated as he compared the auras of Lin Ming and Lei Mubai. The strength that Lin Ming had now was inferior to the strength that Lei Mubai had obtained at the cost of burning his own blood essence. After all, that was blood essence. One would forever lose what they burn away. Now Lei Mubai's hair was crazy, and his momentum filled the skies. His strength had approximately doubled. As for Lin Ming, his spear intent spread through the world, sharp and keen. But in terms of his momentum, it was slightly worse. His strength had increased by about 60 to 70%. Originally, their strength had been about the same. But now, after they increased their strength, a gap was immediately opened up between them. Lin Ming is in danger. This is Lei Mubai's final move with everything he has. If he cannot block it, Lin Ming will be seriously injured or even crippled. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples held their breath. The young female girls that had a favorable impression towards Lin Ming felt their hearts hanging in their throats. Their beautiful eyes were wide and unblinking, lest they miss what was about to happen. Mu Qinyu let out a light breath as she folded her hands together, her grip tightening. She prayed in her heart, "Lin Ming, please don't let anything happen to you." Lei Mubai's mouth was full of blood because of the constant and insufferable pain from the blood vessels in his body rupturing. His face was bleak and ghastly. "Lin Ming, I never imagined that you would still be holding a final finishing move in your hand. Your strength truly shocks me to an endless degree. But this is as far as you go. In the end, your final card is inferior to mine." Because of the combustion of his blood essence, Lei Mubai's voice had changed. It was hoarse and deep, as if he were laboring for breath. He slowly and clearly spoke, enunciating every syllable. "Take my final strike. Demon King descends." As he spoke these words, Lei Mubai grabbed his halberd with both hands, slashing out. Monstrous and dreadful waves of blood surged into the sky. At that moment, even the void itself seemed to tear apart. With this strike of Lei Mubai, an indomitable momentum was brought forth. It was an unstoppable, apocalyptic momentum that seemed as if it could destroy the very world. Even those people outside the protective light curtain felt their entire body's blood essence swelling forth, their blood tumbling. This was an unbearable feeling, too strong. Just the shockwave of this attack was enough to have many disciples with low cultivation to vomit blood from the sick feeling in their bodies. How could Lin Ming possibly stop this attack? Everyone's hearts seemed to stop beating. Mu Qinyu wringed her hands together, her heart tightly clenching. On the stage, facing this crazy storm of blood, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered in the wind, his long hair blown around by the chaotic storm. At this time, his expression was calm like a placid lake. He linked his sense to the heretical god seed. Above the purple comet spear, a purple arc of thunder and a tiny flame began to tremble. 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. 10,000-year-old sacred flame parasol tree. With the increased power from these top-quality materials, flames twisted, thunder howled. The savage and manic power of thunder and fire burst forth, like the dam holding back a raging river had been shattered. The spear point was straight, endlessly driving forwards. The power of thunder and fire gave off terrifying explosive sounds that reverberated in the air. The purple comet spear was like a meteor wound with thunder and fire piercing forwards. In that instant, the earth gore crimson flame, and the purple flood dragon, divine, thunder connected. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang. An extremely horrific energy detonated. In that moment, it was like all sound had been swallowed, and the sun itself had lost its color. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Lin Ming's vision was completely flooded with a blinding light. It was like he had been instantly sent into a separate dimension. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating and even the billowing heat and excited cries within the heretical god seed. Kacha? The protective barrier array, enchantment that had been reinforced, was able to resist the all-out attack of an early Xiantian master. Now, this protective enchantment shattered once again. The true essence shockwaves that originated from the explosion were too terrifying. Even the master who had laid down this protective enchantment would never have thought that the battle between a late pulse condensation martial artist and an early Hotian realm martial artist could reach such a level. The blazing white light lasted for several breaths of time. All of the tables at the banquet celebration had been completely overturned. Fortunately, the masters present had already foreseen that something dangerous was about to happen, and they created shields just in time to protect everyone from injury. The martial arts stage had already been blown to ruins. Lin Ming propped himself up with the purple comet spear, finding it difficult to stand. But at this time, Lei Mubai's entire body was dyed red with blood, and even his eyes had glazed over. Plop! Lei Mubai fell to his knees, his body shaking. Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified. They needed time to digest just what had happened. Lin Ming, he won. Chapter 386 Action First, Consequences Later. Chapter 386 Action First, Consequences Later. Chapter 386 Action First, Consequences Later. The Thundercrest sovereign sect Lei Jingtian was shaking in disbelief. No one understood more than him just how terrifying Lei Mubai's strength was. But now, this Lin Ming had actually jumped realms and defeated him. The mental impact that this brought was too great. He simply couldn't believe it. As for the young disciples of the five-element region, all of them were still in a daze. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, the power of these two had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. And now Lin Ming's victory made them feel like they were living a lucid dream. This was the first time they ever realized that a late pulse condensation martial artist and an early Hotian martial artist could achieve such a degree of power. This shock was too intense. None of them were able to open their mouths to speak. Even a saint-ranked talent wasn't insufficient to describe Lin Ming. In their view, he was like a character that had only existed in ancient legends. For instance, the Netherworld Great Emperor, who had once taken the heads of all the sect leaders of the five-element region. Within the Sunfire sect banquet area, the Sunfire princess stared at Lin Ming, her heart pounding and her face flushed red, sighing. She had been feeling a bit resentful because the spotlight had been stolen from her, but after bearing witness to the glorious battle between Lin Ming and Lei Mubai, she instead felt that she was very lucky. With her strength, if she went on stage, it would be nothing more than a good laugh. How deplorable! I once thought that I was a top talent, but now it seems I was just a frog in a well. It wasn't just the Sunfire Princess, but even the proud Zhou Lai, the clear Zhang Yunjian, and the indifferent Bai Aoxuan. All of them had the same idea. Ever since they were children, they had grown up under the aurora of being top geniuses, and they had no peers that were able to compete on their level. This inevitably gave birth to thoughts that they would become the future heroes of the world. But now, if they compared themselves with Lin Ming, they feared that they would never catch up to him in their lifetimes. Mu Fengxian withdrew her gaze, her eyes slowly closing. Lin Ming was a genius that had exceeded the ability of Divine Phoenix Island to raise. Such an existence should have appeared in a fifth-grade sect, or even a holy land. Only a great power that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulated destiny would be able to raise a genius like Lin Ming, so that he could one day become a peerless emperor. He would one day ascend to the skies, eventually leaving behind an indelible legacy in his people, being known as an unrivaled, peerless great emperor. Within the entire square, no one spoke for several breaths of time. The audience was starkly silent. The revolving core elders were sighing in their hearts, and the young heroic elites were etching the details of this battle between young kings in their mind. This battle had simply left too great an impression on their minds, and had completely subverted the way in which they view the world. Before, many of them had dreams of being a chosen of heaven that would ascend to the heavens, but now it was as if they had been rudely awakened from this dream. Perhaps, to them, this wasn't a bad thing at all. In the silence of the square, as the audience was still disoriented, Lin Ming recovered the purple comet spear and moved towards Lei Mubai, one step at a time. At this time, Lei Mubai was kneeling on the floor, the light in his eyes dim and his mouth wet with blood. He still remained conscious, but because his injuries were too heavy and he had consumed too much blood essence, he was on the verge of teetering over on the floor. Seeing Lin Ming walk towards him, Lei Mubai's once dim eyes turned a bright blood red. His murderous intent and will to kill burst forth. He wanted to open his mouth to spit out several words, but as he tried to speak, all that came flowing out was blood, and he simply couldn't say a word. Today's shame had forever etched itself into Lei Mubai's heart. If he didn't avenge this disgrace, this would become a barrier in Lei Mubai that would frustrate his spirit and stymie his every effort. Those that cultivated in the demonic path were much more focused on making sure that their thoughts flowed freely and their spirit was unburdened. The demonic path had always been synonymous with doing whatever one wished, unlike the righteous path where there were still many morals and principles one had to follow. Those that cultivated the demonic path took the world as their enemy and went against all living beings. If they didn't act in a manner that satisfied their own desires, then what was the point of cultivating the demonic path? They may as well pray to Buddha. Lei Mubai couldn't speak, thus he only cursed in his heart. On the day that divine Phoenix Island is exterminated, I will have you beg for death. I will waste your martial arts, break your 4 limbs, and stick you in a box. I will have you watch as I freely use all of the resources that divine Phoenix Island has accumulated. I will also waste Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun's martial arts and strip their clothes naked in front of you. I will ravage them, humiliate them, and obtain their bloodlines. As Lei Mubai thought this, his lips curved up in a smile. The destruction of divine Phoenix Island would happen sooner or later. That day was not too far away. As he saw Lin Ming's eyes contain a murderous intent that wished to kill him, he sneered. Pitiful. No matter how talented you are, you're still trapped in the 4th grade sect that is divine Phoenix Island. This is no different than placing shackles on your feet. You will never ascend to the heavens. Lin Ming, one day I will avenge today's shame. Lei Mubai said with a true essence sound transmission. With his current condition, even using a true essence sound transmission was very difficult. Lin Ming acted as if he didn't even hear Lei Mubai's true essence sound transmission. Instead, he brightly smiled as he sauntered over and placed his hand on Lei Mubai's shoulder, a friendly gesture, as if he wanted to help lift him up. Lei Mubai's entire body stiffened. Before, I had said that you didn't understand the situation you were in. And even now, you still don't understand just what situation you're in. Avenge the shame of today. I'm sorry, but it seems that you'll never have the opportunity to do so. Lin Ming's lips moved, his bone-chilling true essence sound transmission sounding in Lei Mubai's ears, making him feel like he had fallen into an icy sea. You're crazy. Now die. Lin Ming's smiling face suddenly turned cold. He lifted his palm and smashed it down on Lei Mubai's chest. Pulse-cutting palm. Pung! Lei Mubai's body shook. He was already weakened to the point that he could no longer resist. Lin Ming's brutal power broke into his meridians, shredding them all to pieces. Puff! Lei Mubai crazily spat out blood, his mind filled with incredible disbelief. This Lin Ming, he was utterly mad. This incident had happened so suddenly that when Lin Ming had struck Lei Mubai with his palm, none of the revolving core masters were able to stop him. Everyone thought that Lin Ming was about to support Lei Mubai up by his arm, but none of them thought that Lin Ming would take advantage of this time, when Lei Mubai had lost all strength to resistance to lay down such a heavy strike. What was he doing? Was he trying to provoke a war between Divine Phoenix Island and the 5-element region? Divine Phoenix Island was already in a very precarious situation. If they provoked such outrage and stirred up a war with the 5-element region, they would absolutely die. Lin Ming's actions were only digging his own grave. Even if he was a character that was destined to become a peerless emperor in the future, at this moment, Divine Phoenix Island would not dare to protect him. Boy, you are seeking death. No one was more enraged than Lei Jingtian. Lei Mubai was the saint son of the South Sea Demon region. He was the future leader of the South Sea Demon region. If he died here, the South Sea Demon region would vent their rage upon him. Even if the South Sea Demon region didn't bother with him now because of their war with Divine Phoenix Island, they would not pardon him in the future. As for his dreams of the ancient devil tome that had all fallen apart, Lei Jingtian had never felt so angry before. His hands flashed with a purple electric light, and his palm slammed down towards Lin Ming. This palm strike was able to instantly kill a late Xiantian realm master. Lin Ming would absolutely die. Everyone was too surprised to even call out. Lei Jingtian's palm was already coming down. Under the violent compression of energy, the space around Lin Ming tightened, as if it were rooting him in place, not allowing him to move. But the truth was, even if Lin Ming could freely move, he still wouldn't be able to dodge. Lei Jingtian, what are you doing? At this critical moment, Mu Yuhuang appeared like a blaze of flame on the stage, her palm coming up to meet Lei Jingtian. A loud thunderclap roared through the square. Bang! Lei Jingtian was forced back several steps. As for Mu Yuhuang, she shook for a moment before firmly steadying herself. Lei Jingtian's was shaking with fury. What am I doing? I should ask you what you are doing. Mu Yuhuang, are you planning on allowing your disciple to recklessly murder others? At this moment, Mu Yuhuang had a very ugly complexion. In the moment that Lin Ming had taken action, she had heard a true essence sound transmission from him. Lei Mubai is a spy from the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming had completely taken action first, and worried about consequences later. Mu Yuhuang hadn't even had the time to respond. Even the strong-willed Mu Yuhuang was in a complete mess. The consequences of this incident were simply too great. 6 of the 7 great sects of the 5-element region were present today and closely watching. This boy Lin Ming, how was he planning on revealing everything? If he didn't have proof to back up his thoughts, even Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be able to maintain his life. She wanted to rebuke Lin Ming, but now was not the time to reprimand him. Since what had happened, first she had to resolve this issue. The elders of the 5-element region sects had also stood up, anger on their faces, as they glared at Lin Ming. No matter what the 5-element region's 7 great sects of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were all connected to each other. How could they tolerate something like this occurring? At this point, Lei Mubai already seemed to be dying, the faint embers of his life flickering away. All of his meridians had been shattered, but he still clung to his single breath and didn't faint. He wasn't even able to make an expression of anger on his face. He could only relentlessly stare at Lin Ming, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. It was absolutely alarming. Lei Mubai hadn't yet realized just what Lin Ming had done to him. He only felt that the meridians in his body had broken in many places. Although it was difficult to treat damage to the meridians, a 5th-grade sect still had the means to do so. It would only require him to stay in bed for several months. Of course, this was only Lei Mubai's one-sided, wishful thinking. Lin Ming completely ignored the hate within Lei Mubai's eyes and faced the anger from the elders of the 5-element region's 6 sections. He confidently cupped his hands across his chest in a polite ritual and said, "Thunder Sovereign said that I killed him, but that is wrong. Even though my method was extreme, Lei Mubai is still alive." Lei Jingtian didn't think that these would be the first to come out of Lin Ming's mouth. He began to tremble with anger. You shattered all his meridians, and yet you speak such sarcastic words. Today, this old man will beat this little bastard to death. Lei Jingtian's momentum exploded, but with Mu Yuhuang in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Lin Ming said, "All of the actions I've taken naturally have a reason, and that is that Lei Mubai is from the South Sea Demon region. Don't tell me that the Thunder Sovereign doesn't know this fact." What? With Lin Ming's words, the entire audience was startled their minds shaking. Even Lei Jingtian was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How had he discovered this? However, he had lived for several hundred years and managed not to lose his composure. He immediately denied this. What irresponsible fiction! Mubai is the genius that I personally discovered within the Northern Domains 3 years ago. His background is clean. How could he possibly be a spy? Although Lei Jingtian was very skilled at covering his expression, there was still a slight true essence fluctuation that he emitted from the shock of a moment ago. All of this was keenly captured by Mu Yuhuang's senses. Chapter 387 Confrontation. Chapter 387 Confrontation. Chapter 387 Confrontation. Although Lei Jingtian was very skilled at covering his expression, there was still a slight true essence fluctuation that he emitted from the shock of a moment ago. All of this was keenly captured by Mu Yuhuang's senses. This old fox. Mu Yuhuang's face darkened. She finally understood why Lei Jingtian had been so adamantly opposing her, obstructing her repeatedly. It was highly likely that he was collaborating together with Lei Mubai. Lei Jingtian most likely sold himself out to the South Sea Demon region. There's a high chance that what Lin Ming said was true. Action first, consequences later. What a brave boy. The key is, how can he prove this? In this situation, it's impossible to torture the information out of this Lei Mubai. Mu Yuhuang knew what was at stake. If Lin Ming couldn't provide a clear and adequate explanation, he would most likely die a horrible death. It was impossible for Divine Phoenix Island to protect him in that case. Lei Jingtian's entire body flashed with arcs of thunder. His eyes were like those of a savage beast staring at its prey. Even the deep earth sect Shi Zhongquan was standing behind him. Before, he had been humiliated and defeated by Lin Ming in a battle of words. Now that he had an opportunity to kick Lin Ming while he was down, how could he possibly miss it? You are making false allegations, boy. Good. What vicious thoughts you have. Because of some dispute, you even shattered all the meridians of nephew Lei Mubai. If you do not give an explanation for this, then I will break all of your meridians. Otherwise, how much face will my 5-element region still have? As Shi Zhongquan spoke, the aura of his body erupted. With the combination of 2 middle revolving core masters suppressing Lin Ming together, even though Mu Yuhuang stood in front of him, he still felt the pressure on him surging. Lin Ming didn't have a single good impression towards this Shi Zhongquan. His voice was low as he said, "Elder Shi, it's irresponsible to speak nonsense." Shi Zhongquan sneered, "As if you know not to blabber nonsense. You say that nephew Lei Mubai is a spy from the South Sea Demon region? Then what evidence do you have? If you cannot produce evidence, then prepare to pay with your life." As Shi Zhongquan spoke, the 5-element region disciples were stirred into a frenzy, especially those that had been so miserably oppressed by Lin Ming, such as Chu Yunfei, Chen Kuan, and Shi Han. All of them were clamoring to have Lin Ming pay with his life. Lin Ming, this isn't a trivial matter. If you have evidence, then quickly produce it. Otherwise, I cannot protect you. Mu Yuhuang said with a true essence sound transmission. There was a faint hint of criticism in her heart. This was such a great matter, but he hadn't even spoken to her before acting. Lin Ming took a deep breath, then replied, "Senior Mu, I didn't have a choice. I just didn't have conclusive evidence at the time to confirm my suspicions. If I had told you in advance, the Council of Elders might even need to be convened. If that happened, I fear that someone might be informed in advance, and the result would be Lei Mubai escaping somehow. Thus I had no choice but to act first and explain later." Lin Ming was aware that even though Mu Yuhuang trusted him, she wouldn't act with just his side of the story. She would absolutely bring this matter up with the Council of Elders, and then the matter would be dropped. After all, this spy was just a junior. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't have a big impact on anything. But if they were wrong, then that would be a catastrophe. When that happened, Lin Ming would only be able to helplessly watch Lei Mubai leave Divine Phoenix Island and return to his South Sea Demon region. He would become a serpent that lay in wait to bite him. Lin Ming had family. He didn't want someone like that aiming for him. One Ouyang Boyan was already enough for him. Ouyang Boyan was from the 7 Profound Valleys, so he wouldn't dare to act too recklessly, but as for Lei Mubai, he wasn't restricted by these scruples. Therefore he had no choice but to cripple Lei Mubai, to cut off any path of retreat for him. Mu Yuhuang's complexion completely changed. What did you say? You don't have conclusive evidence? This was only a guess. Lin Ming said, No, I still have assurance that I'm right. As Lin Ming spoke, he stepped forwards and stood in front of Shi Zhongkuan and Lei Jingtian, directly facing the pressure of these two great elders. Shi Zhongkuan's expression was a taunting sneer, as if he had already seen the future where Lin Ming's meridians would all be broken. As for Lei Jingtian, he looked very savage. He felt his heart speeding up a bit, but he still didn't believe that Lin Ming had evidence. As long as Lin Ming couldn't put forth any evidence, he could insist that any accusations Lin Ming made were nothing but baseless lies and slander. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest in a polite gesture and calmly said, Thunder Sovereign, please be patient. If you are able to confirm that I am lying, then you may kill me or torture me, or do anything else you want. Lei Jingtian frowned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This is what you said. If you do not have evidence, this old man will beat you to death. As Lei Jingtian spoke, his eyes were actually on Mu Yuhuang. He said to her, High Master Yuhuang, this is what your disciple personally said. Do you have anything to say? Mu Yuhuang's complexion became increasingly ugly. At this moment, no matter how strong she was, it would be impossible to justify any reason to protect Lin Ming. Mu Yuhuang's voice sunk by several points, her voice reaching Arctic temperatures. Since Lin Ming made this promise himself, naturally, I will not interfere. If Lin Ming is truly making false allegations, then Thunder Sovereign may handle this matter however he wishes. But if Lin Ming is able to produce evidence, and there are also those who would deny it, then this old woman will personally act and kill everyone who does. As Lei Jingtian heard these words that were filled with murderous intent, his heart stilled for a moment. But he still sneered and said, High Master should remember the words that she has said. Since the matter had reached this stage, Mu Qinyu could no longer sit still. She nervously looked at Lin Ming, her heart in tumult. The entire audience's eyes were locked onto Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath and then asked in a completely calm voice, There are several questions I would like to ask Thunder Sovereign. Go ahead. I want to know just what you ask. Lei Jingtian responded in a contentious tone. Lin Ming said, First question, when Lei Mubai fought me, was the cultivation method he used from the Thundercrest sect? Lei Jingtian frowned. No. The cultivation method that Lei Mubai used was one that he found in some ancient ruins. Since ancient times, true geniuses have always had a great destiny fall unto them. Obtaining a lucky opportunity from some ancient ruins is a completely normal matter. Then it is, as the Thunder Sovereign said. Lin Ming nodded. Second question, is Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul handed down from the Thundercrest sect? Lei Jingtian's voice spoke. This boy, was he trying to set up verbal traps for him to jump into? After thinking about it, and not finding out where any of these traps might be, Lei Jingtian said, No. Mubai found his Thunder Soul after adventuring into an extremely dangerous and ominous land. It is not for my Thundercrest sect. Lei Jingtian had made up his mind that he would distance himself from everything as much as he could in order to prevent Lin Ming forcing him to give unclear explanations in the future, forcing him to lie more. Lin Ming nodded. Third question, who are Lei Mubai's parents? And did Lei Mubai ever mention his own background to Thunder Sovereign before? Lei Jingtian said, Mubai was orphaned as a child. His parents were mortals, and they died in the chaos of war. Mortal parents, and they also died. Lei Jingtian believed that no matter how great Lin Ming's ability was, he didn't have the means to prove otherwise. Lin Ming said, My questioning is over. Senior Mu, may I request that you lay down an enchantment that can inhibit true essence sound transmissions? Mu Yuang's eyes shot up. She didn't know what Lin Ming was planning, but she still looked for a divine phoenix island array master and had an enchantment laid down to his specifications that could inhibit true essence sound transmissions. After Lin Ming confirmed that the enchantment had been laid down, he swiped his spatial ring and took out a red crystal that was the size of a drop of water. Do you know what this is? Lei Jingtian's eyes narrowed. From this small little thing, he could feel an ancient and endless energy emitting. Obviously, it was some sort of extraordinary object. Just what was this? Lei Jingtian didn't know, but Shi Zhongquan's expression changed. He had seen something similar recorded down in the ancient texts before. This boy actually had such a treasure. Mu Fengxian stood up, her eyes bright. She looked at Lin Ming with a profound expression before saying, after the fall of the Netherworld Great Emperor, the devil-demon heart he cultivated was crushed into 3 fragments. Rumors said that each of these 3 fragments were obtained by separate revolving core powerhouses and used to produce many shattered demon heart crystals. After one dissolves and absorbs this blood essence, it is able to increase a Xiantian master's chances of reaching the revolving core realm. This old woman has seen one before. If I'm not wrong, then this red crystal that Lin Ming has is a shattered demon heart crystal. The Netherworld Great Emperor had fallen over 1,000 years ago. The revolving core old monsters present were only a few hundred years old, and there were very few people that knew just what a shattered demon heart crystal was. Most people had only seen such an object recorded in the ancient texts. As for someone who had seen one with their own eyes, that would only be Mu Fengxian. At the time, she had already broken through to the revolving core realm, and the shattered demon heart crystal was no longer very useful to her. Lei Jingtian's eyebrow arched up, a treasure that could increase the chances for a Xiantian master to break through to the revolving core realm. This boy actually had such a precious object. Lin Ming said, That is exactly what this is. Lin Ming had obtained a total of 10 shattered demon heart crystals from Zhou Xinyu. When he was being pursued by Huang Zixuan, he had been forced to take half of one. Now, he had a total of 9.5 crystals left over. Half of a shattered demon heart crystal was able to help Lin Ming's full-body tempering marrow reach 5%. After that, he had gone into seclusion on Dark Moon Island for 3 months. Lin Ming had swallowed many heaven-opening pills that had been massively enhanced by medicinal inscription symbols, and had managed to raise his tempering marrow to 20%. As for the shattered demon heart crystals, Lin Ming worried that he had too many pill toxins within his body, so he hadn't taken any more. Now within his spatial ring were a total of 9.5 shattered demon heart crystals. Now that he had to take one out, even Lin Ming felt his heart ache. Boy, what are you planning on doing? Lei Jingtian felt a faintly foreboding feeling in his heart. Lin Ming said, Thunder Sovereign may not know, but the shattered demon heart crystal contains the remnant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. After swallowing it, one can sense the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor. When the time comes, you will naturally know what I mean. As Lin Ming spoke, he glanced over at the crowd and said, I would like to request several seniors to come on stage and confirm a matter. Lei Jingtian's expression changed. This contained the will of the Netherworld Great Emperor? What did that mean? If he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, would he be able to sense something? He inadvertently glanced at Lei Mubai. He saw that at this time, Lei Mubai was lying on the ground, his face ashen, his lips pale, and his eyes glazed, as if the embers of his life were burning to an end. Lei Jingtian's heart sank. Lei Mubai was finished. Elder Jean, may I ask that you step up? And also Elder Bai. Lin Ming separately asked the Golden Bell Mountain Elder and the Arctic Ice Palace Elder. In his opinion, these two forces would be relatively fair. Golden Bell Mountain had always been very low-key. As for Arctic Ice Palace, they were rather cold and proud individuals. They shouldn't have any reason to cover for Lei Mubai. In fact, besides Lei Jingtian, there shouldn't be anyone there that would risk the wrath of the world and sell themselves out to the South Sea Demon region. Lei Jingtian's heart went completely cold. He now knew why Lin Ming had asked for an enchantment to be laid down that inhibited true essence sound transmissions, and that was to prevent him from discussing anything with these two great elders. What about those earlier 3 questions? Why did he ask them? Lei Jingtian was confused, brooding over this. The foreboding feeling in his heart was becoming increasingly intense. He thought that if something happened, he would find a way to leave by himself. As for Lei Mubai, he could die here alone. Chapter 388 Alliance. Chapter 388 Alliance. Chapter 388 Alliance. Lin Ming coolly divided the shattered demon heart crystal into thirds, and then gave 1/3 to the Golden Bell Mountain Elder, and another to the Arctic Ice Palace Elder. These two were still confused about what was happening, so Elder Jean asked, Lin Ming, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, once you swallow this shattered demon heart crystal, you will be able to feel the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor. When that happens, you too will discover that this energy is the same as Lei Mubai's. Elder Jin's expression chanced. If Lin Ming was willing to use his life as the stake in this matter, he was most likely confident in this. Elder Jin gave Lei Jingtian a deep look. After he saw the ugly expression of Lei Jingtian, he already had certain conclusions made up within his mind. Lin Ming bowed and said, since this matter is related to my life, I would like to kindly request that 2 seniors take a pledge to their heart of martial arts that their words will ring true. Taking a pledge on one's heart of martial wasn't truly effective for any situation. When it came to matters that were extremely important to oneself, one could still break it. But in this situation, the 2 elders naturally wouldn't renege on their word. That's understandable here. Then, this old man will swear on his heart of martial arts that every word I say will be true. Elder Jean frankly said. After Elder Jean made his pledge, the female elder from Arctic Ice Palace followed him. The 2 of them fused their blood with the shattered demon heart crystal and prepared to swallow it. The shattered demon heart crystal only had a very small effect on a revolving core elder, but it would still be able to slightly increase their cultivation. After the 2 of them swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal thirds, they sat in meditation and steadily breathed. The 2 of them had a cultivation at the middle revolving core realm. Naturally, once the shattered demon heart crystal's energy was released into their bodies, it wouldn't be dangerous at all. The 2 elders had agitated expressions. They too had seen the same scene as Lin Ming. They saw the Netherworld Great Emperor as he fought against countless demons. This sort of boundless and unreachable magnificence and momentum that resounded through the universe really made one's mind tremble in awe. A moment later, Elder Jean let out a long breath. He was the first to open his eyes. Mu Yu Huang's eyebrows rose. Mu Qianyu's heartbeat also quickened. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Jean. Lin Ming was silent. He only quietly watched Elder Jean, waiting for his final judgment. Elder Jing meaningfully looked at Lin Ming. He didn't directly respond, instead asking, Lin Ming, have you swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal? Otherwise, there is no way you would have known this so clearly. Lin Ming nodded. acknowledging this. Ha! You are truly a 1,000-year talent of the South Horizon region. You only have a cultivation at the mere pulse condensation period, yet you can swallow the shattered demon heart crystal. This old man is too surprised. Elder Jean heavily sighed, and then spoke in a clarion tone that resounded through the square. What Lin Ming said is true. This old man truly felt the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor come from Lei Mubai's body. This kind of energy can only originate from a bloodline legacy. If this old man guesses correctly, then this so-called Lei Mubai is most likely a direct descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. As Elder Jean spoke, the entire audience was petrified. Lei Jingtian's face was already colored like liver. As for Shi Zhongquan, he also had a very ugly expression. He had come up to antagonize Lin Ming, but he was once again humiliated by him. Arctic Ice Palace's elder Bai also opened her eyes at this moment, slowly nodding, fully agreeing with Elder Jin's words. Mu Yuhuang was finally able to relax, her heart calming down. She looked at Lei Jingtian and coldly asked Lei Jingtian, "Do you have anything to say about this? Lin Ming just asked you a question a moment ago, and you said that his parents had been mortals. But according to this old woman, the Netherworld Great Emperor's descendants had all ran away to the South Sea Demon region, now becoming the core of that evil sect. This old woman had never once heard that there were any mortals that had this bloodline, and had also died in the chaos of mortal wars." Lei Jingtian was forced speechless by Mu Yuhuang's words. He simply had no way to respond to this. He finally clenched his teeth and said, "Everything that I knew about Mubai's background was told to me by him. How was I supposed to know what is true or false? Moreover, even though Elder Jean was likely correct in his assumption, that doesn't mean that it is absolutely true." Elder Jean glanced at Lei Jingtian with contempt. At this time, he was still speaking his useless sophistry and attempting to leave a way to back out by saying that he may have been wrong. Compared to Lin Ming's fuzzy judgment, Elder Jean was much more clear in his assessment. Lin Ming had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal a long time ago. As for Elder Jean, he was able to contrast the energy within the shattered demon hearty crystal with Lei Mubai in front of him. Naturally, his assurance of the facts was much greater. Seeing Lei Jingtian quibble over such minor issues, Lin Ming grinned and said, "Thunder Sovereign, I just happen to know some methods of torture that are good at extracting information. If Thunder Sovereign isn't opposed, I can attempt to try these methods on Lei Mubai, and perhaps we may be able to obtain some unexpected information." As Lin Ming bit out the word unexpected, Lei Jingtian suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. This boy, he was actually threatening him. As Lei Jingtian looked at this dead-eyed Lei Mubai who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he felt fear grip him. He wasn't able to guarantee that this fellow wouldn't randomly bite him in his desperate state. The South Sea Demon region had a very vile reputation. If Lei Jingtian was known to have formed an alliance with the South Sea Demon region for his own personal gain, then everything he had ever done would be vilified. He would lose any face he had, and he would be held in contempt by everyone. Lei Jingtian's face changed colors, alternating between red and blue. As he stood on the stage, there wasn't a single word he could say. Lin Ming whispered some words into Mu Yuhuang's ear, and Mu Yuhuang suddenly smiled. She waved her hand to release the true essence sound transmission inhibiting enchantment, allowing Lei Jingtian to speak. "Boy, what do you want to do?" Lei Jingtian asked with a true essence sound transmission. At this time, Lei Jingtian was fuming with outrage. He was a proud and dignified sovereign of a fourth-grade sect, and yet he was actually pushed to this point by Lin Ming. He even had to humbly talk conditions with Lin Ming. How could he not be angry? "Thunder Sovereign, perhaps you can speak with Senior Mu about creating the alliance again. How about it?" Although Lin Ming hoped that he would be able to cripple Lei Jingtian, This was only a fanciful thought. Even it was proven beyond a doubt that Lei Jingtian had secretly made deals with the South Sea Demon region, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, he could only ruin his reputation forever. After all, Lei Jingtian was the Thundercrest sovereign and also an almighty revolving core supreme elder. What could Divine Phoenix Island do against him? If they killed him here, that would rouse retaliation from the Thundercrest sect. Are you threatening this old man? Threatening you? Lin Ming smiled. Does the Thunder Sovereign still believe that your deal with the South Sea Demon region can continue in these circumstances? Lei Jingtian grit his teeth. As for Mu Yu Huang, she was smiling. She had never expected that this banquet competition would have such a dramatic result. Lei Jingtian had fallen into his own trap. Just thinking about made her feel extremely satisfied. Mu Yu Huang intentionally spoke in the presence of everyone. It seems as if Thunder Sovereign has been deceived by Lei Mubai. If I were the Thunder Sovereign, I would immediately kill Lei Mubai here and clean the sect of this trash. Mu Yu Huang's words had instantly placed Lei Jingtian into a dilemma. If he killed Lei Mubai, that would directly make him an enemy of the South Sea Demon region. If he didn't kill Lei Mubai, everyone would suspect that he had an unclear and dangerous relationship with him. Lei Jingtian clenched his teeth and sent a true essence sound transmission to Lin Ming and Mu Yu Huang. Don't push things too far. Early tomorrow morning, I will speak to the 5 element region's elders again about forming the alliance. Now, give me Lei Mubai. Now that matters had devolved to this point, Lei Jingtian only wanted to obtain the ancient devil tome in Lei Mubai's spatial ring. Although it was only the first volume and the rest would be impossible to obtain, it was still better than nothing. Lin Ming said, Lei Mubai can be handed to Thunder Sovereign, but he cannot be brought down the mountain. As for Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul and spatial ring, these will be left behind. Lei Jingtian frowned. You still want to loot in this chaos? Most of what is in Lei Mubai's spatial ring belongs to my Thundercrest sect. Why should I give anything to you? Lin Ming smiled. Thunder Sovereign is really forgetful. Before, didn't Thunder Sovereign say that Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul and cultivation method were found in some ancient ruin somewhere? Thunder Sovereign also added that since ancient times, geniuses had always had great destinies fall on their bodies. Since what Lei Mubai has doesn't belong to the Thundercrest sect, and Lei Mubai is also a spy who was captured by me, then according to this, it stands to reason that everything he has should belong to me. What does Thunder Sovereign think of this? As Lin Ming leisurely spoke, his words almost caused Lei Jingtian to vomit blood on the spot. Lei Jingtian felt that today he had been made into a complete fool, being led in circles all day. He pointed at Lin Ming, his fingers shaking, but ultimately didn't say anything. Finally, he grit his teeth and turned around to leave. As the Thundercrest sect disciples saw Lei Jingtian's anger that was like a billowing inferno, none of them said anything, only quickly following behind him. Only Zhou Shaoling was left, slumped over on her chair. She watched Lei Mubai, who was lying prone on the ground like a dead dog, and her eyes glazed over. Lei Mubai was defeated by Lin Ming. Lei Mubai was a spy. Lei Mubai's meridians had all been wasted by Lin Ming. As her mind echoed with these thoughts, she felt as if she was going crazy. Zhou Lai glanced at his little sister and deeply sighed, not saying anything. He knew that, at this moment, no matter what he said, she wouldn't listen to him. On the stage, the only elder left was Shi Zhongquan. His expression wasn't much better than Lei Jingtian's. He also felt like he had been made into a clown. He had stupidly jumped onto the stage to get some revenge, but not only did he fail, he also attracted scorn and ridicule. Elder Shi, is something wrong? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Shi Zhongquan coldly humphed. Truly, heroes come from the young. Young hero Lin, this old man admires you very much. After Elder Shi said this, he quickly walked off stage. As for the Deep Earth sect disciples, they began to file out of the square. At this time, there were only disciples of the 4 other sects left over. Because of the fight between Lin Ming and Lei Mubai, all of the tables had been overturned, and the dishes had all been shattered. Naturally, there was no way to continue the banquet celebrations. The other 4 great sects bid their farewells and also left. Mu Yuhuang was in an extremely good mood. Even if tomorrow's alliance didn't work out, the fact that she could ruin Lei Jingtian's face today also made her feel fabulous. Not only that, now that she had his weakness, it was highly likely that Lei Jingtian would yield tomorrow. The reason that the last meeting with the 6 great sects from the 5-element region hadn't worked out was because Lei Jingtian had bit down and wouldn't let go, not allowing concessions anywhere. Since the other sects didn't want to lose out, the whole negotiation had broken down. But as long as Lei Jingtian would seal his loud mouth, the negotiations could smoothly proceed. Mu Yuhuang looked at Lin Ming, revealing a grateful and happy smile. Lin Ming was truly Divine Phoenix Island's lucky star. At today's banquet celebrations, Lin Ming had single-handedly earned the greatest merit. Lin Ming had not only displayed a magnificent performance as he defeated all the heroic elites that challenged him, allowing Divine Phoenix Island to gain face, but he had also made Lei Jingtian eat his own *T, making it so that he had no choice but to renegotiate with Divine Phoenix Island. This reversal of fortune that was impossible for Mu Yuhuang to accomplish had actually been accomplished by Lin Ming. Chapter 389 Celebration Party. Chapter 389 Celebration Party. Chapter 389 Celebration Party. That night, the usually silent Parasol Tree Pavilion was seething with a festive atmosphere, the entire island overflowing with excitement. Within the glades of the Parasol Tree Pavilion, massive bonfires were held in celebration, with giant parties roaring in full swing. At Divine Phoenix Island, disciples would rarely eat something like barbecue. Usually what they ate originated from the spirit valleys. There were spirit grains, spirit vegetables, tender bamboo, and other such delicate and soft foods. There were even many female disciples that hadn't touched meat for years. This was truly a land that was untouched by the tainting smoke and fire of the mortal world. Divine Phoenix Island was a very serious and no-nonsense land, and the amount of rules one had to adhere to was breathtaking. The chance for one to indulge themselves in a massive bonfire party like tonight rarely happened even once in several years. Without explicit approval, if one attempted something like this, they would be punished and forced to reflect on their faults. The young core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, no matter how high and lofty their status, were still youths and thus still had the mindset and disposition of youths. At night, they would usually seclude themselves in their rooms, cultivating, and then cultivating some more. This sort of monotonous activity would continue for months on end. After a long time, the suppressed unrest in their hearts made them feel anxious. Thus, with tonight's chance of being able to participate in such a rare bonfire celebration, none of the core disciples or direct disciples dared to miss this chance. The inner court disciples could only mix in by finding an entrance through their connections, vowing to enjoy the absolute revelry that was occurring tonight. Within Divine Phoenix Island, 80 to 90% of the disciples were women. Not only that, but most of them were the beautiful and exquisite of women. At a glance, a group of these women chattering together was truly a beautiful sight to behold. Among these individuals was actually the moon-seizing sex Zhou Xinyu. As a new disciple, she didn't have the qualifications to enter a core disciple bonfire celebration like this. But Zhang Zhen remembered that this girl had arrived at Divine Phoenix Island together with Lin Ming, and it was also Zhang Zhen who had received them. Zhang Zhen guessed that Zhou Xinyu might be Lin Ming's maid, or even something like a concubine, and that was why he had deliberately brought her here. In Zhang Zhen's opinion, with Zhou Sinyu's talent, she would also be placed as a maid within Divine Phoenix Island. Of course, she might be the head maid, and have the fortune of serving the daily living arrangements of a direct disciple. When Zhou Sinyu had been led forwards by Zhang Zhen, she had felt a bit foggy. She didn't have the qualifications to participate in the morning's birthday banquet. So, she hadn't witnessed the fight between the kings of the younger generation that everyone was abuzz about. She had only heard the details through Zhang Zhan, who had also exaggerated many parts, but in her heart, she still found it hard to believe. A post-condensation period youth was able to compare to a Xiantian master. Zhou Sinyu didn't need to listen to anything else. Just this thought was enough to be a demonic curse that branded itself onto her heart, making her feel as if she were living a waking dream. The Xiantian realm, that was once a goal that Zhou Sinyu had struggled towards, and was also the symbol of being a moon-seizing sect elder. If Zhou Sinyu ever saw any of these elders, she had to be completely respectful and bow. But now, Lin Ming had attained strength that was equal to an inner court elder of the moon-seizing sect. As Zhou Sinyu was lost in thought, suddenly she heard Zhang Zhen cry out, "Big Brother Lin! Big Brother Lin!" As Zhang Zhen held a roasted blue-eyed pheasant in one hand, he madly waved to the approaching Lin Ming with the other. If she didn't see this with her own eyes, Zhou Sinyu would hardly have believed it. This core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, who had just been full of swagger and bluster a few days ago, was actually charmingly smiling at Lin Ming, taking the role of a little brother greeting his big brother. Lin Ming had just come back from meeting with old Lady Yu Huang and had been invited to participate in this bonfire party. Without a doubt, he was tonight's center lead. The entire bonfire party was suddenly in pandemonium, everyone's eyes turning to look at him. In most of these eyes shined worship and admiration. Of course, there were also some eyes that were filled with envy. And for most of the people here, this was the first time that they had seen Lin Ming. He's Lin Ming? He doesn't seem like he would be as strong as a Xiantian martial artist. A 15 or 16-year-old inner court disciple suddenly said, as he looked at the aura that Lin Ming exuded. It was much worse than a Xiantian realm master. "You stupid idiot, you know nothing. Senior apprentice Brother Lin usually keeps his aura hidden. When he needs to, in a critical moment, he can erupt with endless strength. Not only that, but he can erupt twice. It's no problem for his momentum to increase by 5, 6, 7, 8 times over. In the battle with Lei Mubai, Lin Ming's true essence had erupted twice. The first was when he has used the power of tempering marrow, and the second time was when he had opened the heretical god force. The impression that this had left on everyone's mind was simply too deep. After Lin Ming arrived, he saw Mu Shaoqing and Mu Dingshan and smiled at them in greeting. Then he walked over to Zhang Zhen and sat beside him. Zhou Sinyu. Lin Ming discovered that Zhou Sinyu was also there. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang allowed me to come. Zhou Sinyu carefully put down the barbecue in her hands and said, "I want to thank you. I became an inner court disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and Her Highness the Saintess also allowed me to study a jade slip with the first layer of the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle. She also promised that within a month she will transplant the vermilion bird bloodline within me." Zhou Sinyu's voice was a bit cautious. Lin Ming's halo was simply too bright and dazzling now. She unconsciously spoke to him in a respectful manner. As for the young and fanciful thoughts of a girl that she had held for Lin Ming after he had repeatedly rescued her from danger, she had already deeply suppressed these within her heart. "Good. I'm happy for you." Lin Ming had mentioned Zhou Sinyu's matter to Mu Qinyu. With a word from Mu Qinyu, this situation was quickly resolved. Of course, the vermilion bird bloodline that Zhou Sinyu would have transplanted within her was far inferior to the one that Lin Ming would receive through the vermilion bird blood essence. Although each inner court disciple had the vermilion bird bloodline, it was also divided by rank. Mu Qinyu had promised a very high rank to Zhou Xinyu, enough for her to practice the first few layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, and also to obtain a certain fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility. With the pleasant and enjoyable atmosphere of the party, Lin Ming was introduced to everyone by Zhang Zhen. Among many of these were the direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, including Yan Fuhong. Senior apprentice brother, Yan. Lin Ming smiled as he cupped his hands across his chest. Yan Fuhong's face was somewhat stiff. Originally, he would rather die than attend this party, but all the other direct disciples and core disciples were participating. If he didn't come, that would be a blatant admission of his guilt. Yan Fuhong's heart was troubled. If he had known earlier just how abnormal this Lin Ming was, he would never have had the courage to oppose him. In the future, Lin Ming had the possibility to be a character that exceeded the likes of Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun. If old Lady Yu Huang felt like it, she might even randomly assign a title on Lin Ming like the Saint Son of Divine Phoenix Island. Even though Yan Fuhong wasn't a small fish, he wouldn't even be enough for Lin Ming to stick between his teeth. Yan Fuhong barely managed to cling to the bitter and pained smile on his face. He didn't know whether or not Zhang Yunjian had sold him out, but with Lin Ming's current influence, if he had asked Zhang Yunjian would absolutely speak the truth. As he thought this, Yan Fuhong's face was like a beaten-up eggplant. He raised his head and took a drink of his wine, hesitating as to whether or not he should confess everything and beg for mercy. But at this time, Lin Ming had already turned to leave. Yan Fuhong let out a long sigh of relief, his palms sweaty. After he had been introduced to most of the disciples present, Lin Ming found a free seat near a bonfire and sat down, placing his total concentration into cooking barbecue. Lin Ming liked barbecue, and he was also very talented at cooking. Quickly, Lin Ming became the focus of everyone at this bonfire. Of course, the attention of the female disciples was unavoidable. The female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were famous throughout the entire South Horizon region. They were top in both quantity and quality. Most of the disciples at this party were women, and they were dressed in exquisite clothing. This was truly a gathering of beauties. During this period, from time to time, an amazingly gorgeous and well-dressed girl would intentionally or unintentionally sashay over to where Lin Ming was at this bonfire. Senior apprentice brother Lin. That fire origin energy fluctuation I felt during that evening at the Parasol Tree Pavilion was so fierce. I heard that senior apprentice brother Lin has studied the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle for only a few months to reach this level. I've practiced for 2 years and have just broken through to the second layer. Perhaps senior apprentice brother Lin could come over sometime and personally guide me? A cute and lovable 15 or 16-year girl gazed at Lin Ming with her black eyes shining, hope and longing within them. Well, I've also only reached the second layer. If I can cultivate to a higher layer, I will have the opportunity to assist you. Really? If senior apprentice brother Lin says so, then a promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. Senior apprentice brother Lin, can you taste this chicken wing that I've roasted? Another cute girl came along. She had brought a carefully selected pheasant wing. This was the best one that she had managed to roast after a long time. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he received it, feeling a bit helpless. He was beginning to think that an imbalance between men and women wasn't necessarily a good thing. Divine Phoenix Island had an excess of female disciples. If any one of these Divine Phoenix Island girls were to be placed in the mortal world, or a small sect, they would be the proud and most talented woman there. Naturally, they had no liking for mortal men, without mentioning just the gap of youth between a martial artist and a mortal was enough. As for marrying the disciples of other fourth-grade sects, they would have to face the choice of leaving the sect. But once they left, they wouldn't be able to continue practicing Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods. And as for staying to enhance the vermilion bird bloodline purity in their bodies, that would become impossible. Because of these reasons, the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island tried as hard as they could to marry within the sect. Therefore, all of the male disciples were extremely sought after. In fact, it was common for very outstanding male disciples to have many wives and concubines. For instance, with Zhangzhen, a disciple of his level might have several maid disciples serving him in the bedroom even after he was married. A disciple like that within Divine Phoenix Island was equivalent to a janitor disciple of the 7 profound valleys in status. There was simply a massive number of them. Most of the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island would rather be a concubine than marry into strange and distant 4th grade sections. But as a concubine, they also had to settle on someone. Appearances were secondary. What was most important were their talent and potential. Someone like Lin Ming, who was very handsome and was also strong to the point of being abnormal, would naturally be their top choice. Although the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had a very noble and virtuous personality, when they were looking for a man, they would drop any qualms they had. Especially when it came to such a top choice like Lin Ming, the slightest bit of hesitation would cause them to lose out. At first, there were just some girls that came up to chat with Lin Ming out of accident or design. Then, there were girls that started to come up to him, giving him barbecue to taste. Soon a massive plate near Lin Ming was piling over with barbecue. When Zhangzhen saw this, he was speechless. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, and yet Lin Ming wouldn't even be able to eat all this. Zhangzhen couldn't help but take out a few pieces of barbecue from that giant pile. He hadn't even bitten into it when he felt a chill climb up his back. He turned around and was surprised to see several young girls glaring at him with deathly murder in their eyes. Zhangzhen's neck shrank, and his courage dimmed as he quickly and meekly placed back the barbecue. As the bonfire party reached its peak, Mu Qianyu arrived. Several of the surrounding disciples saw her and quickly stood up to bow. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "Everyone relax, please be casual. Today I've only come to have a look at the fun. There's no need to pay attention to me." As Mu Qianyu said this, she walked over to the bonfire that Lin Ming was sitting at. Chapter 390, Absorbing the Blood, Extinguishing Demon Thunder. Chapter 390, Absorbing the Blood, Extinguishing Demon Thunder. Chapter 390, Absorbing the Blood, Extinguishing Demon Thunder. At the central region of the bonfire party, there was a bevy of 6 or 7 young girls excitedly speaking as they formed a circle. Along with everyone else, it was simply packed tight with people close enough to push each other. Lin Ming, a woman's crisp and clear voice sounded. Lin Ming turned his head to see that the one who spoke was Mu Qianyu. All the disciples that were sitting around the fire quickly rose up to salute. Compared to an elder of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu's status was even higher than some. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "Lei Mubai is locked up in the dungeon. Would you like to go and see him now?" Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Then he happily said, "All right." Before this, Lin Ming had been called over to Mu Yuhuang, and they had conversed for a good 2 hours. He didn't even have time to spare a thought to Lei Mubai. When Mu Qianyu arrived, the entire atmosphere of the party became wary. Mu Qianyu glanced at all the young girls that surrounded Lin Ming and faintly smiled, sending him a true essence sound transmission. "Do you think my Divine Phoenix Island is heaven on earth for male disciples?" Lin Ming's voice paused. He ruefully smiled. "Miss Mu, please don't joke with me. It was just a short time, but I've already had to make many promises to them." "Ha ha," Mu Qianyu chuckled. "From now on you may call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Honorable Master has already received you as a disciple. Also, Master Ancestor would like to see you." Master Ancestor should probably want to discuss the matter of entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. That's right. Weren't you interested in all those things that Lei Mubai had? I am indeed interested, Lin Ming honestly replied. Master said to hand everything to you as long as you don't kill him. As I remember, your methods were sufficiently ruthless. The elder that was healing Lei Mubai used a great deal of top medicines, but that fellow is still lying half dead without much hope to live longer. All of the meridians in his body have been depleted and shattered, and his martial arts have been wasted. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming, a deep expression in her eyes. This was the first time that she had seen such a martial arts crippling technique. She had no idea where Lin Ming could have studied this from. Lin Ming laughed twice and didn't answer. The realm of the gods' pulse-cutting palm was an extremely sinister and cruel move. As for wanting to heal the damage, well, not even the miracle medicines of the realm of the gods might be effective, much less anything that could be found within the sky's spill continent. Let's go. The two of them left the Parasol Tree Pavilion together and walked towards Divine Phoenix Island's dungeons. The Divine Phoenix Island dungeon was located within the hillside and extended several hundred feet deep. Within the depths of the dungeon was an array formation. Once this array formation was fully activated, its defensive capabilities were strong enough to withstand even the full bombardment of a revolving core master. Within the deepest reaches of the dungeon, there was a sealed stone chamber. Lei Mubai was lying there on the ground as if he were dead. His complexion was wan-like he had lost all his blood. His spatial ring had already been taken out and placed on a table where it was sealed up, and the great desolate blood, halberd replica, was also set aside. Lin Ming looked at Lei Mubai in this state and knew that his heart had already died. A proud man whose arrogance had sunk into his bones and had vainly dreamed to one day rule the world and control the fate of all others in his hand, had suddenly suffered such a great attack. In this situation, losing all hope was a completely normal event. Lin Ming, you seem to care about the Thunder Soul in Lei Mubai, right? Mu Qinyu asked. Lin Ming nodded. Mu Qinyu's eyebrow arched up. If I'm not wrong, the final move that you defeated Lei Mubai, with not only used a Thunder Soul, but also a Flame Essence. Mu Qinyu had a special physique and was very sensitive to anything related to fire. Lin Ming's Thunder Fire Annihilation had passed in an instant, but the energy of the Flame Essence had been sensed by Mu Qinyu. Lin Ming hesitated a bit before honestly acknowledging this. He would be in contact with Mu Qinyu for a long time. Sooner or later, she would find out his secret. Lin Ming said, "My body is special. I can absorb many Thunder Souls and Flame Essences." Although she had speculated about this earlier, hearing Lin Ming's affirmation caused Mu Qinyu to take a deep breath. Just what kind of bloodline did Lin Ming have? He was actually able to absorb multiple Thunder Souls and Flame Essences? This was simply unheard of. Normally, as a martial artist's strength grew, they would need to replace the Thunder Soul or Flame Essence within their body. After someone had a Thunder Soul or Flame Essence within their body for a long time, they would be able to smoothly utilize its strength. But once they traded it in for another, more powerful one, they would need to adapt to the new properties of the Thunder Soul or Flame Essence, completely learning and developing new skills. This was a process that took a very long time. But Lin Ming was actually able to absorb multiple Thunder Souls and Flame Essences. Not only would he be able to avoid the hassle in this aspect, but he could also increase the power of thunder and fire within his body. This was simply a talent that defied the heavens. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming as if she were looking at some spooky monster. Just how many Thunder Souls and Flame Essences can you absorb? Well, I don't really know. Lin Ming didn't know whether or not the heretical god seed had an upper limit. The supreme elder of the realm of the gods hadn't possessed this secret skill for a long time. Before he could thoroughly research it, he had been reduced to ashes. Now, everything was left over for Lin Ming to ponder himself. Not wanting to continue this line of questioning, Lin Ming took out a small crystal bottle from his spatial ring. There was a small red crystal sphere sealed within. "That's right. This is for you." Mu Qinyu looked at the small crystal bottle, and a surprised expression crossed her face. "This is the shattered demon heart crystal? You still have it?" Mu Qinyu saw that this shattered demon heart crystal looked complete, very different to the 1/3 he had left from proving Lei Mubai's guilt. This sort of treasure would make Xiantian masters of any sect jealous. How could Lin Ming have so many? This is a gift for you." Lin Ming placed the small crystal bottle in Mu Qinyu's hand. He smiled, jokingly saying, "Since I entered the sect and have a master now, I should give senior apprentice sister a gift." On the first meeting, Mu Qinyu was in the process of breaking through to the revolving core realm. Although reaching the revolving core realm was only a matter of time, if she had the help of the shattered demon heart crystal, she might be able to make her breakthrough several months earlier. To a top genius, several months was an incomparably precious amount of time. Mu Qinyu stared at the small crystal bottle that Lin Ming had placed in her hand and muttered, "I really don't know what sort of special body you have. You actually ate this shattered demon heart crystal." I ate a bit more than half," Lin Ming casually said. Mu Qinyu already felt a bit numb. This was a top miracle medicine that even a Xiantian master had to be careful when taking. As for Lin Ming, he had swallowed half with a mere pulse condensation period cultivation. Really, this special body of his was too abnormal. She eventually took the shattered demon heart crystal. She had wanted to say some word of thanks, but as the words reached her lips, she felt a bit sentimental and decided not to say anything. As she thought back, Mu Qinyu remembered that just half a year ago, she and Lin Ming were strangers. But now, their relationship had developed to the stage where she could accept such a gift without needing to thank him. It was just like they were close siblings. As she realized they had such a close relationship, Mu Qinyu felt warm in her heart. She looked at Lin Ming with a trace of happiness in her eyes and smiled. "Are you going to absorb the blood-extinguishing demon thunder? Would you like me to help?" It would be great if you could stay around just in case something happens." As he opened the dungeon seal, Lin Ming went to investigate Lei Mubai's condition. At this point, his cultivation had already dropped to the flesh training stage. Not only was that, but the residual true essence in his body continued to dissipate. Sooner or later, it would all disappear. After another day or two, Lei Mubai would become a cripple. His body would even be worse than a normal mortal's. "Lin Ming." Lei Mubai's eyes opened as he looked towards the heavens, his mouth spasming as he spat out this hateful name that had become unforgettable to him. Lin Ming didn't respond. Instead, he undid the seal on the table and took Lei Mubai's spatial ring. "You will die. Wait until the day that the South Sea Demon region tramples over Divine Phoenix Island. On that day, you will be flayed alive and destroyed without even a body to bury." Lei Mubai's life was at its end, and his heart was like dying embers. Now, the only thing that supported him was his undying and eternally utter hatred of Lin Ming. Lin Ming grabbed onto Lei Mubai's arm and began to link his true essence to the heretical god seed. As he clearly felt the energy coming from the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, the heretical god seed within him began to restlessly spin about. This was a low-grade earth step thunder soul that was no worse than his purple flood dragon divine thunder. If it wasn't for the fact that Lei Mubai's cultivation was completely wasted at this time, it would be impossible to seize it. The heretical god seed began to excitedly whine. Lin Ming poured true essence into Lei Mubai's body, turning it into a net of true essence that covered the blood, extinguishing demon thunder. Because of Lei Mubai's weakened state, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't have much ability to resist. After a quarter of an hour passed, Lin Ming's true essence net had finally tightly wrapped around the thunder soul. The blood-extinguishing demon, Thunder, fiercely struggled under the true essence shackles. However, under the formidable, coercive pressure of the heretical god seed, there wasn't much trouble it could cause. Puff. With a light sound, the blood-red extinguishing demon Thunder was violently pulled out. Lei Mubai's entire body fiercely trembled, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He immediately went limp on the ground, as if someone had pulled out his spine. All of Lei Mubai's ambitions and hopes had come to an end. As Lin Ming looked at his pitiful and wretched appearance, he didn't feel a single ounce of pity or compassion in his heart. Someday, if Lei Mubai ever became an extreme revolving core supreme elder or even a peerless emperor powerhouse, there was no telling how many rivers of blood would flow or how many people would die because they had been used for him to cultivate his martial arts. As the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder appeared, it was just like a red serpent. Crimson energy recklessly erupted from it, as if it wanted to fly into Lin Ming's body and suck up all his blood essence. Lin Ming locked his hands together, and according to the method of sealing a Thunder soul, drew up dozens of runes. All of these runes fell onto the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder, causing its radiance to dim by a few degrees. After several breaths of time, Lin Ming was able to galvanize his Azure True essence into forming a cage, imprisoning the savage blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. The deep red Thunder soul smashed against the cage that imprisoned it. However, it was unable to break through the endless Azure True essence. This really is a sinister and evil Thunder soul. Lin Ming let out a light breath. Even though it was trapped in a cage, he could still clearly feel the rich blood energy and atmosphere that emitted from the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. It was as if he had been caught in a hellish blood pond, and all the blood vitality in his body was being sucked out. "There's a quiet room at the side. I'll guard you," Mu Qinyu said. After he walked into the nearby quiet room, Lin Ming sat down on the stone bed and placed a hand on the cage. Suddenly, the true essence he was revolving erupted. A powerful force filtered through the heretical god seed and began to influence the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. In that moment, the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder that was crazily smashing against its cage suddenly felt uneasy. The vast pressure coming from the heretical god seed was causing it to feel fear. As the immense cover pressure began to fall down, the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder felt increasingly uneasy. Its manic efforts of breaking out of the true essence cage increased as it impacted the cage again and again. A crack had actually developed in the endless Azure True essence, spreading out. "Do you need me to help?" Mu Qinyu asked. Lin Ming had to handle the last and final absorbing process himself, but she could still assist in suppressing the Thunder soul at the start. "No need." As the Azure True essence cage finally broke, Lin Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. Then he pressed it into his chest. Chapter 391, New Thunder Soul. Chapter 391, New Thunder Soul. Chapter 391, New Thunder Soul. As Mu Qinyu saw what Lin Ming had done, she was scared into a cold sweat. Lin Ming had actually directly pressed the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder towards his heart. But the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder was an evil existence that could swallow blood essence. Directly putting such a thing into your heart was just too risky. "Lin Ming, you..." Chi. The clothes on Lin Ming's chest were burned to ash. In that instant, his skin there had also lost color. This was the direct result of the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder absorbing one's blood essence. Mu Qinyu's mind jumped. But as she thought of the repeated miracles that Lin Ming had accomplished in the past half-year, she didn't say anything. Instead, she fished around in her ring for some pills that could help replenish blood. She found a 9-revolution blood vitality pill and gave it to Lin Ming. the blood-extinguishing demon thunder could swallow one's blood essence. Having a pill that could restore the power of blood vitality a bit would greatly assist in alleviating the pressure on Lin Ming. Lin Ming swallowed the 9-revolution blood vitality pill and waved his head, saying, "I'm all right." Initially, when his cultivation was only at the peak bone forging stage, he had been able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Now that his cultivation had increased by a great deal, it naturally wouldn't be dangerous to absorb the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In fact, as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder entered his heart, it was already completely suppressed by the heretical god seed. Due to their toughness and strength, Lin Ming's meridians were already able to withstand nearly any impact it could offer. As for the blood that the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was swallowing, or even the blood essence, Lin Ming simply didn't care. This was a necessary process in absorbing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. One had to use their own blood vitality and blood essence to feed the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. If the power of one's blood vitality wasn't enough, then the blood-extinguishing demon thunder would suck dry all of that person's blood, and that person would die. Afterwards, the thunder soul would just escape. On the other hand, if one's power of blood vitality was robust enough and their meridians were also tough enough, they would be able to suppress and control the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. As for their blood essence that it had absorbed, it would all become their own again. As long as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't escape, there would be no loss. But the feeling of having the blood-extinguishing demon thunder absorbing his blood essence was also a very unpleasant sensation. Lin Ming felt half his body go cold, and his hands and feet became dull. His sense of touch was becoming less sensitive, and he felt like the other half of his body didn't even belong to him. The power of thunder within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had a very powerful corrosive effect. When it circulated in one's meridians, it was no different than a strong acid. It was an incomparably burning and painful feeling. Along with the mass consumption of blood essence, one would feel like they were dying. Mu Qinyu could clearly see thin black strings running out from Lin Ming's heart-like words, spreading everywhere throughout his body. They spread to his arms, his legs, and even his neck. This was the breath of death. It was caused by the loss of a massive amount of blood essence. Mu Qinyu had a certain understanding of the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Although there were many martial artists that were able to finally absorb it, their body would suffer a major deficit in their blood and undergo necrosis in certain parts because of a lack of blood. Afterwards, they would have to spend a long period of time recuperating in bed. She didn't hope that this was what would happen to Lin Ming. If the divine phoenix mystic realm officially opened, and Lin Ming wasn't able to attend, he would need to wait another 3 years. Once he was almost 20 years old, he would have missed the best time to participate. As Mu Qinyu thought this, she also took out a blood yang pill from her spatial ring. This blood yang pill was refined from 1,000-year-old blood yang lingji and was a priceless treasure. It was also one of the pills that Mu Qinyu saved as life insurance. Lin Ming, I'm all right. I'm just letting it absorb whatever blood essence it wants. I have an idea of what I'm doing. Lin Ming pushed away the blood yang pill. His power of blood vitality was extremely formidable. In addition, he also had the endless azure true essence. With these things, he would be able to restrain the breath of death that spread in his body. There was no need for Mu Qinyu to waste such an important pill that was used to ensure her life. The reason that he was allowing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder to crazily swallow whatever blood essence it wanted to in his heart was to fuse with it on a deeper level and have better control over it. Finally, he would completely integrate it into the heretical god seed. But he didn't expect that the savage and greedy nature of the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had even surpassed his imagination. At this time, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder in Lin Ming's body was like a massive leech that was plump with blood. With the great attractive force of the heretical god seed acting on his entire body, no matter how hard or frantically the blood-extinguishing demon thunder struggled, it still wouldn't be able to escape from this vortex of suction. Ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder suddenly uttered a hoarse scream. At one end, an open mouth formed. This mouth was only the size of a bean, but it had long rows of dense and sharp fangs. As Lin Ming looked within his body, his heart suddenly went cold. It was too spooky and unnatural for a thunder soul to suddenly develop a mouth with fangs in it. Ah, ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder screamed over and over, and suddenly bit into the walls of Lin Ming's heart. Puff! Flesh and blood splattered out. Lin Ming's body shook, his face went pale. No matter how extremely formidable his blood vitality was, it was very difficult to withstand the pain of his heart being injured. Lin Ming grit his teeth, and then conjured up a net of azure true essence that fell over the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, forming a cocoon that wrapped around it. I see, you're the one that's making trouble. Lin Ming became aware of a will that was placed within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, and his mouth curved up in a smile. With a thought, a crazy surge of true essence emerged around the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In that moment, there was only a tearing chi sound, as if a flame was going out. A wisp of a residual soul turned into smoke as it was destroyed from within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Lei Mubai, who had been lying down on the stone floor next door, fiercely trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and this blood even contained a faint hint of blood essence. His complexion was now no different than golden funeral paper. His lips trembled. He knew that the wisp of residual will that he had hid within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had been exterminated by Lin Ming. He humorlessly smiled, his entire mouth wet with blood. He had placed that wisp of remnant will within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder a long time ago, before his cultivation had been wasted. He thought that even if he couldn't prevent Lin Ming from absorbing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, he should still at least be able to damage the blood vitality of his enemy. But he didn't that his residual will would be so easily destroyed. Lei Mubai was filled with a sense of despair. His eyes looked up at the ceiling, and now there was no longer any light left within them. After Lei Mubai's residual will was destroyed, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder seemed to have lost its strength and vigor. It no longer had the ability to resist the massive attractive force, and it was sucked flying into the vortex of the heretical god seed. Ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder gave out a final miserable shriek before it was received into the coiling dragon's steel needle. The 2-inch-long coiling dragon's steel needle suddenly grew to 3 inches, and on the surface of it appeared a small red snake. This small red snake coiled around steel needle a total of 8 times. It connected together with purple flood dragon divine thunder. Bang! In that instant, a new coiling dragon steel needle was born, and an unbridled power of thunder erupted forth, flooding through all of Lin Ming's meridians. This power of thunder was so brutal that Lin Ming only felt his entire body shake and his skeleton pop all over. The impure pill toxins within his meridians were all burned by a blazing hot power of thunder, instantly turning into ash. Lin Ming stuffily coughed, then vomited a mouthful of black blood. Mu Qinyu was shocked. She quickly held on to Lin Ming and propped him up, disregarding the taboos that existed between men and women. She extended her perception into Lin Ming's body, and suddenly she was shocked, and then immediately overjoyed. Lin Ming's meridians had linked up once more, and the tenacity of his meridians had increased by another great margin. He had finally stepped into the peak pulse condensation period. Lin Ming, you broke through. It was a breakthrough. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He had already been stranded in the late pulse condensation period for far too long. During the 3 months he had spent at Dark Moon Island, he had built up too many pill toxins within his body. He had been constantly refining and eliminating them, but it was still very difficult to cleanly remove them all. He hadn't thought that this time, with such a savage power of thunder coursing through him, it would completely remove all of the impurities in his body. The black blood that Lin Ming had spat out was all of the pill toxins and impurities in his body. Lin Ming's cultivation had already approached the peak pulse condensation period. At the banquet competition, his cultivation had consolidated once again, and in addition to breaking through to the second layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as clearing up all of the pill toxins in his body, he had successfully reached the peak pulse condensation period. I wonder if my strength can exceed an early Xiantian master now. When Lin Ming opened the heretical god force, he was able to attain the strength to suppress a common early Xiantian master. But the heretical god force could not last in perpetuity. When a battle dragged out for a long time, he would most likely lose. At best, he would fight to a draw. Now that he had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period, Lin Ming's strength had surged upwards again. He wanted to find an early Xiantian master and test out his newfound strength, being comparable to an early Xiantian master, and defeating one were two entirely different concepts. He immersed his sense in the newly evolved Thunder Soul. Suddenly, Lin Ming was surprised. There's this change? On the new coiling dragon steel needle, he felt two energies. He felt the manic and violent purple flood dragon divine thunder that was like an unstoppable force, but he also felt the evil and cruel blood extinguishing demon thunder that thirsted for life. It actually completely retained both Thunder Soul's characteristics. Not only that, but it was also improved to a medium-grade Earth Step Thunder Soul. Although it was currently the weakest and most basic of the medium-grade Earth Step Thunder Souls, Lin Ming was satisfied. As Mu Qinyu saw Lin Ming's excited appearance, she finally relaxed. It seemed that Lin Ming had managed to keep everything under control. At this time, even the black lines along Lin Ming's body were beginning to fade away, and they soon disappeared. His original healthy-looking skin was also restored to its vibrant color. Mu Qinyu's beautiful eyes turned. She suddenly had an idea that she wanted to take a close look at Lin Ming's Thunder Soul. But the truth was that this sort of request was very rude and impolite for martial artists. Even between friends, one wouldn't rashly ask to see the other's final resort. Not only that, but this Thunder Soul also involved the secrets within Lin Ming's body. However, once a girl's curiosity was aroused, it was very difficult to restrain. Mu Qinyu really wanted to know why Lin Ming was able to contain two Thunder Souls in his body. She blinked and then softly said, "Lin Ming, may I have a look at your Thunder Soul?" Such a soft and sweet tone was very comfortable to hear. Lin Ming also didn't have much hesitation towards Mu Qinyu. He directly took out the divine demon Thunder Soul, Qi. The 3-inch long Thunder Soul steel needle immediately leapt out from Lin Ming's fingertips and paused atop his palm, circling there as it floated. On the steel needle, there was a purple flood dragon that coiled around the body, but there was also a red serpent, one dragon, one snake. Both were very vivid and lifelike. Every scale was outlined, and even their clear eyes could be seen. It was just like a real dragon, and snake had been trapped within the steel needle. As the Thunder Soul appeared, reddish-purple arcs of electricity scattered out in all directions, and the thunder origin energy of the entire stone chamber suddenly became frenzied, as if it were constantly being sucked into the divine demon Thunder Soul, forming a purplish-red vortex. Mu Qinyu's bright eyes widened, shock coloring her expression. This is the Thunder Soul. Chapter 392, Divine Phoenix, Mystic Realm. Chapter 392, Divine Phoenix, Mystic Realm. Chapter 392, Divine Phoenix, Mystic Realm. This was the first time that Mu Qinyu had seen a Thunder Soul that looked like this. A Thunder Soul could manifest into an object, but a martial artist needed to compress their true essence to an extreme degree. But Lin Ming's Thunder Soul didn't seem to have any compressed true essence to it, and yet it already had this appearance. "Can I touch it?" Mu Qinyu asked after hesitating for a moment. "Of course you can," Lin Ming replied. There wasn't any danger in touching the divine demon Thunder Soul when it was in this state. Not only that, but the truth was that even if he stimulated the divine demon Thunder Soul to its maximum strength, it was just impossible to wound someone like Mu Qinyu, who had an extreme Xiantian cultivation. Mu Qinyu stretched out a jade-like finger and gently placed her fingertip firmly on the divine demon Thunder Soul. As she traced her finger up Lin Ming's steel needle, she was able to feel an ice-cold sensation, as if this Thunder Soul's steel needle was really made of metal. How amazing! Mu Qinyu was aware that this was part of Lin Ming's secret, and was certainly related to his special physique. That Lin Ming would be so unreserved in sharing such a secret with her really caused a strange sensation to flutter in her heart. She faintly smiled, and then retracted her jade-like finger. She said, "The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm will open half a month from now. You should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the High Ancestor will see you. She'll also pass down vermilion bird blood essence, as well as the transplantation method, so that you can obtain a greater harvest at the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm." Yes, the shattered demon heart crystal that I gave to you earlier. You should absorb it here, if it's convenient. Mu Qinyu thought about it for a moment, and then said, "Okay." In order to take the shattered demon heart crystal, one needed to fuse it with their blood essence to guide it into their body. Mu Qinyu bit her own finger, and then forced a drop of blood essence into the crystal bottle. After the dark red blood and the shattered demon heart crystal touched, the blood immediately began to bubble in excitement, the blood rolling around in waves. The shattered demon heart crystal began to melt until it finally became a thick, viscous red liquid within the bottle. An endlessly vivid energy spread out along with it, as if this bottle of dark red liquid came from an unknown world. It was like an ancient and undiscovered gate was slowly opening its doors to Mu Qinyu. "It's so mystifying," Mu Qinyu said. "This shattered demon heart crystal contains the residual will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Once I absorb his will, my understanding of the origin of all martial arts will also deepen by a bit." Mu Qinyu nodded and swallowed down the bottle of sticky red liquid. The sweet, coppery taste of blood began to spread within her mouth. As the red liquid entered her body, she immediately felt the blood within her body move, as if it were boiling. A scalding heat began to swell up, spreading along her meridians and heating up her body. Mu Qinyu's mind shook, and she was suddenly pulled back to her spiritual sea. The scene that Lin Ming had seen before was now replaying itself in front of Mu Qinyu. Mu Qinyu saw the Netherworld Great Emperor grasp his great axe and crazily slaughter 10,000 demons until the heavens themselves were dyed red in blood. This was truly a shocking sight. Mu Qinyu had a profound cultivation. Although she hadn't yet reached the revolving core realm, she was already comparable to a common early revolving core martial artist. As for her combat strength, it was even beyond that. Thus, the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor wasn't able to shake her mind. It was just the energy that was contained within the shattered demon heart crystal, but Mu Qinyu wasn't able to absorb it in a short time. This was a complete shattered demon heart crystal, and her cultivation was lower than Elder Jean and Elder Bai's by a great degree. Mu Qinyu's breathing quickened, and she began to perspire with drops of fragrant sweat. "How do you feel?" "A bit hot." Mu Qinyu took a handkerchief from her spatial ring and wiped away her sweat. Her neck was flushed red with blood. As Lin Ming saw the beads of crystal-clear sweat drip down Mu Qinyu's pale cheeks, he was dazed for a moment. To him, it seemed as if there were simply no impurities within her body. Otherwise, if she ate this sort of pill that washed the muscles and marrows, she should at least have discharged some impurities. However, as he remembered Mu Qinyu's daily life in Divine Phoenix Island, where she only ate the rare and valuable fruits of spirit valleys and drank the sweet morning dew, he realized that it was normal for her to have no impurities in her body. When Lin Ming had first eaten half of the shattered demon heart crystal, his entire body had bled from the head down, but Mu Qinyu had only sweat a bit. The sweat matted her hair and caused her clothes to stick tightly onto her body. This was quite an uncomfortable feeling. Mu Qinyu couldn't bear this, so she tugged at her wet clothes, accentuating the contours of her body. Seeing this sight, Lin Ming couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A bit embarrassed, he said, "I'll go and get some ice water." "No need. I'll finish soon. I've already absorbed more than half. After this, I'll take a bath." As she spoke, Mu Qinyu seemed to suddenly realize something, and her cheeks flushed red. She moved her fire attribute true essence, and all the sweat on her body evaporated. As her clothes dried and loosened again, that beautiful spring scene disappeared. "Tomorrow morning, I will take you to see the High Ancestor." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. "Okay." On the back mountains of Divine Phoenix Island, there was an abundance of green plants in bloom. At this time in the morning, a dense mist shrouded the mountain, the entire mountain looking like a picturesque scene from a painting. A spring stream trickled, and a gentle breeze rolled in. The music of the morning faintly sounded in the air. Between the bamboo groves, there were deep and winding trails that spread through. On the bamboo leaves was fresh morning dew that dripped down. As Lin Ming walked down the trail, he sighed. This was truly like an immortal paradise on earth. This bamboo grove was where Mu Fengxian lived in seclusion, Emerald Bamboo Pavilion. At the end of the path, there was an elegant bamboo house. As one walked up, they could smell the fragrant bamboo mixed with a deep earthy scent, causing anyone here to feel relaxed and comfortable. As Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming arrived, they were about to announce themselves when Mu Fengxian's voice sounded out. "Come in. Lin Ming, Honorable Master has called for you. I'll wait for you here." Lin Ming nodded, then opened the bamboo leaf door and strode in. The furnishings within the bamboo house were very simple. There were a few wicker chairs and a plain wooden table. As one walked on the bamboo floor, they could even hear a creaking sound. Mu Fengxian was sat on one of these wicker chairs and wore a long red dress. Her silver hair was tied back with a hairpin, and she smiled as she looked at Lin Ming, glancing over at a wicker chair opposite to her. "Sit down, Lin Ming politely sat down. Mu Fengxian had already heard the news that Lin Ming had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period, and wasn't surprised. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Ming, slowly saying, "As Yu Wang's personal disciple, you may call me Master Ancestor. Half a month from now, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm will open. Do you know what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is?" Lin Ming shook his head. Before now, all he had heard about the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm were some vague rumors, and he didn't know any specifics. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is a legacy that the ancient Phoenix clan left behind. Its history goes back tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Ming was shocked. That long? But Divine Phoenix Island is only Divine Phoenix Island only has a history of 3,000 years. My Divine Phoenix Island may claim to be descendants of the ancient Phoenix clan, but the truth is that 3,000 years ago, my Divine Phoenix Island was just a third-grade sect with mostly female cultivators. At that time, Silent Demon Emperor City had just risen to prominence. Because my divine Phoenix Island had many young female disciples, the sect feared that they would be attacked by Silent Demon Emperor City and the women captured as slaves to use in sexual cultivation. Thus, the sect decided to relocate and escape to the South Sea's Divine Phoenix Island. This island wasn't originally called Divine Phoenix Island. Instead, it was named that afterwards, after the sect was stationed here. The sect master came across a great lucky chance within Divine Phoenix Island. She was the first person to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. After she came out, she had managed to obtain the Vermilion Bird bloodline, the Blue Wand bloodline, and a massive amount of treasures. Afterwards, she founded Divine Phoenix Island. Therefore, to my Divine Phoenix Island, the Divine Phoenix mystic realm is its origin, and also its lifeblood. As Lin Ming heard this, he was shocked. This was the first time that he had heard the history of Divine Phoenix Island, because the Divine Phoenix mystic realm could only be accessed by the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. He had assumed that it was a smelting trial that the disciples used to practice. But this explanation also made sense. Master Ancestor, what happened to the sect master afterwards? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. That sect master was also the founder of my Divine Phoenix Island. Afterwards, she paused at the extreme revolving core realm, and her immortal soul entered the eternal samsara over 2,000 years ago. Lin Ming sighed. This was to be expected. Otherwise, there was no way that Divine Phoenix Island would only be a fourth-grade sect. The founder obtained such a great lucky chance, but still wasn't able to become a peerless emperor. No wonder they say that there are only a mere 10 peerless emperors within the entire Sky Spill continent. Ha ha ha! Mu Fengxian smiled. The path from revolving core to peerless emperor is truly a long and unbearable road. Break into revolving core before 30, extreme revolving core before 50, and become a peerless emperor at 100 years. Just this step is able to trap countless unrivaled geniuses for 50 years. But although there are countless hardships and obstacles, there are far more than a mere 10 peerless emperor powerhouses. It's just that you are too weak, so you have no way of knowing any of this. Many peerless emperor powerhouses live in seclusion in certain desolate lands of the world. Of course, even if there are some that occasionally appear, you would never know this. Lin Ming nodded. As one climbed up to a mountain peak, they would also be able to see the scenery below that mountain peak. If he ever became a peerless emperor powerhouse, he would also be able to step into the world of a peerless emperor. Mu Fengxian stood up. She took a red box from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Ming, saying, "This is Vermilion Bird blood essence. Place it onto your bodily acupoints a drop at a time, and you will gain the qualifications to practice the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. You must slowly build this up, and then diligently work towards stepping into the revolving core realm. As for becoming a peerless emperor, your talent is enough. The rest will depend on your destiny." Throughout the ages, there were many martial artists that had the talent to become a peerless emperor, but the vast majority of them fell or had an accident and were ultimately unable to step foot in this realm. Lin Ming took a deep breath and respectfully thanked Mu Fengxian. He then put away the Vermilion Bird blood essence. He would etch this kindness into his heart. Mu Fengxian nodded and said, "Now go. Half a month from now, the Divine Phoenix mystic realm will open, and you will gain one of the spots to enter the Ancient Phoenix main hall. During this time, make sure you practice well." Lin Ming bowed and then left. Mu Fengxian sighed, a deep emotion swelling in her chest. Destiny was an illusory dream. As for how great Lin Ming's destiny was, it would manifest during his trip to the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. To people, destiny was like a rainbow. For instance, the founder of Divine Phoenix Island was able to obtain a great lucky chance inside. However, It was a pity that the founder's talent was missing a single step, and they were ultimately unable to become a peerless emperor. Chapter 393, Drops of Blood, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 393, Drops of Blood, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 393, Drops of Blood, Entering the Mystic Realm. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was an extremely broad and profound cultivation method. As Lin Ming practiced more and more, he increasingly became aware of this point. Not only was the cultivation method to practice contained within, but there were also many techniques to control fire, fire attribute martial skills, and most importantly, there was also the understanding of others regarding the origin of fire. That is to say, the concept of fire. Something like a concept could only be realized through one's own contemplation. It couldn't be explained. Just a few words were enough to provide many nights of deep reflection. In addition, there were also ways to cultivate the mind and heart. There were ways to adjust one's mentality to communicate with fire origin energy so that a martial artist could completely immerse themselves in a sea of fire origin energy and break through their shackles. However, these mysterious skills all depended on one's own understanding and studying. As for Lin Ming's perception, it was considered quite good. In these recent days, he had learned a great deal. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming would wake up every morning and absorb the rising energy from the fire of the sun, practicing all day. At night, he would again ponder the cultivation methods. Such a day seemed boring, but the wonderful feel of advancing in one's cultivation let Lin Ming be at ease and happy. Of course, not every day was spent on statically practicing from dawn till dusk. Occasionally, there would be a 15 or 16-year-old girl, or even a group of them together, coming to Lin Ming, asking him for guidance on some puzzling questions about the cultivation method. These girls, with their soft-spoken voices, sweet tone, and flushed cheeks, as well as watery eyes that were filled with hope, Lin Ming found it hard to refuse them. Every time he would try to carefully explain, to the best of his knowledge. In truth, Lin Ming's theoretical knowledge wasn't much, but fortunately, these girls were usually the lower-end disciples at the post-condensation period, so he was able to barely deal with their questions. Every night, Lin Ming would take a drop of vermilion bird blood essence and place it on the acupoints of his body. In 12 days, he had used 12 drops of blood essence, half of which were placed between his eyebrows. As the vermilion bird blood essence touched the skin between his eyebrows, he had a faint dizzy feeling as it slowly penetrated through. At this time, Lin Ming felt as if all the blood essence of his body was moving towards this spot between his eyebrows, as if it were trying to turn into a crystal there. As this feeling slowly vanished, the vermilion bird blood essence was also thoroughly absorbed. Lin Ming then felt his entire body fill up with blood vitality, an energy surge within him to the point of overflowing and roughly moving everywhere in his body. With a casual movement, he could even hear popping sounds in his bones. This was an extremely comfortable feeling. Every time it happened, he wanted to bend back and let out a great yawn. Drinking the immortal dew wine from the realm of the God's Supreme Elder's memory is probably like this feeling. These past 2 years, Lin Ming had eaten a great deal of medicines, but most of these medicines were extremely overbearing and contained a cruel energy. It was almost the same as eating poisoned food. This vermilion bird blood essence was the first one that had felt thoroughly pleasurable as he transplanted it within himself. In order to promote the absorption within his body, Lin Ming would take out the purple comet spear after he placed a drop on his body, and then practice his spear skills. After Lin Ming had his match with Elder Senior Apprentice Brother Shao Qi from Golden Bell Mountain and competed in spear skills with him, Lin Ming's skill at spear play had made great progress. He repeatedly practiced what he had left, and he felt the strength of his body endlessly growing. Lin Ming looked at the leftover vermilion bird blood essence, There was only around 10 drops of so left. It was enough for 10 days. Seeing this made Lin Ming feel some regret. Also, this vermilion bird blood essence was like the heaven-opening pill. The first drop would have the greatest and most obvious effect. Afterwards, each following drop would be continuously weaker. Now, on the 12th drop, the effect wasn't even half of the first drops. As this continued, he estimated that the last drop might only have around 20% of the first drop's effect. This was truly a waste. As Lin Ming thought this, his mind suddenly stirred. Maybe he could save these last remaining drops and give them to Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan's talent could only be considered the most basic within Divine Phoenix Island, but with the help of the vermilion bird blood essence, she would have a ray of hope that she could one day step into the revolving core realm. However, Divine Phoenix Island had given the vermilion bird blood essence to Lin Ming, and that was to let Lin Ming use it. He had no right to give it away to someone else. The only way would be if Lin Ming's status rose once again, and he gained a strong enough influence and authority to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and temporarily erased this thought, putting away the vermilion bird blood essence. He would wait until he had the strength to do so before thinking about this again. In a flash, another 3 days passed. Finally, it was the day to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Within the depths of the Divine Phoenix Island mountain range, a spirit boat slowly landed within a clearing of the mountain valley. A line of people stepped down from the spirit boat, including Mu Yuhuang, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming. This was where the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was located. Just by looking at the surrounding scenery, it was no different than anywhere else on Divine Phoenix Island. It was just that the surrounding mountains formed a tight formation around this mountain valley, and the heaven and earth origin energy here was very vibrant, especially fire origin energy and water origin energy. Lin Ming glanced at the disciples that would enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm with him. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing were impressively among them. In fact, nearly all of the core disciples and direct disciples had arrived. Even Zhang Zhen was among them. It was just that he wasn't eligible to enter the Ancient Phoenix main hall. Seeing Lin Ming, Zhang Zhen happily smiled at him and waved. During this trip into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, your primary concern should always be your own safety. Do not try anything beyond your capabilities. Understand, Mu Yuhuang asked. Every time the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was opened, there might some disciples that died. Although this was a very small probability, these people, especially those that entered the Ancient Phoenix main hall, were those most outstanding talents that Divine Phoenix Island had cultivated. If they died every time, then Divine Phoenix Island would truly suffer. And what was most horrifying was that life or death within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm didn't depend on one's talent or strength. The weak might live, and the strong might die. This was mainly because those geniuses that were strong and had immense talent would always be particularly confident in their own ability and try to reach out to a great lucky chance. Finally, the results of this would only be that the dangers that followed would multiply by several-fold, and they would fall like a meteor from the heavens. For the weaker, lower-tier disciples, having several die was bad enough. But if direct disciples on the level of Mu Dingshan died, that would cause Divine Phoenix Island to be pained like their heart was bleeding. Mu Yuhuang's eyes swept over all the disciples that would enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm one at a time. Finally, her eyes paused on Lin Ming. She said to him in a true essence sound transmission, "Lin Ming, the Ancient Phoenix main hall has a history of tens of thousands of years. The Ancient Phoenix clan also had a much richer and purer Saint Beast bloodline than we do. In fact, they might even have had the bloodline of a god beast, and the talents that existed in their era are beyond our understanding. You may be considered a monstrous talent in this life, but compared to those existences from tens of thousands of years ago, you might not necessarily be too outstanding. Therefore, do not be blinded by your confidence, and do not try to do anything that is beyond your capabilities in the smelting trial. If something happens to you, that is a blow that my divine Phoenix Island may not be able to bear. What Mu Yu Huang was most anxious about was Lin Ming. She knew that back when he had been at Thunder Crash Mountain, Lin Ming had scaled the summit when he only had a cultivation at the mere peak bone forging stage. He had taken advantage of the battle between Mu Qianyu and the Thunder Flood Dragon to directly sneak into the Flood Dragon's cave and then loot the treasures within, finally obtaining the violet electricity spirit bamboo and the magnetic birthstone. Because of this magnetic birthstone, he was able to absorb the purple Flood Dragon, Divine Thunder. That was a thunder soul that only a middle Xiantian realm master could absorb, but Lin Ming had done so with just a pitiful bone forging stage cultivation. At first, Lin Ming was not a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, when Mu Yu Huang had heard of this from Mu Qianyu, she thought highly of and also appreciated Lin Ming's decisive actions and courage in the face of danger. But now, Lin Ming had become her disciple, and Mu Yu Huang's feelings had undergone a complete change. When most people saw others' children taking risks and placing themselves in danger, they might praise them. But when they saw their own children doing the same, they might not feel the same way. Instead, they would only be anxious. If Mu Yu Huang had a choice, she would rather Lin Ming would be able to steadily and calmly reach the extreme revolving core realm in the future. This would also be a great additional strength to Divine Phoenix Island. As for the path to becoming a peerless emperor, one needed to constantly seek opportunities. It could be said to be a dangerous path with many narrow escapes. Mu Yu Huang didn't dare to guarantee that something as illusory and vague as destiny would be able to accompany Lin Ming through his journey through the ages of the Sky Spill continent. There were countless top geniuses that had tried to become a peerless emperors, but the number that succeeded was mind-bogglingly low. Disciple understands. Lin Ming nodded. Good. Well, now I will join forces with the other elders to open up the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The ordinary disciples usually stay inside for 3 days. After those 3 days, they will automatically be transferred outside. As for those disciples that enter the ancient Phoenix main hall, they will have 7 to 10 days. When the time arrives, everyone will also be sent out. Now, would any of you like to withdraw? After Mu Yu Huang casually asked, no one volunteered to quit. Of course, this was natural. All of the disciples were struggling for spots to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Such insignificant danger was simply nothing to them. As people that walked on the path of martial arts, they had to experience countless life and death dangers. Even in a friendly competition of martial arts, it was possible that a situation would arise in which they would be killed. If they feared death, they would forever be stranded in the Hotian realm or Xiantian realm, and find it near impossible to ever reach the revolving core realm. Very good. Mu Yu Huang nodded. Tianguang will work together to break the seal so that these juniors can go in as the powerful figure of the Blue Wan faction. Revered Master Tianguang was the representative of the Blue Wan faction disciples. He nodded, waved his hand, and a shining blue sword flew out. This was splendidly a high-grade Earth Step treasure weapon. Mu Yu Huang gathered her hands together and released a series of flaming runes that blended together with revered Master Tianguang's blue treasure sword. A moment later, there was a zzz, zzz, zzz sound, and the space in front of the crowd began to tremble as if it were the surface of a still lake that was being disturbed, ripples constantly appearing. Suddenly, a jet-black vortex appeared out of thin air, constantly spinning with the faint sound of wind and thunder coming from it. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy frantically converged on this vortex. The origin energy around was restless, and great gusts of wind picked up, causing everyone's clothes to flutter in the wind and all the rocks and sand to fly in the air. Finally, after several dozen breaths of time, the swirling vortex slowly stabilized, and the wind died down. In front of the crowd, there was a black entrance that was 10 feet wide. This opening through the void was suspended in the air, and it was impossible to see inside, as if it were the gateway to another world. Go, and remember, do not do anything that exceeds your limits. Mu Yuhuang repeatedly urged. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were the first to jump in. Their figures flashed for a moment, and they were suddenly swallowed up by the black opening. Lin Ming followed them and also jumped in. Chapter 394 Concept of Fire. Chapter 394 Concept of Fire. Chapter 394 Concept of Fire. Lin Ming was dizzy from the feeling of space warping around him. By the time he opened his eyes, his heart shook. Before entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, Lin Ming had imagined many times just what the Divine Phoenix mystic realm would look like. But he had never imagined that it would be such a shocking scene. In front of Lin Ming was an endless expanse of dark red rock. It was barren without a single touch of green, and between the red rocks were large, flowing rivers of lava. These rocks seemed to have been roasted red by the lava. Giant pools of boiling lava appeared everywhere, with giant bubbles of air tumbling upwards through the lava with a thick popping sound. The noxious smell of sulfur washed out along with a billowing wave of heat. This haze was toxic. A normal person would have suffocated and died here after just a moment. If it was this alone, Lin Ming wouldn't have been so shocked. But what he found unbelievable was that behind him was a vast field of ice. Wind and snow mixed together, and the fields of ice were as smooth as a mirror. The tips of massive glaciers stuck up through the ground like high towers, and they glowed with a cold sheen, shining and twinkling like a field of stars. The strong wind brought a thick hail of ice that scattered in all directions, its speed like arrows. If a normal person stood here, this hail would have been enough to pierce through their body, ripping an opening through flesh. On one side was a land of lava, and on the other was a field of ice, one side blazing hot, and the other freezing cold. This extremely contradictory feeling was unbelievable. This is the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, Mu Dingshan said in one breath. This was the second time that he had come here, and he had seen the scene before. The Divine Phoenix mystic realm had a prohibitory limit based on one's skeletal age. In addition, the time gap between each opening was very long. Normally speaking, a martial artist would only be able to enter here twice in their lifetime. On the road that Lin Ming stood on, bright lights flashed periodically. With every flash of light, a new disciple was warped in. After they adapted to the strange feeling of space warping, they opened their eyes and were dumbfounded after seeing the same scene that Lin Ming saw. This was the first time that these people had come to the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Although some of them had already heard others describe the scene within, truly seeing it for the first time was an inexplicably shocking feeling. After all, hearing and seeing were two completely different matters. After all of the disciples had arrived, Mu Dingshan said, "Good. This Divine Phoenix realm is an independent world. It isn't part of the Sky Spill continent. The two lands of fire and ice are actually divided by an enchantment and extend a great distance. Choose one according to your attribute and enter. Blue Yuan faction disciples enter the ice field, and the Vermilion Bird faction disciples enter the lava world. Remember, do not forget Honorable Sect Master's warning, and take your own safety as the highest priority. Now, either go with others or go by yourself. Disperse. Independent world." As soon as Lin Ming looked up, he saw that there were actually two blazingly hot suns hanging in the air. The sun of the fire world was extremely hot, and even emitted a faint blue light that looked like a massive fireball in the sky. Around the edge of the sunlight, the air itself was distorting from the heat, making the sun seem like an illusory mirage. But the sun in the ice world seemed lifeless, like a distant and unaffected object. As the sunlight from there shined down on one's body, there wasn't even the slightest sense of heat. Instead, it only caused one to feel like they had fallen into a pool of ice water. This marvel, if not an illusion, was truly impossible to be seen within the Sky Spill continent. If this wasn't the Sky Spill continent and was a separate and individual world, then was this a world that was naturally formed, or was it a world that was created by a supreme elder? Lin Ming couldn't help but indulge in his fanciful daydreams. At this time, Mu Dingshan asked, "Lin Ming, would you like to go together, or would you like to go by yourself?" "If I go by myself, will I be able to reach the ancient Phoenix main hall, or would I become lost?" "No, this world has endless layers of profound principles and enigmas that direct it. No matter where you go, 3 days from now, you will eventually come to the ancient Phoenix main hall." "Then I'll go alone." "Haha, I also suggest you go alone. This divine Phoenix mystic realm is an incomparably broad and vast land. Until now, there has never been any disciple in any generation that has ever managed to trace the end of the divine Phoenix mystic realm. Even though every time we are warped here brings us to a different location, the divine Phoenix mystic realm contains countless lucky chances waiting around. But if several people go together, the area they will be able to cover is much smaller. Even if they come across some lucky chance, it would be difficult to split it between multiple people. If you go alone, then everything will depend on your own destiny. Naturally, that is the best path to take. I would also like to advise junior apprentice Brother Lin that the deeper you go, the more dangers there are. If you would like to remain conservative and a bit safer, then stay around in the vicinity of the edges. There won't be any danger there. 3 days later, you can also enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Of course, if you do so, you won't encounter any lucky chances. Mu Dingshan was the one here with the highest understanding of the divine Phoenix mystic realm, so he told Lin Ming everything he knew. The deeper one went, the more danger there was. But correspondingly, the lucky chances they would encounter would be greater too. Lin Ming understood this, and he was also increasingly clear why within the divine Phoenix mystic realm, it was possible to die no matter how high your strength or talent, or why it was possible that if one was exceptionally talented, their chance of dying was higher. This was because the temptation of exploring the deepest and most unknown parts of the mystic realm was too hard to resist. To those that walked on the martial path and dreamed of climbing to the peak of all martial arts, these individuals had the blood and will of adventurers flowing through them. This was a desire that was impossible to suppress. Lin Ming also wanted to journey to the depths. If he stayed nearby on the edges, he would only walk through the paths that others had crossed, and there would be no meaning to it. "Thank you for the warning, Senior Apprentice Brother Mu. I shall go first then." Lin Ming cupped his hands together, bowed, and then left alone. The direction that he chose was naturally the world of fire. The more he walked, the faster he went, until he was nearly to the point of flying. As Mu Dingshan saw Lin Ming disappear into the endless red mist and lava, he sighed. Although Mu Yu Huang had urged over and over to be safe, she was probably well aware that Lin Ming would journey through thick and thin to explore the deepest parts of the divine Phoenix mystic realm. Otherwise, what point was there in entering the divine Phoenix mystic realm? The blazing hot wind blew in his face, as if it were roasting him. The air was filled with the pungent and sour smell of sulfur, and as he looked in the distance, everywhere he saw was covered by a thick red fog. Lin Ming's vision was already reduced to around 1,000 feet, but the deeper he continued to go, the more his field of vision would decrease. After flying at high speed for almost a full day, with Lin Ming's endurance, he simply didn't need to stop and rest. This sort of speed was rare, even through all the previous generations of Divine Phoenix Island disciples. The Divine Phoenix mystic realm had no night. The fierce and fiery sun simply didn't move. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud, rumbling sound coming up from above him. As he looked up, he immediately sucked in a breath. In the sky, there were dozens of rainbow-colored beams of light that were crashing down at an alarming rate. These were shockingly 10 feet wide meteorites, or even larger. They were wrapped in burning flames and had long tails of fire. They whistled as they came smashing down onto the ground. How much power was contained within these meteors? A meteor just a few dozen feet wide might be able to completely level a village with the impact. This was not something that mortal flesh was able to resist, unless it was a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Bang, bang, bang. As meteorites crashed in the distance, they smashed into the dark red rock or into the giant pools of lava, sparking massive explosions. Lin Ming could see lava shooting hundreds of feet into the sky, or even 1,000 feet and more. The ground trembled, and a dreadful shock wave billowed past. It was impossible for someone to stand firmly on the ground here. Lin Ming maintained complete concentration. The speed of the meteorite shower was simply too quick. Although the area was big, he couldn't outrun the explosion. He could only escape in advance. Fortunately, the shower of meteorites wasn't too dense, and massive meteorites were in the minority. As Lin Ming stimulated the bodily true essence that protected him to the max, he moved according to the trajectory of the rainbow-colored lights he saw. From this, he was able to determine the direction and speed at which the meteorite was falling. At this moment, his eyes widened. He saw a 3-foot-wide smaller meteorite rapidly approaching him. It would crash not too far from where he was. Golden rock shattering the void instantly erupted. Lin Ming let loose his entire perception to track the path of the meteorite while he galvanized the true essence, protecting him to the limit in order to avoid the full impact of this meteorite. If the shock wave of the collision hit him from such a close range, the true essence that protected Lin Ming would be torn apart like paper. Bang! The meteorite hit the ground, and the resulting explosion was like a deafening thunderclap to Lin Ming's ears, nearly blowing apart his eardrums. He was sent flying by the shockwave and fell directly into a pool of thick lava. Fortunately, the azure true essence that protected Lin Ming was endless. Being in this lava for a short period of time was nothing. As Lin Ming instantly jumped, he saw that the rocks in the ground around him had cracked for hundreds of feet. The lava shot up into the sky, and fire blazed like a soaring inferno, directly piercing through the sky. Lin Ming stared with wide eyes. He could clearly feel the active whining of the heretical god seed within him, as well as the restlessness of the fire essence. Suddenly, Lin Ming was enlightened. Originally, there wasn't any fire in the giant pool of lava, but after the meteorite struck, it actually formed a massive flame. Bang, bang, bang. As meteorites crashed down in the distance, the roaring flames reflected in Lin Ming's pupils. It was like he could see the origin of fire. The origin of fire was its law, and also the concept of fire. The collision movement and the following terrifying explosion created a massively blazing flame. The more violent the explosion was, the more terrifying the flames would become. If a high-speed meteorite strike the ground and create such a terrifying fire, then what if it were true essence instead? If high-speed true essence struck, would it create an even more terrifying fire? Whoosh! Another meteorite came crashing towards Lin Ming. It was even larger than the last one. Lin Ming flew away with golden rock shattering the void. However, he didn't go too far. His intention was to be a bit close, so that he could keep his perception in constant contact with the meteorite. Bang! The earth seemed to tear apart. The billowing lava and violent, destructive shockwave that followed was even more terrifying than the last time, and waves of lava were sent surging out. Lin Ming stood within the ensuing storm and was instantly sent flying backwards. Lin Ming felt like his internal organs were struck by a hammer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were filled with joyous ecstasy, the concept of fire. "I've touched it." Even though he was just severely injured, Lin Ming didn't care. He summoned his true essence and thrust out with the purple comet spear. Facing the wave of flame and lava that approached him, the purple comet spear swept through the flames, colliding with the tide of lava, the essence of the fire, and heat was produced through impact. With true essence simulating this, the power of fire could immediately be doubled. Chapter 395 Fallen Star Flame. Chapter 395 Fallen Star Flame. Chapter 395 Fallen Star Flame. Here. Ho! Under the thrust of the spear, the tide of surging lava was like a tsunami that was split in half. Phoenix wings, ascending sky. A blazing crimson phoenix soared into the skies. This phoenix's body was actually several times more powerful than the one displayed at the banquet competition, and the flames flickering on its body were also several times more luminous. Without a doubt, this was related to breaking through to the peak pulse condensation period, and also gaining a deeper understanding of the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle. But the greatest factor was that Lin Ming had suddenly touched upon the origin of fire and had now comprehended the concept of fire. With the concept of fire supporting the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle, his move now seemed to contain a soul. The long spear sliced through the lava, spear light shining through. Lin Ming's spear skills were becoming increasingly swift and increasingly fierce. With each thrust of his spear, flames howled as they burned. In that moment, the purple comet spear itself seemed to have turned a fiery force of nature. Unstoppable. Lin Ming's mind flashed through the formulas and laws of the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle. Then his spear potential turned, 10,000 flames burning world. This was another fire martial skill contained within the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle that was a level harder than phoenix wings ascending sky. In order to use it, one would normally need to reach perfection of the second layer of the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle. But with the help of the vermilion bird blood essence and the concept of fire, he was able to use this technique. Ho! Dozens of true essence flames shot out, piercing through the wall of lava like arrows. The flames split in all directions, incinerating the void. 10,000 flames burning world could be used in a large area attack, but it could also be concentrated all onto a single target. It was the strongest move within the second layer of the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle. As Lin Ming continuously used 10,000 flames burning world, at this time, the shower of meteorites began to thin. At the final moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a terrifying, oppressive presence falling down towards his head. As he looked up, he gasped. Far in the sky, there was a giant flaming meteor that was dozens of feet wide, wantonly smashing down. It had dozens of flaming tails that trailed its presence. Without regard for anything else, Lin Ming instantly turned around and bolted away. This massive meteor would undoubtedly be able to shatter even a mountain. The moment that the meteor landed, Lin Ming plunged headfirst into a pool of lava. Bang! The collision was as if the hand of a god had struck the earth, completely tearing apart the land. Lava everywhere flew thousands of feet into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Lin Ming hid within the lava while stimulating the Azure True Essence to protect himself, also releasing his perception to investigate what was happening on the surface. The final meteor had impacted around 5 or 6 miles away from Lin Ming, and the intense damage had caused a massive amount of rocks to swell back like a wave, forming a crater in the earth. The lava around it began to flow into this crater. Lin Ming gasped and then jumped out from the lava. If someone were to be hit directly by such a giant meteor, even a revolving core elder would perish. As the last meteor fell, the meteor shower completely stopped. Unfortunately, even though the last meteor had caused a massive explosion, Lin Ming had to hastily dodge and hadn't been able to release his perception to sense the concept of fire. The fire still raged as before, and the ground was left in a complete mess. The choppy lava boiled up, and scorching waves of heat erupted. Lin Ming stood on the hot rocks, carefully feeling and grasping what he had just experienced. The faint touch he had of the concept of fire was becoming increasingly clear. The divine phoenix mystic realm is truly wonderful. Without being able to witness such a rare and fantastic scene, wanting to touch upon such an ethereal concept of fire would be far too difficult. Comprehending the concept of fire was more difficult than comprehending the concept of wind. One needed a fire attribute physique that had a high fusion compatibility, perception that was higher than others, and also years of practicing with fire origin energy. This was the only way to gain a bit of insight into the concept of fire. For instance, the Sunfire Princess was a character on this level. Concepts were an idea that could not be explained, only personally understood. Lin Ming had relied on simulating the meteorites smashing into the ground with his true essence in order to understand the concept of fire. But, in truth, this was only a single kind of comprehension of the concept of fire. Even if he were to tell others, they wouldn't be able to imagine this, and they also wouldn't be able to simulate this scene with their true essence. They would most likely blindly attempt and waste their time, ultimately amounting to nothing. After Lin Ming received his spear, he was about to leave when he had a very strange feeling come over him. This is... The heretical god seed began to restlessly move in agitation. The surrounding fire origin energy trembled. The source of all of this seemed to be from the impact site of that giant meteor. Lin Ming couldn't help but take a couple of steps towards this peculiar sensation. Suddenly, he heard the wind whistle, and all of the surrounding fire origin energy seemed to be pulled in by some absorbing force flowing past him and into that giant meteor crater. The fire origin energy began to speed past him faster and faster. The cries of the heretical god seed became increasingly rapid. A moment later, a giant vortex of fire origin energy formed within the meteor crater, crazily absorbing the fire origin energy from a massive radius. A strong wind picked up from this vortex, scraping past Lin Ming's body like a knife across his skin. What a horrifying, absorbing force. Lin Ming could even feel the fire origin energy within his own body being hauled towards this force. But under the pressure of the heretical god seed, the fire origin energy was eventually contained within him. The absorption was becoming increasingly wild. Even the lava ponds began to seethe and boil in excitement, and the giant bubble of lava became increasingly violent, the level of the lava pools rising by a great deal. Bang! With a muffled sound, a column of lava burst dozens of feet into the air and was pulled in by the absorbing force, rushing towards the meteorite crater. After this first column of lava burst out, more and more columns of lava began to erupt into the sky, all of them flowing into the central crater. The crater was like a whale that greedily absorbed everything. The red rocks on the floor were broken apart by the raging fires, and shattered pieces of stone flew into the air. The entire earth began to collapse as avalanches occurred all over. Lin Ming was stunned. Just what was going on? The heretical god seed in his body was screaming in an increasingly urgent manner. He helplessly watched as lava filled the giant crater that was produced by the meteor collision, and then even began overflowing past the high ridges. In the heart of the lava lake, a deep, blazing crimson light shot into the sky. This blazing crimson light was only a foot thick, but was like a divine sword that stabbed the vault of heaven. This shining crimson light began to slowly coalesce into a fist-sized object. Within this red light, Lin Ming felt a terrifyingly rich and pure fire origin energy. This was flame essence. Lin Ming's mind shook. Was he witnessing the birth of a flame essence? The flames of the world had spirit. In some strange and dangerous lands with an incomparably rich fire origin energy, it was possible that a fire essence would be born. The requirements for a flame essence to be born were extremely harsh. It was similar to the qualifications a martial artist needed in order to become an emperor-level powerhouse. Not only did there need to be an exceedingly rich fire origin energy, but it also required the hand of destiny. The birth of a flame essence often required many different coincidences to coincide together into an accidental result. This was simply impossible to duplicate. In many cases, lands where special types of fire had existed for thousands of years would be unable to give birth to a flame essence. Witnessing the creation of a flame essence was thousands of times more difficult than finding a flame essence. Thus, as Lin Ming watched this flame essence continuously grow with wide eyes, he was beyond shocked. This was the fallen star flame, a flame essence that was born from the combustion of a meteor. The amount of this type of flame essence that existed in the world was rare to the point of sending those who searched for it into despair. It was nearly a unique existence in the Sky Spill continent. The divine phoenix mystic realm originally contained an incomparably rich fire origin energy. As the lava surged for countless years, undoubtedly many types of flame essences had been born. And in this place, a flame essence was already being formed. But it was far from completion. And then a miracle had happened. The massive meteor had smashed the ground, and terrifyingly high temperatures had skyrocketed along with a fervent impact, becoming the primer to manifest the gathering of the power of fire. However, the original flame essence that was brewing here was still unable to form. As the fallen star flame absorbed the fire origin energy that had gathered here for tens of thousands of years, a new flame essence was born. The flame essence that was being born had actually become the nutrition of the fallen star flame. In turn, the fallen star flame's grade had climbed to an even higher level. Lin Ming was short of breath. Just what grade was this fallen star flame? Lin Ming took out his purple comet spear. He tread his feet, flying forwards until he reached where the fallen star flame was. The speed at which he flew was very slow. He was being vigilant of any and all dangers. The energy of the flame is increasing. It's already at the medium-grade Earth step level. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. A medium-grade Earth step flame essence would be intelligent. Combined with its extremely fiery power of fire, he didn't know whether or not he would be able to deal with it. Lin Ming approached a foot at a time. When he was only 200 feet away from the fallen star flame, a sudden change occurred. The fallen star flame violently trembled, and suddenly the lava pool exploded. A thin column of lava shot towards Lin Ming's chest like an arrow. It's quite intelligent. It even knows to attack me. Lin Ming drew back, circulating the true essence in his body. The purple comet spear slashed down, and the thin column of lava was dispersed. However, the lava pool growled again, and dozens of the small magma columns shot up, striking towards Lin Ming like a fiery python. Lin Ming calmly wielded the purple comet spear in his hand and thrust out at each lava column. Every spear strike contained the concept of fire, and the columns of lava broke one after another. Lin Ming launched Golden Rock, shattering the void, and gradually moved forwards, slowly approaching the fallen star flame. When he was once again 200 feet away, this time another change occurred. The fallen star flame suddenly issued a sharp wailing scream that caused one's scalp to tingle. The vortex of origin energy suddenly began to violently move, the absorbing power increasing. The ground was crushed and huge holes appeared. Large chunks off rocks flew into the air until there were hundreds, then thousands, all shooting towards the fallen star flame. Ka, 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 ka. The pieces of rocks constantly fell onto the fallen star flame. Because the speed of the rocks was so fast, a whistling sound rang in the air. The fire of the fallen star flame was extremely hot and savage. All of the rocks that touched it were instantly refined, turning all of the impurities into black smoke with only the purest essence left behind. This rock essence constantly gathered and compressed until it completely wrapped the fallen star flame. The volume continued to increase. Gradually, it unexpectedly cemented into a rock beast. Its body was 100 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. It was a deep crimson red all over and had the appearance of a leopard. Lin Ming sucked in a breath. What was this? Roar. The crimson rock leopard let loose an earth-shattering roar, and the ground trembled beneath Lin Ming's feet. Chapter 396 Subdue. Chapter 396 Subdue. Chapter 396 Subdue. The higher grade of flame essence was, the more intelligent it would be. Some high-grade flame essences could even use attribute skills. This fallen star flame had probably used such a skill. The crimson leopard roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming wanted to swallow the fallen star flame, but the fallen star flame also sensed the rich and pure fire origin energy within Lin Ming's body and wanted to eat him to evolve. As this 100-foot-tall and several dozen thousand gene-heavy rock beast ran, the entire ground shook and lava shot out. Lin Ming held his spear flat in front of him, revolving the true essence in his body to the limit. As the fiery rock beast was about to lunge at him, Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and he thrust out his spear. Ka! The purple comet spear pierced through the fiery rock monster's chest, but the powerful impact had caused the purple comet spear to bend like a crescent moon. Lin Ming used his waist and pushed forwards. The true essence that was hidden with his bone marrow completely exploded, and his strength instantly reached a terrifying degree. He forcefully picked up the giant rock monster. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bang! A flaming phoenix soared into the sky, striking the stomach of the fiery rock beast and violently detonating. No damage? With a single phoenix wings ascending sky, it had managed to create some cracks within the belly of the fiery rock beast, but compared to its giant body, it was simply negligible damage. Ho! As the fiery rock beast landed, it opened its mouth and spat out a giant purple fireball. Lin Ming was too close and wasn't able to dodge it in time. Instead, he flourished the purple comet spear and struck the fireball. The fireball blew up, and the purple flames landed on Lin Ming's body before sputtering out. The true essence that surrounded Lin Ming's body made chi-chi-chi sounds as it was melted away. Lin Ming's blood tumbled. The power of fire in that attack was like a serpent that snuck into his body, where it rampaged along his meridians. Finally, the heretical god seed shook and used its suppressive power to restrain the power of fire. This purple fire can actually corrode the true essence that protects my body. Lin Ming's heart went cold. This monster was truly tricky to deal with. Not only was it immune to fire-based attacks, but the purple flame attacks it sent out were extremely fierce. If a normal Divine Phoenix Island disciple had run into this spook fellow, they would have been unable to deal with a single attack. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was a world of fire and ice. To the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that specialized in the fire and ice elements, there were lucky opportunities to be found everywhere. However, even if one came across a lucky chance, wanting to take hold of it wasn't an easy matter. For instance, the flame essence would rebel to protect itself and fire attribute or ice attribute valuable materials had powerful vicious beasts protecting them. If one wished to comprehend concepts, they would also have to place themselves in danger. However, if one wasn't lucky, it would be extremely easy to die. Roar! The fiery rock beast opened its gaping jaws and took a deep breath. All of the nearby fire origin energy nearby began to rapidly gather, forming a vortex of energy. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he activated Golden Rock, shattering the void, and threw himself to the side. Bang! A purple beam of intense fire shot out from the fiery rock beast's mouth, striking the lava pool that had been behind Lin Ming. Plumes of lava soared hundreds of feet into the sky. After the strike missed, the fiery rock monster suddenly sped towards Lin Ming. Although it had a massive body, its speed was extremely quick, and every step it took was like a clap of thunder. At this time, Lin Ming had flown in the air. His figure paused for a moment as he connected true essence to the heretical god seed. The thunder soul howled. At the moment that the fiery rock monster lunged at Lin Ming, he became like a feather that was blown back by the wind. As he flew backwards, he opened his hand, and a 3-inch-long steel needle appeared, shooting out like a flash of electric light. Its target was the fiery rock beast's left eye. Pa! The divine demon steel needle pierced into the fiery rock beast's eye, and then exited from the other side. Rock exploded, and purple-red blood sprayed out. As Lin Ming took a closer look, that blood was actually thick magma. To use fire rocks as meat, magma as blood, and a fire essence as its heart. Such a vicious beast caused Lin Ming to be amazed and acclaim. However, it had just taken form and still hadn't absorbed enough fire origin energy. Thus, its strength was reduced by a great deal. As its left eye was ruined, the fiery rock monster let out a painful and angry roar. It aimed towards Lin Ming and spat out several purple fireballs. However, each one of these fireballs was dodged by Lin Ming. With a flick of his fingers, the divine demon steel needle roared out and pierced through the fiery rock monster's right eye. A whoop dash! The fiery rock monster issued a pitiful cry. Lin Ming saw an opportunity and shot forwards like an arrow. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust straight towards the fiery rock monster's gaping mouth. The power of thunder and fire intersected. Thunder-fire annihilation. Bang! Thunder-fire annihilation exploded within the center of the fiery rock monster's mouth. For a period, crushed rock and magma scattered in all directions, filling the sky. From the front of the fiery rock monster, half of its body had been exploded into bits. Lin Ming's concentrated his true essence into protecting his body and resisting the shattered rocks and magma that struck him. At the same time, he released his perception, accurately sifting through the tens of thousands of fragments until he found the true body of the fallen star flame. There it is. Lin Ming saw that around 100 feet away, there was a palm-sized ball of purple flame. It had a very glum expression. Lin Ming waved his sleeve, and his body was like a fish as it passed through the 100 feet distance, immediately grabbing the fallen star flame. The fallen star flame instinctively felt a deep and abiding fear, wanting to escape, but it had suffered a great blow a moment ago, so it was impossible for it to escape Lin Ming's grasp. As Lin Ming held onto the fallen star flame, the Azure True essence he surrounded his hand with began to issue chi-chi-chi sounds. In an instant, a hole had burned through the Azure True essence that protected his body. This fallen star flame has such a strong corrosive strength. There were many special flame essences and thunder souls that were born in special conditions and locations, thus obtaining different properties. For instance, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was born in desolate lands that were filled with blood and death, so it had bloodthirsty characteristics. As for this fallen star flame, it actually had corrosive properties. Because of the extreme rarity of the fallen star flame, the ancient texts only contained a vague and cursory mention of it. There hadn't been a description of just what sort of properties it had. Lin Ming first drew up a few dozen azure runes, letting them all fall onto the fallen star flame. This was the technique to seal a flame essence. Chi, chi, chi. Every rune that touched the fallen star flame was corroded into ashes. Lin Ming remained unperturbed, his fingers moving faster and faster until they were just shadows. As the number of symbol runes continuously increased, the fallen star flame fiercely struggled. Many runes were destroyed, but there were a number of runes that managed to stick onto the fallen star flame. Finally, the layer of runes became thicker and thicker, and the light of the fallen star flame became increasingly dim until it was completely sealed. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He locked his fingers together and released winding threads of true essence that wound around the fallen star flame, eventually forming a cocoon around it. Success. Lin Ming took out a special jade box and placed the true essence cocoon within, and then placed it into his spatial ring. Now was not a good time to absorb the fallen star flame. After all, it was still a medium-grade earth step flame essence. With Lin Ming's current strength, he would just barely be able to absorb it. Not only that, but there were boundless dangers within the divine phoenix mystic realm, and there was no one here to stand guard over him. If anything went awry at all, he would most likely die. Chapter 397 Ancient Phoenix, Main Hall. Chapter 397 Ancient Phoenix, Main Hall. Chapter 397 Ancient Phoenix, Main Hall. Here, the environment within the divine phoenix mystic realm was incomparably complex and convoluted. The lucky chances here had accumulated for 100,000 years, or even several 100,000 years, because the fire origin energy within the divine phoenix mystic realm was incomparably pure and rich. It was extremely easy for all sorts of fire attribute materials and treasures to develop here, including even flame essences. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was an extremely low number of flame essences. Each one of these flame essence was exceedingly rare, but within the divine phoenix mystic realm, there was comparatively many of them. However, it was a pity that there were too many limitations on entering the divine phoenix mystic realm. The time limit was only a few days, and even then, if one wished to find a flame essence, they would need extremely good luck. After Lin Ming obtained the fallen star flame, for the following 2 days, he only found a common stalk of flame grass within a pool of lava. Besides that, he had found nothing else. As the 3rd day ended, that would also be the last day to explore the wide, open land of the divine phoenix mystic realm. The sun began to fall close to the ground, and then it rose again. Afterwards, at the end of Lin Ming's sight, a fire-red palace appeared. The palace waved in his eyes, as if it were a mirage in a desert. This is the ancient phoenix main hall. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and traced a jade tablet within his spatial ring. This was the key to entering the ancient phoenix main hall. There was a total of 16 jade tablets. If one didn't have this jade tablet, then as the 16 people entered the ancient phoenix main hall, they would be sent out of the divine phoenix mystic realm, thus ending their trial. At the same time, within the divine phoenix mystic realm, Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and the rest of the 16 individuals all saw the ancient phoenix main hall appear in front of them. These past 3 days, they each had their own harvests. Mu Dingshan had found a very precious fire attribute ore. He also found a valuable material that could be used to increase the fire attribute true essence within one's body. As for Mu Shaoqing, she had obtained a snow lotus ice blossom after subduing an ice attribute spirit beast. However, these were all inferior to the precious fallen star flame that Lin Ming had obtained. Not only was Lin Ming's destiny greater, But even if Mu Dingshan had come across this medium-grade earth-steppe flame essence, he wouldn't have had the strength to deal with it. The only route he would have been able to take was a hasty escape. In similar situations of luck, the ability one had corresponded to how much of an advantage they could grasp from their lucky chances. Lin Ming looked in the direction of the ancient phoenix main hall, activated his movement technique, and then flew towards it. The people had a saying that one would run their horse dead before reaching the mountain in sight. Lin Ming thought that the ancient phoenix main hall was only a palace, and it would take about an incense stick of time to reach. However, he hadn't expected that all his ideas were incorrect. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to reach the palace. As he approached the ancient phoenix main hall, Lin Ming gasped. This was just too big, way too big. Big to the point of horrifying him. No wonder it had seemed so close when it had been so far away. The towering walls of the ancient phoenix main hall reached the skies, and were completely made of dark crimson rock. They were no less than 1,000 feet high. Above that, there was a massive circular phoenix totem image that was no less than 200 to 300 feet in diameter. Every column of the ancient phoenix main hall would take at least a dozen people holding their arms to fully encircle it. On these columns were all sorts of pictures. There were saint beasts, god beasts, masters of mankind. All sorts of treasures, pills, valuable materials, and mounts. Among the columns, there were even those with large groups of nefarious-looking demons. They grasped large axes or scythes, and their entire bodies were entwined in thick chains, the muscles of their bodies bulging like dragons under their skin. As Lin Ming saw these depictions on the columns, his pupils shrank. He had seen this race of beings before. After swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal, he had seen the Netherworld Great Emperor take his great axe and slaughter a nearly endless amount of demons. After he killed one, he would always drink their blood. The demons that the Netherworld Great Emperor massacred were entirely alike with the reliefs depicted on these columns. However, the ones that the Netherworld Great Emperor massacred were apparently nothing but small fries. The ones depicted on the columns were all supreme experts. The mounts they rode were flood dragons, hornless dragons, and other such saint beasts. These demons on the columns should at least be revolving core realm masters, and even many extreme revolving core masters and almighty peerless emperors. As he looked from a broader perspective, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of these demons engraved onto the columns. Lin Ming was shocked. These hundreds and thousands of great masters also had hundreds and thousands of saint beasts. Not even a holy land of the sky spill continent would have power on such a massive scale. If these reliefs weren't exaggerations, then it could only be said that the world of the past era that the ancient Phoenix clan once lived in was many times more terrifying than the present. Lin Ming sighed. It seemed that the present sky spill continent, in terms of the quality and quantity of its powerhouses, was much lower than that of the past. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you've arrived here so quickly. As Lin Ming was gazing at the reliefs, he suddenly heard an affable and hearty voice from behind him. Lin Ming turned to see Mu Dingshan enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Mu Dingshan had a very worn-out expression that was covered with dust, and his clothes were torn or charred in several places. Even his hair was scorched. It seemed that in these past 3 days he had experienced a great deal of trials. As Mu Dingshan saw Lin Ming look at him, he smiled and brightly laughed. Junior apprentice brother, please don't laugh at me. My luck has been quite good. I found a flame heart flower that could be used to enhance one's fire attribute true essence. However, it was guarded by a nearly 6th level fire python. My strength is limited, so I was barely able to wound Fire Python and then take the Flame Heart Flower. However, I was also heavily injured in the process. Mu Dingshan smiled with a self-deprecating expression. At this time, Mu Shaoqing and the other direct disciples arrived one after another. Whether they were from the Vermilion Bird faction or the Blue Wand faction, they all eventually came to the same ancient phoenix main hall. The 16 disciples all arrived together. Not a single one of them had died. This was good news indeed. The 16 disciples had all received some wounds, but all of their faces were filled with excitement and passion. Especially the third-ranked direct disciple Sun Yu. He was finding it hard to conceal the happy pride on his face. Senior apprentice brother Sun, it seems that you had a very great lucky chance during this time in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. What did you get? Why are you so happy? A cheerful-looking youth asked. He was the 8th-ranked direct disciple, Zhang Yan. After they entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, they still had around an hour to rest. During this time, it was inevitable that they would discuss whatever harvests they managed to obtain during their jaunt into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Sun Yu smiled, and then took out the treasure he had obtained in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. As disciples from the same sect that had friendly relations, there weren't many taboo subjects between them. Not only that, but after exiting the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, they also had to register whatever they found. There were some things that even the sect would bid for. Sun Yu took out an exquisite jade box and carefully opened it. A dim, hazy red light suddenly shot into the sky, causing all of the surrounding disciples to exclaim in awe. If I'm not wrong, that's Sunfire Jade. That's right. I've seen one from my master before. You're definitely not wrong. Within the delicate jade box, there was a small red jade the size of a longan. The surrounding fire origin energy continuously gathered onto the small red jade, creating a small vortex. It's really Sunfire Jade. Junior apprentice brother Sun. Your luck is awesome. Even Mu Dingshan was moved. In comparison, even what he had obtained was lacking. Ha! I just have good luck. I'm sure that everyone's harvest is not much worse than mine. Although Sun Yi spoke modestly, his eyes were shining with excitement and pride that he couldn't suppress, and his body was shaking in giddy joy. This Sunfire Jade could not be refined, nor could it be taken to increase one's own strength. But as long as one wore it on their body somewhere, they could increase the amount of fire origin energy that gathered around them. Thus, they could speed up their cultivation speed to a certain extent. In battle, it would also increase a martial artist's recovery capability. This was truly a rare treasure. After being stimulated by the appearance of the Sunfire Jade, the other disciples began to take out the treasures they had obtained. The ones that had greater harvests naturally showed off more. As for the ones with smaller harvests, they could only sigh and watch on in envy and longing. There were even 2 disciples that looked sad and dejected, not bothering to even speak. They had searched everywhere that was in their capabilities for the last 3 days, but hadn't managed to find anything. Many disciples believed that if they didn't find anything within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, then that would signify that their destiny was poor. This was not an auspicious sign. Even the quiet and low-key Mu Xiaoqing showed off her harvest. Although the snow lotus ice blossom was valuable, it was still far from being able to compare with Sun Yu's Sunfire Jade. Sun Yu couldn't hide his smile, feeling sublime in his heart. Although Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were stronger than him, they hadn't obtained a better treasure than him. This meant that he had the greater destiny. After Mu Xiaoqing finished showing off what she had found, Sun Yu turned to Lin Ming, who was staring at the reliefs on the columns. He said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, what did you obtain in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm? Let us have a look. Oh. Lin Ming turned his head. He said, my luck was good. I managed to obtain a flame essence. Flame essence? Everyone was immediately interested. Something like a flame essence would sell for a great price, even if it was a low-grade human step 1. Junior apprentice brother Lin has such great luck. Even the most basic of flame essences are worth many true essence stones. Junior apprentice brother Lin's luck is too amazing. As expected of our junior brother Lin, Sun Yu also complimented, smiling as he continued, Junior apprentice brother Lin, what level of flame essence is it? Take it out, so we can have a look. Yes, yes, let us take a look. The many disciples were very eagerly waiting to see. Even Mu Dingshan was looking expectant. Lin Ming didn't bother hiding anything. He immediately withdrew the jade box from his spatial ring and took out the cocoon that was formed from azure true essence. As he undid some of the true essence threads, he revealed the tightly sealed fallen star flame. This purple flame, although sealed, still released an aura that made one's heart race. As soon as the azure true essence that contained it was undone, the fallen star flame once again made a racket as it was exposed to the world, struggling and roaring like a small leopard. The symbol runes that bound it released chi-chi-chi sounds as they were unexpectedly being constantly corroded by the fallen star flame. At the same time, the surrounding fire origin energy instantly became restless, howling as it flew towards the fallen star flame and formed a giant fire origin energy vortex from thin air. This vortex was countless times more formidable than the one that had been produced by the Sunfire Jade. Mu Dingshan's complexion immediately changed. He could clearly feel the fire origin energy with his own body being pulled, as if it wanted to break free from his body. Sun Yu also stared with wide eyes, his expression full of shock and disbelief. After he repeatedly confirmed the truth in front of him, he finally realized an incredible fact. Medium-grade Earth Step Flame Essence. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you managed to subdue a medium-grade Earth Step Flame Essence. Mu Dingshan and Sun Yu nearly spoke at the same time. As their voices fell, the other disciples that didn't understand what level of flame essence this was were immediately bewildered, their eyes widening and their hearts shaking. Medium-grade Earth Step Flame Essence. This sort of flame essence could kill someone. If they encountered it, it would already be a good result if they didn't die. But Lin Ming was actually able to subdue it. Chapter 398 Bloodline Test. Chapter 398 Bloodline Test. Chapter 398 Bloodline Test. In order to subjugate and obtain a medium-grade Earth Step flame essence within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it wasn't only a question of one's destiny. One also needed sufficient strength. As Mu Dingshan thought back to half a month ago when he had witnessed a battle between two kings of the younger generation, he could only sigh with emotion. Junior apprentice brother Lin, good thing it was you. If I were the one that encountered this flame essence, I would be lucky to even escape with all my limbs intact. In fact, the last time that Mu Dingshan had entered into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had also come across a great lucky chance. Within the center of a lava pool, he had seen a rainbow blaze fruit growing there. This kind of miracle medicine was able to extend the life of a fire tribute martial artist, although it had a limited effect on one's cultivation. If the news that he had managed to obtain it was spread to the old revolving core monsters or even the emperor-level powerhouses, then they would most likely desperately bid for it. When that happened, Mu Dingshan could just open his mouth and request any treasures he wanted, from high-grade flame essences to top medicines. Unfortunately, this rainbow blaze fruit had been guarded by a top 6th level vicious beast. Mu Dingshan had instantly turned tail and ran away. Luckily, he had quickly and decisively run away. Otherwise, if that vicious beast had caught scent of him, he would certainly have died there. Although he regretted it, he realized it was the only path he could take. With his strength, Mu Dingshan simply wasn't able to attain a treasure like that. This is a fallen flame star. Mu Dingshan had a wide breadth of experience and recalled the name of this flame essence. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. The fallen star flame is rare even within the entire Sky Spill continent. That junior apprentice brother Lin can obtain one means that you have tremendous luck. Mu Dingshan praised. He wasn't clear that this fallen star flame had already mutated. When the meteor had crashed down in a terrifying explosion, it had caused the fallen star flame to absorb the flame essence that was forming in the lava pool, creating an unknown chance. A fallen star flame was originally extremely rare. As for this mutated fallen star flame, it was simply a singularly unique existence in the world. Hearing the name of the fallen star flame, the surrounding disciples also began to sigh in admiration. As they spoke, the envy in their voices was thick. Absorbing a flame essence could not only increase one's combat strength, but also enhance their cultivation. With Lin Ming's strength and talent, it probably wouldn't be long before he was able to absorb this flame essence. When that happened, his cultivation might make another breakthrough. At that time, who else could be Lin Ming's match? All right, we have less than an hour before the Ancient Phoenix main hall opens. At that time, 16 jade platforms will appear. Every person can select any platform they wish to enter to Ancient Phoenix main hall. I hope that all of you will take advantage of the time available to rest up and adjust to your best condition by the time the Ancient Phoenix main hall opens. I do not want any of you to die here. This is also the mission personally given to me by the Honorable Sect Master. Mu Dingshan repeated his warning, his voice serious and humorless. When they were traveling the world of the Ancient Phoenix mystic realm, if any of the lower-ranked core disciples had died, it wouldn't mean much. However, if any of the current 16 direct disciples were to die, it would be a great loss to Divine Phoenix Island. After they entered the Ancient Phoenix main hall, Mu Dingshan wouldn't be able to protect any of them, so he could only repeatedly urge them to stay safe. Senior Apprentice Brother Mu, what will happen in the Ancient Phoenix main hall? A youth asked. This was the first time he had entered the Ancient Phoenix main hall, and also the first time he had entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Everyone who enters the Ancient Phoenix main hall will have different encounters. The Ancient Phoenix main hall is a trial that the Ancient Phoenix clan used to test the experience and talent of their juniors. When the time comes, you will all be separated based on your talent and bloodline, and then sent to a smelting trial with a corresponding difficulty. Within the smelting trial, there is a chance that you can die. If anything happens, do not try to be brave. If you need to give up, then give up. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he deliberately glanced over at Lin Ming. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, please do not be overly confident in your abilities and try to show off. Honorable Sect Master has bid me to mention this to you again and again. Her Highness the Saintess also has very high hopes for you. If anything happens to you at all, I will not have the face to return. Although Lin Ming was truly strong, the difficulty of the smelting trial depended on one's talent. When that happened, strength was useless. In terms of bloodline talent, Lin Ming was a bit worse. Although he had absorbed the vermilion bird blood essence, it was still far worse than Mu Qinyu or Mu Bingyun. Senior Apprentice Brother Mu, please rest assured, I will definitely return safely. In the past 1 to 2 years, Lin Ming had experienced countless dangerous life or death situations. Compared to all of that, the Ancient Phoenix main hall was comparatively safe. That's right, Senior Apprentice Brother Mu. Do you understand the reasons behind the murals and reliefs in the main hall? Lin Ming pointed to the walls and columns. He had a strange nagging feeling that these depictions were a record of earth-shattering events that had happened in ancient times. Oh, you're curious about these. The last time I came here, I also saw them. I went back and asked Honorable Sect Master what they were, but Honorably Sect Master only said that they were scenes from ancient times. As for who these images specifically depict, Honorable Sect Master wouldn't know even if they were people from the Sky Spill continent. We can only vaguely speculate on possibilities. Mu Dingshan's answer wasn't too far from Lin Ming's expectations. The Ancient Phoenix main hall had already existed for countless tens or hundreds of thousands of years. But Divine Phoenix Island only had a history of a mere 3,000 years. Naturally, Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be clear as to what these images that were depicted meant. The passage of time was simply too long. The realm of the gods may have existed for hundreds of millions of years. As for the Sky Spill continent, he had no idea how long it had existed for. The ancient texts only recorded history that went back a few tens of thousands of years. Everything before that had already been destroyed or lost to the vast and endless flow of time, and was unable to be found again. Perhaps the martial world of Sky Spill continent had already been destroyed and reborn several times. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about these matters. If he wanted to further explore these things, he would have to wait until he obtained the strength to do so. Perhaps those majestic holy lands with deep legacies might have records concerning this. All right, everyone, let's get started and meditate. If you are lacking pills, just tell me. Mu Dingshan said to everyone. Before entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, everyone had come fully stocked with pills. But one couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had run into danger multiple times and had taken all their pills. The 16 individuals sat down and began to meditate together. Lin Ming hadn't consumed too much energy, but he still entered the ethereal, martial, intense state. Entering the deep ethereal state and absorbing the surrounding origin energy to make up for whatever energy he used would be the best way to restore his top condition. Time passed. Suddenly, the ancient Phoenix main hall's floor began to slightly tremble. Lin Ming opened his eyes. It was finally time to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Ka, ka, ka. With the sound of a gears slowly turning, the ground in the center of the main hall began to lift, and a large altar dozens of feet wide appeared. On the outer ring of the altar, sparkling, crystal-clear jade platforms appeared. There was a total of 16. Good. Everyone come up and choose any jade platform. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he stepped onto the altar, selected a jade platform, and then stood in front. Lin Ming followed. Each of the 16 jade platforms had the same shape, but there were also subtle differences. Every jade platform had different patterns carved into it. There seemed to be mysterious array symbols that were etched onto the surface of the jade platforms. On the jade platform, there was a groove. Its shape just happened to match the key he had been given to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Lin Ming casually took the jade tablet out from his spatial ring. Place a drop of blood onto the jade tablet, and then place the jade tablet into the groove. Then, the smelting trial will open. Every smelting trial will be different. Everyone, this is where we part from now. I hope that 7 days from now, I will be able to see the safe return of everyone here. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he cut his finger and let his blood drip onto the jade tablet. The jade tablet turned a dazzling blood red, and then Mu Dingshan placed it into the jade platform's groove. With a flash of crimson light, Mu Dingshan instantly vanished. The altar began to flash with sparks of light. The Vermilion Bird faction disciples were covered with a deep crimson red, and the Blue Wand faction disciples were covered with a light blue. Suddenly, there were only a few of the 16 disciples left. Lin Ming put a drop of blood on the jade tablet and then inserted it into the groove. In the next moment, he felt a warm light envelop him, and the space around him seemed to twist. After several breaths of time, he was warped to a fully enclosed chamber. Lin Ming could vaguely make out his surroundings in the dark chamber. The chamber was only 100 feet wide and long, and the walls were engraved with different sorts of reliefs, just like the columns and walls he had seen before. There were all sorts of Saint Beats, humans, and demons. Some seemed to be celebrating festivals. Some seemed to be waging war. A flame lit in the dark void within the chamber, and the fire origin energy of the room began to gather towards the flame, forming numerous radiant red dots. A moment later, these spots warped into human shape and then began to substantialize into a red person. Its appearance was a bit fuzzy, and its build was about the same as Lin Ming. Its cultivation was at the peak pulse condensation period, and it held a spear in its hands. So, the red figure stabbed out a spear at Lin Ming. Is this the beginning of the test? Lin Ming raised his spear and calmly counterattacked. Although this red figure's cultivation was the same as his, its strength was far worse. Swiping away the red figure's thrust, Lin Ming pierced his spear through its chest. Pung! The scarlet person dissipated into countless red lights, but after several more breaths of time, these points of lights once again gathered together and condensed into a red figure. Its appearance was still fuzzy, and it still wielded a spear, but its cultivation was at a half-step Hotian. A spear thrust forth. Too weak, Lin Ming acted without hesitation, not bothering to change his style. The purple comet spear thrust forth like before and punctured the red figure's chest. Pung! The second red figure fell over and dissipated once again. In the next moment, another red figure appeared. Its appearance, build, and weapon were still the same, but not its cultivation. It had risen by another level. It was at the early Hotian realm. Testing my limit, the corners of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. If these red human figures became stronger every time they were defeated, then next time it would be at the middle Hotian realm. These red martial artists were probably comparable to the level of someone like Zhang Yanzhao or Huan Xiaodai in terms of talent. They were weaker than Qin Wuxin and Jiang Lanjian. As for comparing to Lin Ming, the disparity was even greater. Slightly raising the true essence in his attack, Lin Ming thrust out like before, eliminating his opponent. At this time, in 15 other chambers, all of them were participating in the same test. Mu Dingshan expended a great deal of effort and finally cut apart a peak Hotian realm martial artist. But in the next moment, the scattered red light once again converged into a red figure. This time, it was a half-step Xiantian martial artist. Mu Dingshan ruefully smiled. His cultivation was only at the peak of the early Hotian realm. As for the red figure, its talent was comparable to a third-grade sect's direct disciple. If they were on the same level, then Mu Dingshan would naturally be able to easily deal with such an opponent. But now his opponent had jumped stages yet again. It was at the point where he couldn't handle it any longer. Against a third-grade sect's direct disciple with a half-step Xiantian cultivation, Mu Dingshan was more likely to lose than win. Mu Dingshan's result was considered fairly good. Of the 15 other disciples, the majority of them had already been defeated. They could challenge a late Hotian realm martial artist, but not one at the peak Hotian realm. After they were defeated, these martial artists were all transferred to their smelting trial path, where they would begin their smelting trial. Chapter 399 Realm of the Gods' Language. Chapter 399 Realm of the Gods' Language. Chapter 399 Realm of the Gods' Language. Mu Dingshan was finally defeated by the half-step Xiantian red person. After doing his best and cutting off the red person's arm, he was defeated by its sword. However, what shocked Mu Dingshan was that after he cut off the red person's arm, the section of the arm that was cut off burst into red lights. Some of the red lights scattered away, and some of them flowed into his body, numbing him. Not only did his injuries heal, but the true essence in his body became increasingly pure. Mu Dingshan was astonished. The last time he had entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, he hadn't experienced such a scene. Is it possible that if I jump realms to a certain degree, I can obtain benefits? The ancient Phoenix main hall was a smelting trial that was created for the younger generations of the ancient Phoenix clan, so that they could enhance their strength through these tribulations. It wasn't strange that a situation like this would occur. As Mu Dingshan became aware of this, he felt a bit of regret. Unfortunately, cutting off that red person's arm was his limit. Although he had obtained a pure fire attribute origin energy, the amount was too little. It was not enough for him to break through to the middle Hotian realm. This benefit was something that he could only see but not obtain. At this time, Mu Dingshan heard some icy sounds resound within the chamber, as if it were some sort of language. But Mu Dingshan didn't know what was being said. A moment later, a red light flashed, and Mu Dingshan was sent out of the chamber to begin the smelting trial that corresponded with his talent. At this time, within Lin Ming's chamber, he was facing a peak Hotian martial artist. This red person was equal to a talent like Huan Xiaodai if she were a peak Hotian master. In truth, this wasn't weak. It was already better than a half-step Xiantian Qinzia. Lin Ming's purple comet spear glared with the blinding light of thunderfire. Each time he defeated an opponent, he would conserve as much true essence as possible. He would use the most ordinary move and absolutely no martial skills. He would defeat them in one move and not waste another. This was because he didn't know how many more opponents he had to face every time he defeated another red person. The red person's spear was a spear, but it also understood martial skills. It thrust out its spear, and the fire that wrapped around it manifested into the phantom of a phoenix. Lin Ming moved, golden rock shattering, the void erupting as he instantly came up behind the red person, the purple comet spear shooting out. Avoiding a collision with the enemy and bypassing its attacks was the best way to save true essence. This peak Hotian red person was quite strong. It felt Lin Ming's spear behind it and turned around to block it. However, relative to Lin Ming, the red person was far too weak, especially after Lin Ming had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period. Now his strength had even surpassed Lei Mubai by a level. Azure True Essence erupted. Lin Ming thrust his long spear towards the red person, and the spear stabbed through its dantian. Lin Ming twisted the spear and tore its dantian to pieces. The red person exploded into shining red lights again. But what surprised Lin Ming was that after some time, a part of these red lights began to flow into Lin Ming's body. This was an extremely pure fire origin energy. After it surged into Lin Ming, he felt his entire body pleasantly warm up as if the true essence in him was speeding up. Lin Ming felt the red light flowing within him and discovered that it was circulating through his meridians before gathering into his dantian and settling there. Dantian, Lin Ming was shocked and then overjoyed. The difference between the pulse condensation period and the Hotian realm was that a Hotian realm master could save and condense true essence in his dantian, but a pulse condensation period martial artist could only contain true essence within their meridians. Naturally, the dantian could hold a much greater amount of true essence than the meridians. Only a very small amount of true essence flowed into Lin Ming's dantian. However, this small amount was still proof that he was taking great steps towards reaching the Hotian realm. There's too little true essence. There isn't much increase in my cultivation, but it still opened up the path leading from my meridians to my dantian. Later, when I step into the Hotian realm from the pulse condensation period, there won't be any barriers and it will be completely successful. This ancient phoenix main hall is truly wonderful. As Lin Ming was thinking, the red lights in front of him began to condense again. This time, another red person holding a spear appeared, but their cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian. Half-step Xiantian. Lin Ming was excited. What would happen if he defeated this half-step Xiantian martial artist? With the purple comet spear in his hand, Lin Ming made a preemptive move. When the figure was still materializing, Lin Ming thrust towards its chest. Clang! Sparks scattered in the air. Lin Ming's spear had been blocked by the red person, and a wild true essence tore through the air. As the red person blocked the spear, it gripped its own spear with one hand and swept towards Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming instantly drew backwards and the spear light erupted. 10,000 flames burning world. Hoo hoo hoo. Wind and fire began to pick up within the chamber, and pillars of flame shot out like a blazing meteor. In that instant, the red martial artist had been completely surrounded by flames. But this red martial artist was agile. In this situation, it still managed to retreat as it stabbed out with its spear again, stabbing into the pillars of flame. There were several dozen pillars of flame, but in the blink of an eye, they were all scattered by the red martial artist. However, as the last pillar of flame exploded into nothing, a purple arc of lightning leapt out. This was the divine demon steel needle. Lin Ming had hidden the divine demon steel needle within 10,000 flames burning world, taking the red person by surprise. Pooh! With the speed of light, the divine demon steel needle pierced through the scarlet martial artist's neck, and a rain of dazzling light showered out. The red martial artist burst apart into a deluge of red sparkling lights. If Lin Ming didn't use a sneak attack like this, he still would have been able to defeat the red martial artist, but he would have needed to exert a great deal of effort. The red light once again gathered onto Lin Ming, flowing into his body. The pure fire true essence spread through all the meridians of Lin Ming's body before finally converging into his dantian, where it settled down. After the half-step Xiantian martial artist had died, the fire origin energy it left behind was several times richer and purer than the red person that had come before it. This fire attribute origin energy is extremely pure and dense. When it is gathered in my dantian, it can act like a seed and lay the foundation for me to break into the Hotian realm in the future. As Lin Ming was secretly rejoicing in his fortune, he saw the red lights begin to condense again. This time, Lin Ming's heart went cold. Without a doubt, the new red person that would emerge would be a Xiantian realm martial artist. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. The difference between a half-step Xiantian and a true Xiantian master was enormous. Without hesitation, Lin Ming used the strength of tempering marrow. Instantly, the true essence that was contained within his marrow began to violently gush out, and Lin Ming's momentum shot up. As the red person was forming, Lin Ming's figure flew forwards like the wind, the purple comet spear piercing outwards. Spear light shined, and the red person's figure suddenly distorted, completely avoiding Lin Ming's spear. The spear stabbed into the wall, causing the array formation on the wall to severely shake. So, the red person struck out with its long spear. With a sound like tigers and dragons roaring, a spear swept out at Lin Ming's waist. Pung! The red person's long spear collided with Lin Ming's purple comet spear, causing the shaft to bend. Lin Ming withdrew, and the red person closely followed him, striking out with the long spear in its hand like a serpent. With every spear thrust, spear light shined out, and the spear itself seemed to contain an intelligent will, making Lin Ming feel as if he were being overwhelmed by this barrage of attacks. What great spear skill! Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The red person was only a puppet that was formed from energy, but he never thought it would have such skills in spearmanship. Lin Ming's body began to emit popping sounds as he suddenly gave a loud shout. The phantom of an azure true dragon appeared behind him. Roar! The cry of a true dragon flushed into the sky. Lin Ming gripped his spear and swept out. With a nearly irresistible momentum, Lin Ming broke apart all of his enemy's spear lights. Heretical god force. Lin Ming didn't plan on challenging the next opponent. Against a middle Xiantian realm martial artist, he had no confidence that he would win. It would be best to go all out and finish off the red person currently in front of him. As the heretical god force opened, Lin Ming's momentum dramatically spiked up once again. He didn't have the exquisite and skillful spear skills that the red person had. What he could rely on to win was absolute subjugation by strength. With superior strength, he would break apart the red person's skills. Spear energy crashed in the same place, and suddenly a terrifying vortex of wind appeared in the completely airtight chamber. If a weaker martial artist was caught in this brutal vortex of wind, they would only meet a miserable death. Ka ka ka. The protective array formation on the walls began to fiercely shake. The spear lights were broken apart by Lin Ming one at a time. As he swept out his spear, his attack contained the power of thunder and fire. But at this time, the red person suddenly moved, and he disappeared like smoke. Without even looking, Lin Ming turned around and thrust out the purple comet spear. On the edge of the spearhead, the divine demon steel needle roared out. The red person lifted his spear to block. The divine demon steel needle struck above the red person's spear shaft along with the purple comet spear. Bang! A violent explosion followed. The red person was sent flying backwards by the power of thunder and brutally slammed into the protective array formation. A faint crack had even appeared in the spear that was formed by energy. This blurry spear was naturally unable to compare with a top high-grade Earth step treasure like the purple comet spear. Lin Ming didn't let this opportunity pass. He rushed forwards, thrusting out. The power of thunder and fire intertwined. Thunder-fire annihilation. Lin Ming only used 30% of his energy in this thunder-fire annihilation. After all, this chamber was a completely enclosed space. If a full energy thunder-fire annihilation had exploded within the chamber, then Lin Ming himself might not have been much better off. The red person didn't have any wisdom or thoughts. It only lifted its cracked spear to dodge this 30% thunder-fire annihilation of Lin Ming's. The result was unsurprising. Bang! The red person's spear was completely broken to pieces, and the confined space began to violently shake. In the following true essence shockwave from the attack, the red person's body was broken apart, turning into a dense group of red lights. As for Lin Ming, even he had been injured. His blood vitality was roiling, and his right hand was dripping wet with blood. The red person dispersed into a mass of red lights that merged into Lin Ming's body. This light was much richer than anything that came before. Even the wound that Lin Ming had just received was beginning to regenerate at a visible speed. The condensed true essence within his dantian strengthened once again, paving the way for Lin Ming to reach the Hotian realm. As long as Lin Ming was able to fill his dantian with true essence, he would naturally break through to the Hotian realm. He wouldn't even need to stop at the half-step Hotian realm. Just what sort of origin does this ancient Phoenix clan have that it can construct such a wonderful and unbelievable smelting trial? No wonder Divine Phoenix Island considered this Divine Phoenix mystic realm the basis of their sect, and why so many core disciples struggle for a spot to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. As the wounds of his body healed, Lin Ming began to think about how to challenge a middle Xiantian master's moves. He wanted to take a good look and see just how great the disparity was between him and a middle Xiantian master. But to his surprise, a middle Xiantian realm red person didn't appear. Instead, the enclosed chamber suddenly quieted. As Lin Ming waited, nothing happened. He stood there puzzled, and as he was beginning to have some doubts, an icy voice rang out in the air. It was a language that Lin Ming had never heard of before but seemed oddly familiar. After a few words, Lin Ming's heart began to shake. This was the language of the realm of the gods. Chapter 400 Final General Level Smelting Trial. Chapter 400 Final General Level Smelting Trial. Chapter 400 Final General Level Smelting Trial. Lin Ming didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the realm of the gods' language from the memory fragments in his mind. He carefully recalled them, and was then just able to barely understand the meaning of the words. Talent is satisfactory for the general level requirement. You may continue on to the final general level smelting trial. Final general level smelting trial. Lin Ming was shocked. Who was speaking? This ancient phoenix main hall had existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Besides some supreme elders of the realm of the gods who had already thoroughly understood the profound mysteries and principles of life-death, no one should be able to live this long. There shouldn't still be anyone living in the ancient phoenix main hall. Was this a message left behind by the one who created all of this? This was indeed a possibility. Of course, there were also some magic array formations that could record sounds and preserve them for an extremely long time. Just what was the final general level smelting trial? A light shined down, enveloping Lin Ming. In the next moment, he suddenly felt like he was being warped somewhere else. After several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming slowly adapted to the strange and uncomfortable feeling of being spatially warped somewhere. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw that he seemed to have been warped away from the main hall. Behind him was a cave, and in front of him was an endlessly vast plain. There were no giant glaciers and no rivers of lava, only black, sparse land with scattered rocks and some vegetation. As Lin Ming looked closer, he could see that there were several broken swords, spears, and other weapons buried in the dirt. There were even incomplete skeletons. But after such a long time, these skeletons were brittle to the point of turning to dust if handled too roughly. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He gingerly extracted several bones from the ground and compared them to a human's anatomy. He wasn't able to find any differences between them. The ancient Phoenix clan was from the human race of the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this. At this moment, a mass of hazy, flashing lights appeared in front of Lin Ming. A second later, it merged into a human's face just like a ghost. Is this also an opponent formed from energy? Lin Ming subconsciously took out the purple comet spear, true essence circulating through his entire body as he prepared to fight at any moment. However, what startled Lin Ming was that the human face opened its mouth and actually began to unbelievably speak. Smelting trial. It sounded monotone and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. The language that it spoke in was shockingly from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming stared in complete confusion. Was this ghostly thing some sort of remnant spiritual body left behind? But what sort of spiritual body could live so long? Had it been protecting the ancient Phoenix main hall for the last tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it could live this long? Who are you? Lin Ming asked, after he recalled the fragmented memories of the supreme elders from the realm of the gods. He managed to stitch the words together to compose this sentence. This was the first time he had used the cumbersome language of the realm of the gods, and his pronunciation was awkward. But the ghost in front of him seemed to understand this. I am the palace spirit, the guardian of this land. Palace spirit? You're already dead? Lin Ming asked with a stunned expression. Within the Sky Spill continent, things such as ghosts, vampires, and zombies weren't anything new. In fact, there were even some martial artists that were able to separate their soul from their body, to the point where after they died their soul would become a completely separate ghostly martial artist that relied on swallowing the souls of others to cultivate. Dead? No, I've had this appearance since birth. I am part of the spirit race. Or, to be more accurate, I am of the stone spirit race. Stone spirit? Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. This was the first time that he had heard of the existence of such a race. Rocks have souls, mountains have souls, the world has a soul. Once a rock has passed through countless years, it can nurture a spirit. This is my stone spirit race. My race's life is as long as a rock itself. When we sleep, we slumber among the rocks and can rest for 100,000 years at a time. This is nothing unusual. Heavens! Lin Ming was speechless. Life as long as a rock's? How long could a rock last? If a rock was placed in a spot, if it didn't crack or melt, it could weather almost eternity. A single period of sleep could last 100,000 years. From the very beginning that this ancient Phoenix main hall existed, this fellow could have been sleeping until now. Lin Ming guessed that this fellow was the same sort as Yen Mo from the Sorcerer Holy Land. It was sent by its master to manage and watch over the smelting trial. Thus, he asked, I would like to ask, what is the meaning of the final general level smelting trial? The ancient Phoenix main hall is the training grounds of the ancient Phoenix clan's army. Altogether, there are a total of 3 levels: the king level, general level, and sergeant level. Your companions that followed you in and participated are currently in the sergeant level smelting trial. As for you, you are chosen for the general level smelting trial. Lin Ming's mind was startled. He never imagined that this ancient Phoenix main hall was a training ground for the ancient Phoenix race's army. For this place to exist on such a massive scale, just what kind of army was being trained? What sort of war did they participate in? The word sergeant level smelting trial meant that it trained soldiers. Thus, Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and the rest could only be considered ordinary soldiers. As for himself, he could be considered a general, or at least a military officer of some kind. And the so-called king? What rank was that? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what kind of talent does a king-level participant need? A king level doesn't just need talent, but more importantly needs the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although you have a small trace of a god-beast bloodline within you, it is not the same bloodline that my ancient Phoenix clan possesses. The palace spirit said without a trace of emotion. Lin Ming was shocked. The reverse scale blood within him had actually been noticed by this palace spirit, but it wasn't strange. The level of understanding concerning god-beasts that this ancient Phoenix clan achieved naturally couldn't be compared with divine Phoenix Island. What are the details of the final general level smelting trial? Will I die if I lose? The content of the smelting trial is to fight an army. If you are defeated, you may retreat to this cave and try again. But if you die within the smelting trial, you will truly die. Whether it is the sergeant or general level training trial, both need to undergo a baptism of blood in order to grow. Otherwise, it will be impossible to face the cruelty and brutality of the battlefield. After a period of time, I will return to assess your situation. What is the time period? Is it 7 days? What happens if I cannot complete the tasks of the smelting trial within 7 days? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. He had heard from Mu Dingshan that the normal time period within the ancient Phoenix main hall was 7 days. But after listening to this palace spirit, it seemed it would be difficult to complete the general level smelting trial within that 7-day time period. 7 days is only the period of time laid down within the sergeant level smelting trial. Within the general level smelting trial, it will only end upon completion, or upon your death. Until completion? How much time would that be? The time required is different for every person. If it is a short time, then around 2 years. If it is a long time, then even 10 years is possible. What? 10 years? Lin Ming was beyond startled. He himself had only lived for 16 years and had only cultivated for around 4 years. Yet this palace spirit had so casually tossed out a 10-year time period. If he really cultivated for 5 or 10 years here, just what sort of concept was that? Lin Ming was left completely speechless. To practice here in this sealed-off area for such a long time was absolutely no faster than cultivating outside, and experiencing all sorts of other trials, let alone having to do so for such a long time. Maybe even Divine Phoenix Island would think that he had died here. Also, there were his parents that he had to consider. How would they feel if they thought he had died? I refuse. Lin Ming said without hesitation. I apologize, but I am only a messenger and do not have the ability to change how the smelting trial is managed. The array formation has already started. Now, you have choice but to complete the smelting trial. It will not come to an end before you finish. But do not be so hasty in refusing. If you can complete the smelting trial, you will also receive rewards that you cannot imagine. The quicker you complete the smelting trial, the greater the rewards will be. What rewards? Lin Ming couldn't imagine any reward that would stir his heart and make up for several years of his life. But as he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, and he began to run short of breath. He remembered the story that Mu Fengxian had told him. Divine Phoenix Island used to be a small ordinary sect, but 3,000 years ago, because of the rise of Silent Demon Emperor City, they had no choice but to depart for safer lands and relocate themselves within Divine Phoenix Island. At that time, the founder of Divine Phoenix Island had happened upon an accidental lucky chance and had entered the ancient Phoenix main hall. There, she had simultaneously obtained both the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird Saint Beast and the Blue Wand Saint Beast. This was the sole reason that Divine Phoenix Island managed to attain 3,000 years of glory. The bloodline of the Vermilion Bird and Blue Wand Saint Beasts could be inherited by future generations. There were many descendants of the founder that had managed to inherit these bloodlines, and there were even descendants that cropped up every couple generations whose bloodline was not diluted. For instance, Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun both had the bloodline of a saint beast within them, and this was because they had inherited it from the founder of Divine Phoenix Island. Although Lin Ming had the Vermilion Bird blood essence within him, this was still acquiring the bloodline through forcibly transplanting it, and the transplantation technique was devised by Divine Phoenix Island. It wasn't necessarily some great technique. With just a bit of Vermilion Bird blood essence, the bloodline within Lin Ming was very weak. But if he could obtain the transplantation of these two bloodlines from the ancient Phoenix main hall and increase his bloodline purity to the level of the Divine Phoenix Island founder, it would be a tremendous help in his cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Blood of the Vermilion Bird, blood of the Blue Wand. Are these rewards possible? Lin Ming urgently asked. Not just the blood of the Vermilion Bird or the Blue Wand, but even the blood of the ancient Phoenix is possible, but it is unable to be obtained by someone with your talent. The palace spirit blankly said, as if this was a statement of fact. Blood of the ancient Phoenix. Lin Ming's mind began to race and his heartbeat quickened. What is the ancient Phoenix? A phoenix god beast? This question may seem silly, but it was very important. There was simply too much at stake. Naturally, Lin Ming had to have complete assurance in this. Of course. What are the required conditions? Lin Ming impatiently asked. He had thought that there would only be the Vermilion Bird and Blue Wand bloodline. He never imagined that he could obtain the blood of a phoenix god beast. Even if it was only a tiny amount of the ancient phoenix, like an amount such as the reverse scale blood, it would still enough to give him a massive advantage. If he had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, what would cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle be like? Lin Ming simply couldn't imagine it. The blood of the ancient phoenix is usually a reward in the king-level smelting trial. Normally, a general-level talent would never be able to obtain it. There is one exception, and that is if you can complete the entire smelting trial within 1 year. 1 year. Lin Ming took a deep breath. If he fully thought about everything the palace spirit had said so far, completing this smelting trial training in 1 year was a nearly inconceivable matter. But he still couldn't help but ask, from when you started guarding the ancient Phoenix main hall, how long has it been? Has there ever been a person who was able to complete the general level smelting trial within a year? My deep sleep has lasted too long. I no longer remember the passage of time. But over the many years, there truly was a person who was able to complete the general level smelting trial in 1 year. However, he was from the lineage of the royal family. It was just that he was relegated to the general level. The palace spirit's voice was a bit slow. It was as if too much time had passed, and it could no longer clearly remember the events of the past. Since someone can do this, it means that I can too. Lin Ming was confident in himself. This was an opportunity that he had to grasp with everything he had. Moreover, even if it wasn't because of the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming still had to pass this trial as quickly as possible to leave the ancient phoenix main hall. According to normal circumstances, he should only be in here for 7 days. If he was gone for too long, then Mu Qinyu would probably assume that he had died. Chapter 4:01 7 days. Chapter 4:01 7 days. Do you insist? The palace spirit said, as it apathetically looked at Lin Ming. Everything depends on effort. Trying to complete the smelting trial hastily will only make it easier for you to die in the middle of the trials. However, since you insist, I will not stop you. The palace spirit icily said. As a being from the spirit race, it naturally lacked emotions. I will be going to sleep. If you can survive and complete the 5th smelting trial, then you shall obtain a midway reward. At that time, I will awaken. After speaking these words, the palace spirit instantly vanished. The 5th smelting trial, Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seemed that the general level smelting trail was itself divided into different levels. With his current strength, just how far would he be able to reach in a single go? As Lin Ming was thinking, the entire land beneath him began to tremble. Rocks rolled down the hills, and a moment later, in the distant plains, red symbols began to light up. These red symbols were several dozen feet high, and were crowded together, creating a long length of light. There were hundreds and thousands of them, extending all the way to the end of the horizon. This is an array formation. Lin Ming was shocked. This was truly a terrifying array formation. The area it covered was at least 100 miles. This was a massive display of power. As the array formation appeared, the origin energy of the world began to fiercely shake. The ground began to increasingly vibrate. Rocks broke in half, land cracked, and giant fissures began to spring up, creating mounds of rocks, as if the earth itself was bubbling. Lin Ming gripped his spear. He felt the killing intent that the array formation was releasing. This was a true killing array. Once he was killed, he would die. Pung, pung, pung. The mounds of rocks exploded, and puppets made of black rock emerged from the ground. There were several hundred of them, and there were even many of these rock puppets that burned with fire. Without a doubt, these flaming rock puppets were much stronger than the rest. These are the enemies of the smelting trial. The enemies of the first trial should always be the weakest. The enemies behind will become increasingly strong. Lin Ming revolved true essence in his body, his heart brimming with warrior spirit. All of these puppets were no weaker than a Hotian realm martial artist, and there were several hundred that came up at once. Although this was difficult, it wasn't enough to trap Lin Ming for more than a year. That could only mean that the strength of the enemies behind them would rapidly increase. Lin Ming left the resting cave and stepped onto the plains, walking into the massive array formation. Roar! Roar! The rock puppets issued earth-shaking bellows, and the several hundred rock puppets rushed towards Lin Ming to kill him. These rock puppets were all more than 10 feet tall and weighed several thousands of genes. When they ran together, the earth would shake, and their loud cries resounded through the skies. Lin Ming grasped his long spear. He was one man alone facing such a mighty force. Such a scene caused the blood in his heart to burn and his soul to seethe with boiling excitement. I never thought that I would have to face so many enemies that are comparably to Hotian realm martial artists. When I fought in the Beast Tide at Green Mulberry City, most of the beasts that I killed were weak, vicious beasts. This is also only the first step of the general level smelting trial. Above this is also the king level smelting trial. No matter what, I cannot fall here. Lin Ming grit his teeth, and his eyes flashed with a cold and brutal killing intent. He could already see the bloodthirsty and crazed crimson eyes of the rock puppets and the ferocious spikes that covered their body. Die. Lin Ming rushed into the first rock puppet. With a loud shout, Azure True Essence erupted. His figure was like a leopard that leapt into the air, and the purple comet spear was as nimble as a whip. He directly smashed down on the rock puppet's forehead. Kacha! Rock exploded, and fire tribute energy that formed its eyes shot out. First, Lin Ming borrowed the recoil of smashing the rock puppet's head and flew off to another side. The purple comet spear in his hand lashed out like a serpent and stabbed a second rock puppet in the eyes. Bang! As its eyes exploded, Lin Ming was pushed flying backwards by the impact, the purple comet spear bending like a crescent moon as he offset most of the impact. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's flesh and blood body, his wrist would still shake with numbness. After killing 2 rock puppets, Lin Ming fell into a group of rock puppets. In this situation, Lin Ming remained incomparably calm, sending out his sense to capture the movement of every rock puppet. He was like a gust of wind as he swiftly dashed through the openings between the rock puppets. With every thrust of Lin Ming's spear, almost every rock puppet that he attacked would die. The eyes were the weakness of the rock puppets. Every time Lin Ming thrust out, his spear would contain vibrating true essence. His attack would smash apart the fire origin energy within the eyes. Not good. At the moment that Lin Ming jumped, 2 columns of fire suddenly shot out from the puppet group, swiping by Lin Ming as they directly shot past him and into the sky. Although Lin Ming had dodged the sneak attack, the space he had dodged into was also locked down by a pillar of fire. Roar, roar. A 3-headed rock puppet instantly came into a pincer position, surrounding Lin Ming. A big fist came crashing down, blocking every direction he could dodge in. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The divine demon Thunder Soul howled as it flew out. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of light sounds, all 3 eyes on all 3 heads of the rock puppet exploded. Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity to heavily punch the rock puppet's chest. The power of vibration erupted, directly shattering its body. As the rock puppet fell over, Lin Ming rushed forth, and out of the circle, his feet trod with golden rock, shattering the void, and he flew into the sky. So close! The blood in his body tumbled. If he had been struck by several fists at once, he would have been severely injured. That would have been very dangerous. However, there was no time for Lin Ming to relax. With several shoo 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 sounds, dozens of columns of flames were shot out by the rock puppet group, aiming at Lin Ming. This is bad. If I fly, then I'll just become a target. Lin Ming dived down, escaping the columns of flame that came at him. Once again, he was caught in a brutal melee. With just him against several hundred Hotian realm rock puppets, if he wasn't careful, he would be caught in an endless siege from all sides. Even with Lin Ming's strength, if there was an accident, he would be severely wounded. But if he was wounded to that extent, that would spell death in the midst of so many rock puppets. The probability of dying within this general level smelting trial was absolutely higher than the sergeant level. In order to create a general, one had to undergo numerous life and death challenges. This was also a matter of last resort. In an army, it was difficult to find true leaders. The position of a general was much more important than that of a soldier. Quickly, 7 days passed. In a dark chamber in the ancient Phoenix main hall, a light flashed, and a ragged and blood-stained youth appeared, sprawled on the floor. That was a close call. The youth let out a long sigh of relief. This youth was Mu Dingshan. He took out pills from his spatial ring to swallow and also smeared medicine on his wounds. Mu Dingshan couldn't resist the temptation to accept the smelting trial that was at the limit of his strength. It had been incomparably difficult to complete, and he had fallen into many dangerous situations. Finally, his potential had erupted, and he was able to pass through danger after danger to complete the smelting trail. Not only that, but his cultivation had broken through to the Middle Hotian realm. "I've finally broken through," Mu Dingshan sighed. "With just this, everything was worth it. I hope that the other junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters weren't as reckless as I was. But with such an opportunity laid in front of them, there are few people that would be able to resist the temptation. If they were to repeatedly avoid danger for the comforts of safety, they might never achieve anything great in their lives. I can only hope that they return safely." As Mu Dingshan was thinking, he saw a blue light flash and Mu Shaoqing appear. She was also bloodied, but her overall appearance was much better than Mu Dingshan's. Mu Dingshan felt relief as some weight came off his shoulders. In this smelting trial, her importance was only inferior to Lin Ming's. It was wonderful that she could safely return. Then more lights began to shine, and disciples came popping out one after another. Some were completely fine, and some were wounded. There was even one who was grievously injured, and his entire body covered with blood. Mu Dingshan hurried over and helped him swallow some pills. "Junior apprentice brother Song, did you break through to the Hotian realm?" Mu Dingshan said with astonishment. This junior apprentice brother Song was only 18 years old, and his strength placed him at the bottom end of the direct disciples. Before he entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, his cultivation had been at a half-step Hotian. But now he had managed to break through to the Hotian realm. An 18-year-old with a Hotian realm cultivation was an extremely good result. A lucky breakthrough. Although the youth's surname Song was covered in blood, he couldn't conceal the happy smile on his face. Entering this time was truly worth it. Now that he had reached the Hotian realm at 18 years of age, entering the revolving core realm in the future was nearly guaranteed. The other disciples had various degrees of benefits. Some had broken through to the next stage, and most of them hadn't been able to break through, but their strength had increased by a great deal. The disciples excitedly chattered with each other. "Senior apprentice brother Mu, you are the fiercest one here. Now that you've reached the Middle Hotian realm, none of those other 5-element region chief disciples will be your match." As several disciples congratulated Mu Dingshan, he smiled, but felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. Why hadn't Lin Ming come out? According to his past experiences, in another quarter of an hour they should all be sent out. But where was Lin Ming? Junior apprentice brother Lin? Junior apprentice brother Lin hasn't come out yet? The youth's surname Song said with surprise as he suddenly discovered this fact. Now the disciples found out that there were 15 of them altogether. They were only missing Lin Ming. The disciples in the chamber stared in a daze. "There's still time." Mu Dingshan frowned. He would not believe that Lin Ming couldn't pass the smelting trial. At this time, at the Divine Phoenix Island's back mountains, the Sanus Palace, Mu Qinyu was holding on to an ancient book. While she was reading it, she was also recording her thoughts in a jade slip. "You are, from what I calculate, the disciples that have entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm should leave today or tomorrow." Mu Qinyu glanced up. The one who had spoken was her master, Mu Yuhuang. "Of the disciples that had gone into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, we've already lost one. I hope that this time there won't be any losses of those that entered the ancient Phoenix main hall." Mu Yuhuang shook her head, her voice filled with lament. Mu Qinyu placed the jade slip down, looking lost in thought. Are you worrying about Lin Ming?" Mu Yuhuang asked with a smile. "A bit," Mu Qinyu nodded. "That fellow Lin Ming was too adventurous. He liked taking risks too much." This was what she was worried about. Mu Yuhuang laughed, smiling as she said, "Be relieved. Lin Ming's talent is heaven-defying. Not only that, but the High Ancestor has said that a great destiny has fallen upon Lin Ming. He will not fall in the ancient Phoenix main hall. Chapter 4, 02 News of Death. Chapter 4, 02 News of Death. Chapter 402 News of Death. As Mu Qianyu and Mu Yuhuang spoke, a red-robed maid hurried over. Within the quiet and elegant corridors of the Saintess Palace, her echoing footsteps rang exceptionally loud. There was a knock on the door. The sound was still as urgent as before. Mu Yuhuang slightly frowned. Enter the red-robed maid opened the great doors. Her face looked flustered, and she didn't bow before saying, "Your Highness Qianyu, Island Master, there has been an accident. Sir Lin Ming has not yet returned from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm." What? Mu Yuhuang's eyes widened, and she immediately stood from her chair. As Mu Qianyu heard these words, she couldn't believe her own ears. Her eyes widened as she simply stared at the red-robed maid. Her hands tightly gripped against the armrests of her chair. Because of the strength of her grip, her fingers had gone pale. Sir Mu Dingshan and Lady Mu Xiaoqing have returned. 16 people left, and 15 people returned. Only Sir Lin Ming is missing. 16 people left, 15 people returned. Only Lin Ming was missing. As these words reverberated in her ears, Mu Qianyu felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, and all her feelings were gone. Her heart felt empty, but she didn't know what this meant. It was like the world had slowed to a crawl. She was confused, anxious, sad, in complete disbelief. Mu Yuhuang's body stiffened for a long time. Finally, she took a deep breath and waved her hand, ordering the red-robed maid, "Return." After the maid withdrew, she sighed. Is the destiny of my Divine Phoenix Island not enough? Or do the heavens themselves wish to punish my Divine Phoenix Island? The South Sea Demon region had already sounded the clarion call of war, and in this dark time, a talent that was brimming with promise and hope had appeared. Yet he had only been at Divine Phoenix Island for less than a month, and he had fallen within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Such an amazing genius had fallen within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, where death itself had such a low chance of occurring. If this wasn't the will of the heavens, then what could it possibly be? Mu Yuhuang turned to look at Mu Qianyu, but saw that she was tightly holding onto a chair with her hand, her face pale and showing a confused expression. Let us go. We have to inform the Council of Elders of such a great matter. Inform? Mu Qianyu propped herself up. Inform them of what? Inform them of Lin Ming's death. Even if I do not inform them, they will know. I gave all of the extra vermilion bird blood essence to Lin Ming. I had already borne a great deal of pressure to do this, but now the elders will not let go of this opportunity to take advantage in this dire time. Mu Yuhuang ruefully smiled and shook her head. Vermilion bird blood essence was extremely precious to Divine Phoenix Island. If one wished to cultivate the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, they had to have a rich and pure Vermilion Bird bloodline. There were many talented Divine Phoenix Island disciples whose bloodline purity was off by just a bit, and thus were unable to cultivate the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. These disciples might have needed only 2 or 3 drops of vermilion bird blood essence in order to reach the necessary bloodline purity. However, there was simply too little vermilion bird blood essence. Unless one had sufficient talent or backing, they would not receive any. Even core disciples were not able to enjoy this treatment. But in this case, Mu Yuhuang had actually given all of the vermilion bird blood essence to Lin Ming. It had to be known that Lin Ming didn't have even a tiny bit of the vermilion bird bloodline with him. In order to help him rise to the peak from having none at all, that required a massive amount of vermilion bird blood essence to be consumed. This sort of matter was normally impossible. Not only that, but Mu Yuhuang had given Lin Ming a far greater amount of vermilion bird blood essence than she needed. She had bet everything on Lin Ming, sorely anticipating that one day he would lead Divine Phoenix Island into breaking through to being a fifth-grade sect. This decisive resolution had caused many people to be discontent. However, Lin Ming's talent was just too inspiring. Even a character like Mu Fengxian had been convinced. How could anyone else argue otherwise? All of those whose bloodline needed to be just a bit purer in order to cultivate the complete vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle secretly slandered Lin Ming. However, no matter how much resentment they felt, they dared not speak publicly. But now Lin Ming had died, and therefore all of the vermilion bird blood essence was completely lost. When Lin Ming was alive, there were people that were already darkly jealous of him. In particular, those like Yan Fuhong, core disciples that were stuck in the middle. Because of Lin Ming's appearance, their chances of climbing up had even worsened. But Lin Ming's suppressive presence was too great. His talent surpassed even Mu Qianyu, and someday in the future, he might even be titled as the Saint's Son. Although he hadn't yet grown, he had obtained the support of Mu Qianyu, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian. As for his future, it would be incredible. When he reached the revolving core realm, he even had a possibility of becoming the highest elder. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Now that Lin Ming had died, the situation was completely different. The wall that had pushing everyone down had vanished, and those like Yan Fuhong, who lost resources because of Lin Ming, would not miss this opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction. And there were many of these people that also had connections. They represented a fairly large and influential force. Mu Yuhuang was already ready to deal with them. Like the 7 profound valleys, Divine Phoenix Island was not some monolithic block of opinion and ideas. As the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, and also the leading power and authority, there would naturally be those who refused to accept this fact. Although it wasn't possible to topple Mu Yuhuang because of Lin Ming's death, it was still enough to make her feel disgusted and sick. I know you are sad, but a human's death is like an extinguished lamp. You have to accept this. Mu Yuhuang saw Mu Qianyu's oblivious expression and sighed. Perhaps it was best for Yuer to not participate in this meeting with the Council of Elders. Master, is Lin Ming really dead? Is there no other possible reason? Mu Qianyu looked at Mu Yuhuang, her voice trembling. Mu Yuhuang shook her head. Although she also very much wanted to find an alternative reason, the situation with the Divine Phoenix mystic realm had been the same ever since Divine Phoenix Island was founded 3,000 years ago. Every time people entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm's smelting trials, they would also leave at the same time. If anyone was missing, they would forever be missing. There had never been an exception. I do not believe this. Mu Qianyu stubbornly said, I know Lin Ming the best. From when I met him, he broke into the Flood Dragon's cave, cured my wounds, absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, became the champion of the 7 profound valleys total faction martial meeting, cultivated the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle until he defeated Lei Mubai. What has he done that hasn't been beyond all expectations? He has already given too many surprises. Why can it not happen one more time? As Mu Qianyu spoke, life seemed to come back into her eyes. Her voice became faster and more confident. I cannot believe Lin Ming is dead. I will not believe Lin Ming is dead. Mu Yuhuang didn't know what to say. Her lips moved, but eventually no words came out. After a long silence, Mu Yuhuang asked, Would you like to go to the Council of Elders? I'm going. Mu Qianyu stood up. No matter what, she was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. She was not some opinionless little girl who would be affected by news that she could not verify herself. Within the grand hall of Divine Phoenix Mountain, a flame-colored spirit boat slowly landed. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Qinyu both disembarked from the spirit boat. After they entered the grand hall, they found that many other elders had already gathered. As they saw Mu Yuhuang arrive, many of these elders had expressions of regret and sorrow. Divine Phoenix Island had lost a supremely talented disciple, and also the chance of being promoted to a 5th grade sect. But there were also many faces that sneered. Among these was a Vermilion Bird faction great elder, Mu Qihua. Within Divine Phoenix Island, all the major power players had the last name Mu. They were the direct descendants of Divine Phoenix Island's original master ancestor, who had founded the sect. This Mu Qihua was Mu Qinyu's distantly related uncle, and also her uncle master. Mu Qihua had competed with Mu Yuhuang for the position of island master, but Mu Fengxian had in the end chosen Mu Yuhuang as her successor, and thus Mu Qihua was only able to take the role of a great elder. As the island master, Mu Yuhuang directly controlled the distribution of all resources. It was far above the authority of a great elder by a wide margin. It had to be known that there were extremely complex and divisive internal relations within Divine Phoenix Island. After 300 years of growth, all sorts of close relatives, distant relatives, mentors, disciples, fellow apprentices, family, friends, all of them were gathered in one place. Sometimes there were even those that were unable to determine just what relationships they had. In this case, it would be handled by certain leaders within Divine Phoenix Island who had been chosen to represent the interests of those that were blood-related and those that had a master and disciple relationship. This was because the allocation of resources was of utmost importance. A family clan's younger generation and direct descendants, just who didn't need resources, just who didn't want to have more achievements. 1 or 2 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence was often enough to bridge the gap between the extreme Xiantian realm and the revolving core realm. How could this not arouse the jealousy and resentment of others? As he saw Mu Yuhuang arrive, Mu Qihua sneered and didn't speak. Mu Yuhuang directly walked to the seat of honor and sat down. Then she glanced at everyone and clearly spoke, stressing each word. Lin Ming has died. Those around her didn't have much response. This matter was already known to everyone. This is my matter, and also my responsibility, Mu Yuhuang frankly said. Although she obtained Mu Fengxian's approval before gifting Lin Ming with all the Vermilion Bird blood essence she possessed, she was the one to originally raise this idea. Your responsibility, Mu Qihua rudely said. High Master Yuhuang, you should know that in the younger generation, those core disciples at the edge only need 1 or 2 drops of blood essence to enhance their talent to the degree where it is enough to practice the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method. In the future, there is no question that they would be able to become revolving core masters. But you have given Lin Ming more than 20 drops of blood essence. Over 20 drops. That is equal to over 10 revolving core masters that we will no longer have. Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird faction and Blue Luan faction have a combined total of only several dozen revolving core powerhouses. Mu Qihua wasn't exaggerating any of his words. This was how important and precious Vermilion Bird blood essence was to Divine Phoenix Island. 2 drops were enough for an extreme Xiantian master to break through to the revolving core realm. This was the truth. And revolving core realm masters were the backbone of Divine Phoenix Island. To lose all of the Vermilion Bird blood essence at once, this responsibility was not small. At this time, another elder said, Island Master, before, I did not oppose you in giving Lin Ming the Vermilion Bird blood essence. But you should at least have waited until he safely returned from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm before doing so. And yet you gave the Vermilion Bird blood essence to Lin Ming before he entered. What was the reason for this? The second one who spoke was an old man named Yan Yusheng. He was an elder of Divine Phoenix Island who didn't share the last name Mu. Generally speaking, these elders that didn't share this last name were weaker. Thus, they wisely wouldn't interfere with the interpersonal faction battles. However, this Yan Yuxing was the grandfather of Yan Fuhong. Originally, Yan Fuhong was able to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall, but because of Lin Ming's appearance, he had been removed from the list of participants. This was the last time that Yan Fuhong would have been able to enter the divine Phoenix mystic realm. The next time that it opened, he would no longer have the qualifications. As for the vermilion bird blood essence, there was no share given to Yan Fuhong. Yan Fuhong had originally been pressured by Lin Ming and wasn't even able to have a bit of a temper. But now that Lin Ming had died, all of Yan Fuhong's hate and enmity had burst out, and he had gone to tearfully complain to his grandfather. Yan Fuhong was Yan Yuxing's most outstanding and talented grandson, and the family had great expectations of him. Thus, Yan Yuxing would try to get some justice for Yan Fuhong. Chapter 4, O3 Endless Trial. Chapter 4, O3 Endless Trial. Chapter 4, O3 Endless Trial. Mu Yuhuang coldly glared at Yan Yuxing. In normal times, she wouldn't even bother to play along with his nonsense. But now, facing the pressure from the Council of Elders, she had no choice but to explain. During the assessment in the ancient Phoenix main hall, bloodline density is the most important influencing factor. In order to obtain greater lucky chances in the ancient Phoenix main hall, one's bloodline must naturally be more pure. To give Lin Ming great lucky chances, you took the risk and gave him so much vermilion bird blood essence? Then what about the other disciples? Their bloodline purity is almost sufficient enough to practice the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. They put so much effort into their cultivation, all for a single chance to become a fish that passes through the Dragon Gate. Isn't this just too unfair to them? Yan Yuxing's voice wasn't as emboldened or energetic as Mu Qi was when he was arguing with Mu Yuhuang. He only spoke in a calm and moderate pace, but there was sharpness to his words that cut to the point. Mu Yuhuang's eyes became increasingly cold. Elder Yan, if you find this unfair, then you may say so to the High Ancestor. The vermilion bird blood essence was personally granted to Lin Ming by the High Ancestor herself. Mu Yuhuang was very clear that the reason that Mu Qihua and Yan Yuxing were launching verbal attacks against her together was to demand more authority. There would be more vermilion bird blood essence in the future, and they wanted the authority to control it. At least they wanted to use this incident as a pretext to diminish Mu Yuhuang's power and request for the distribution of the vermilion bird blood essence to be left to the Council of Elders to decide, as opposed to the vermilion bird faction sovereign singularly controlling it. It had to be known that the next vermilion bird faction sovereign would be Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was also someone who stood by Mu Yuhuang. Mu Qianyu's natural talent was outstanding, and in the future she would most likely reach the extreme revolving core realm. Once she held power, it would last for 700 to 800 years. If this happened, then Mu Qihua's faction would never be able to stand up. If no master was born in a faction, then they would slowly decline and wither away. Eventually, they would even degenerate into a collateral branch. After Mu Qihua, there were also many elders in the same faction that spoke. To them, Lin Ming's death was a prelude to an intense internal power struggle. The other unrelated elders mostly stayed silent during this. They didn't want to involve themselves or stir up any trouble in the struggles of internal factions. They could only regret that such a great genius of Divine Phoenix Island had been lost. Within a small guest room at one of the mountain peaks of the Divine Phoenix Mountains, Lei Jingtian was meditating when suddenly a fire lit in front of him. As the message passed to his ears, he suddenly let out a happy laugh. Lin Ming fell within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Ha! The heavens truly favor me. This boy, I'm glad he died early. The five-element region and Divine Phoenix Islands negations were still continuing. Such an important negation involved massive benefits and even involved the rise and fall of a sect. It wasn't a matter that could be decided in just a few days. With both sides cooperating, there were also many details that needed to be hammered out. Negotiations had continued for half a month, and both sides had made concessions. However, they hadn't yet reached a final agreement. Lei Jingtian naturally stayed in Divine Phoenix Island and hadn't left yet. Now that he heard the news of Lin Ming's death, he was overjoyed. The heavens are righteous. He is finally dead. Divine Phoenix Island's destiny is only this. They thought that they could soar into the heavens, but now it's unknown whether or not they can survive the South Sea crisis. As Lei Jingtian received news of Lin Ming's death, the other sect elders of the five-element region also received it. The Golden Bell Mountain Elder was filled with deep emotion. Such a singular talent of a generation had fallen. As for the Deep Earth sect's Shizhongkuan, he was the same as Lei Jingtian, taking pleasure in this news. To him, Lin Ming's death was a matter worth celebrating. Out of the entire Divine Phoenix Island, only Mu Qinyu believed that Lin Ming was still alive. When Lin Ming had first entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he hadn't left behind a Destiny Soul Jade Slip. This sort of jade slip required a martial artist to separate a sliver of their own soul and seal it into a jade slip. When the main body died, the jade slip would shatter. However, separating a wisp of one's soul would cause an extremely great soul wound. Normally, only the mediocre would leave behind a soul jade slip. A true genius would never do such a thing. Without clear evidence from something like a Destiny Soul Jade slip, Mu Qinyu would not believe that Lin Ming had died. Bang! Within the battlefield of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, Lin Ming's spear burst through a rock puppet, causing its body to explode into flames. He supported himself up with the purple comet spear, partly kneeling on the ground. His back was covered in blood, and the bones of his left hand had been broken. The right hand that held the spear was also trembling. He had finally crossed the second wave. The first wave of rock puppets was the easiest to kill and the easiest to pass. Lin Ming had only need to kill them using his overwhelming strength. But the second wave of rock puppets was a notch stronger. The first time that Lin Ming had attempted to massacre all the rock puppets, he had been seriously wounded and almost died, eventually failing to finish them off. He had returned to his cave to heal his wounds, but unexpectedly found that the puppets he killed off were all being rapidly regenerated by the array formation. As Lin Ming recovered, so did the rock puppets. The second time that he attacked, Lin Ming had gained experience from the previous attempt and had barely managed to kill them. He had also been grievously wounded, as before. The third wave was absolutely not something he could defeat. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and swallowed down a healing pill. At this moment, the array formation started to revolve, and the crimson blood-colored runes began to light up one at a time. These past 10 days, Lin Ming had already discovered the rules of the smelting trial. Soon, new rock puppets would appear. He launched his movement technique and quickly returned to the cave. If he wanted to pass the smelting trial within the year, he would need to do everything possible to increase his strength. This was the general level smelting trial of the ancient Phoenix clan. Lin Ming's talent far surpassed other juniors within the South Horizon region, but when he compared himself to those of the ancient Phoenix clan, he wasn't so sure of himself. The palace spirit had stated that during the entire time it had guarded the ancient Phoenix main hall, only a single person had passed the smelting trial within a year. Not only that, but this person had come from the royal family and had only been relegated to the general level smelting trial. The other general level talents hadn't been able to achieve this. Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula and within an hour the true essence in his body had been restored. Then Lin Ming took out a vial of viscous red liquid. This liquid was a shattered demon heart crystal. Before, Lin Ming had obtained 10 shattered demon heart crystals. He had eaten half of one, given Mu Qianyu one, and had used part of another when he was revealing Lei Mubai's secret identity. Now he had a bit over 8 left. This was an extremely brutal and potent medicine. The first time that Lin Ming had taken this, nearly all the blood in his body had been drained away. With his current strength, he wouldn't end up in such a pitiful state. Still, he didn't dare to absorb too much. Not just that, but if there was too much energy, he wouldn't be able to absorb it. The safest way would be to take half of a shattered demon heart crystal every few days and refine it in the heat of battle. Lin Ming took out a medicinal inscription symbol that he had drawn up when he had been at Dark Moon Island. This medicinal inscription symbol had been used to increase the potency of the heaven-opening pill. Although this medicinal inscription symbol was a bit too low level for the shattered demon heart crystal, it was still better than nothing. As Lin Ming drank the shattered demon heart crystal, his entire body began to burn with a scalding heat. In his mind, the scene of the Netherworld Great Emperor fighting against countless demons appeared once more. But this time, Lin Ming wasn't lost in the immersive dream like before. He quickly broke through the illusion, manipulating the energy of the shattered demon heart crystal, and began the process of tempering his marrow. The tempering marrow boundary. This was the most important factor he would depend on to complete this smelting trial within a year. Chapter 4:04 Strange River. Chapter 4:04 Strange River. Chapter 4:04 Strange River. Even though Lin Ming's current cultivation had reached the peak of pulse condensation, controlling the energy of the shattered demon heart crystal to temper his marrow still caused the same aching pain as before. It was as if a saber was being twisted into his very being. This kind of energy contained the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was cruel, brutal, arrogant, and unruly. In order to force it to yield, so that Lin Ming could use it for himself, he had to erase this will. What Lin Ming could do was use his own soul and slowly wear down the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Lin Ming grit his teeth as sweat streamed down him. Periodically, there would be small amounts of energy that escaped from his pores, but this energy was all imprisoned by the power of the medicinal inscription symbol and contained within his body. The principle behind this medicinal inscription symbol was to reduce the loss of medicinal efficacy. This medicinal inscription that was able to be fully utilized on the heaven-opening pill could still slightly affect the shattered demon hearty crystal. Thus, the energy within Lin Ming's body was increasingly manic and savage. Lin Ming forcefully used the tempering marrow method found within the chaotic virtues combat meridians and urged the shattered demon heart crystal energy to enter his skeleton a bit at a time. The energy was thick and heavy like mercury, and also extremely pervasive. Even though Lin Ming's bones were extremely dense, the energy easily penetrated through. As the energy entered the marrow, Lin Ming could hear chi-chi-chi sounds coming from his bones. This was the energy burning his marrow, slowly refining it and changing its very nature. This was similar to when a blacksmith had to fry a wooden spear shaft in a massive wok of oil in order to cause all the impurities within them to explode. This pain was deep within his bones and utterly agonizing. Lin Ming's forehead was dripping with sweat, but compared to the last time that he had absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal, he was in a much better condition. The first time, almost all of his blood had been drained out, forming a bloody carapace that covered his body. But this time, there was only pain and sweat. In the sweat, there were traces of faint gray substances, but only a small amount. These were the impurities within Lin Ming's body. After Lin Ming had gone through several experiences of washing down his marrow and muscles, this was the result. Although Lin Ming's bodily purity couldn't compare with someone like Mu Qianyu, he also didn't have many impurities left within him. Time passed slowly. Finally, a full 2 hours had passed, and Lin Ming absorbed the last of the energy. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. This vomit actually didn't stop. Lin Ming kept vomiting blood until the entire ground was covered in blood. It was quite a disturbing sight. Finally, it ended, and Lin Ming wiped his mouth. He looked within himself and found that the blood within his blood vessels was extremely bright red and thick like mercury. Marrow and blood were inextricably linked. Marrow produced blood, and blood rejuvenated the marrow. In order to temper one's marrow, one needed to create new blood. After Lin Ming ate half of the shattered demon heart crystal, the golden color of his marrow was much richer than before. He had come closer to completing tempering marrow by another 5% or so. Half of a shattered demon heart crystal was 5%, and a whole one would be almost 10%. Now, Lin Ming's tempering marrow was around 25% complete. Even though the future medicinal efficacy of these pills would weaken once he finished eating the 8 shattered demon heart crystals, Lin Ming estimated that he should complete tempering marrow by around 60 to 70%. Tempering marrow was a great boundary. Completing it was much more difficult than Lin Ming had previously assumed. He didn't know just how strong he would be after completing tempering marrow. As Lin Ming sat in meditation for half an hour, his stomach began to growl in hunger. Before Lin Ming had entered the divine phoenix mystic realm, he had filled his spatial ring with all sorts of food. As he took out cured meats and dry rations, he heard a faint trickling sound coming from within the cave, as if there was water nearby. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He put away the dry rations and began walking into the cave. After he walked several hundred feet, he saw that there really was an underground river in the cave. The river water was incomparably clear and beautiful. However, Lin Ming felt that there was something not quite right. As he reached out his hand to scoop some up, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This river water was very heavy. At least it was no lighter than mercury. Not only that, but the temperature of the water was terrifyingly high. It was already several times above boiling. As Lin Ming was cupping the water, he found out that during that time a great amount of the true essence that protected his body had melted away. What kind of river is this? Lin Ming's complexion wasn't too good. Everything he found within this divine phoenix mystic realm was strange and dangerous. What's that? Lin Ming discovered that there were actually creatures within the river. These creatures looked like giant crabs, and their whole body was covered with red bony armor as they lurked underneath the water. They stared at him with wide eyes. The 2 claws were over 2 feet long. If it can survive in this place, then it's not some friendly animal. The temperature was several times the boiling temperature, but these crabs could still survive here. Even Lin Ming wouldn't be able to do so. He could stay under the water for a long time, but he would eventually have to give up after his true essence was exhausted. But these crabs took this river as their home and simply didn't fear the high temperatures. A giant crab with a 4 or 5 foot tall body suddenly rose up. It brandished its 2-foot-long claws as it tried to clamp down on Lin Ming as if it wanted to cut him off at the waist. "It takes me as prey." Lin Ming sneered. He punched out with a body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. As your true essence erupted, bang, the crab flew backwards, rolling around. It finally stopped, jumped up, and ran away. It didn't die. Lin Ming was shocked. This punch was able to kill a late Hotian martial artist, but this big crab had actually resisted it. Too strong. Soon, 7 or 8 giant crabs gathered in the river. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the crab fellow had gone back to gather its buddies. These crabs were the overlords of the river. They had never suffered a loss like this before. Now, they swore to eliminate Lin Ming. Pooh, pooh. 7 or 8 giant crabs ran out of the river together, rushing to kill Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming no longer held back. He took out the purple comet spear and fused the divine demon thunder soul into the shaft. The power of thunder exploded, and with a flourish of the spear, the entire cave was basked in a radiant purple light. Kacha? 7 or 8 bolts of thunder dropped down from the sky, each one striking a giant crab. All of the crabs were instantly killed by Lin Ming. As Lin Ming looked at the giant crabs on the ground, he suddenly remembered something. The palace spirit had said that this cave was the residence for those participating in the general level smelting trail. Was this the food and water that were supplied? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to a giant crab. He grabbed it, and then used a great deal of effort to smash its palm-thick shell. Inside was glisteningly tender red and white meat. He dug out a big chunk and began to roast it over a fire. Lin Ming had already become accustomed to bringing along salt and other seasonings. He casually sprinkled some onto the crab meat, and a delicious fragrance began to waft out. Lin Ming took a careful bite. This strange giant crab's meat was extremely savory and tender, yet still chewy. Lin Ming took his time. After he carefully determined that there weren't any side effects, he began to heartily chow down. This strange giant crab's meat was very resistant to high temperature. No matter how he roasted it, it would not char or become overburnt. As he tasted it, its flavor was extremely delicious and was even better than the dishes found within famous restaurants. This is the good stuff. Even Lin Ming, a connoisseur who was relatively picky about food, couldn't help but praise the strange crab meat. The crab meat in my stomach seems to nourish my body's true essence. Lin Ming was surprised to discover. As the crab meat entered his stomach, a low heat began to flow out and dissipate. This was an extremely comfortable feeling. He felt the fire attribute true essence in his body slowly strengthening. The magnitude of enhancement from this crab meat was far less than eating pills, but it absolutely won in terms of purity. There were no impurities and toxins contained within. It was equivalent to eating spiritual vegetables and spiritual grains. However, the effects were at least 100 times greater than the spiritual foods found within Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming was shocked. This was what participants in the Ancient Phoenix Clan's general level smelting trial ate. The Ancient Phoenix Clan. Lin Ming only needed to hear this name to roughly guess that they would have the bloodline of a god beast within them. It was difficult to imagine just how formidable their talent was. In addition, they studied the techniques and skills of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. They had training grounds like the smelting trial in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and also all sorts of amazing medicines and foods. How could their talent not be outstanding? It was no wonder that the weakest and most inferior king-level talent within the Ancient Phoenix Clan could also complete the general-level smelting trial within a year. Maybe only the king-level are true members of the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the so-called general level is only for the subordinates of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. As Lin Ming realized this, the original contentment in his heart vanished. The road he walked was still inestimably long. However, the more it was like this, the more it aroused the competitive spirit within Lin Ming's heart. If he had already stood at the top of all the geniuses of the 3,000 infinite universes, then, with no goal to pursue, he would feel desolate and bored. But now it looked like he fell far short. After he ate a giant portion of crab meat, Lin Ming drank the water from the river. The river water also had similar effects to the crab meat. It was able to moisten and refine the true essence within his body. Even water has this effect. Not just that, but the fire attribute true essence here is much richer than the outside. If I wish to practice actual combat, there is still a giant battle waiting outside for me. This is truly a great place to practice. Within the divine phoenix mystic realm, if one wanted to battle, there were countless opponents outside. If one wanted to cultivate, there was extremely rich fire attribute true essence. Even eating or drinking would increase one's strength. What place would be quicker to cultivate in than here? After Lin Ming drank his fill, he felt the crab meat and water turning into heat within his body and scurrying around, his body flushed with a frantic energy. If he didn't release this energy soon, he would be feeling unwell for a while. Lin Ming couldn't wait to go out and fight. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring and launched his movement technique, directly flying out of the cave. Outside the cave, several hundred rock puppets had already gathered on the plains. But this time, the flaming rock puppets were in the majority. These flaming rock puppets were much stronger than the ordinary rock puppets. As he saw this vast number of rock puppets, Lin Ming's fighting spirit shot up. He trod forwards, his body shooting out like an arrow, creating a perfect arc as he landed in the midst of a puppet group. The rock puppets roared, and columns of flames came blasting towards Lin Ming. He faintly smiled and instantly activated Golden Rock, shattering the void. He was like a swallow within a storm, dancing in the midst of the crowded flames, like thread through the needle. Hoo-hoo-hoo! All of the columns of fire passed by Lin Ming. A 1,000-foot distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. As Lin Ming arrived in front of the first flame puppet, the purple comet spear came sweeping down. Bang! With a loud explosion, the flaming puppet was broken apart by Lin Ming's spear. As strength flowed through his entire body, Lin Ming could hear his bones popping and snapping. This inestimably comfortable feeling made him want to groan and shout, "Fight!" After tempering his marrow and eating a massive amount of crab meat, Lin Ming felt energy crashing throughout his entire body. If he didn't vent this energy, then he would never feel comfortable. Pung pung pung. A spear thrust out. Arcs of lightning shot out into all directions, blazing flames jetted into the sky, and an azure light sliced through the void. Wherever the purple comet spear went, crushed stone would fly. Chapter 4, 05 War Begins. Chapter 4, 05 War Begins. Chapter 4:05. War begins. Yeah, great. Well done. Again. The more Lin Ming fought, the more excited he became, and the more he burned with fighting spirit. The wounds on his body kept increasing, but no matter how much blood came out, it was like he didn't feel anything at all. As Lin Ming massacred every single puppet, his entire body was slick with blood, and his true essence was depleted. As he lay prone on the ground, pain coming from all over his body, Lin Ming felt a pleasant satisfaction in his heart. There were those that were born for battle. Lin Ming was undoubtedly such a person. Every day, he would cultivate the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, as well as the chaotic virtues combat meridians. He would eat, drink, and build up the true essence within his body with the food he ate. When he needed to practice, he would go outside to the battlefield. Like this, time quickly passed. Lin Ming cultivated without a care of time, but as he continued progressing on the general level smelting trial, there were actually tremendous changes in the outside world. The war between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region had finally erupted. Although the South Sea Demon region was a 5th grade sect, their strength was at the lowest of 5th grade sections. As for Divine Phoenix Island, they were at the very peak of all 4th grade sections. Thus, the gap in strength between the two parties wasn't too great. In addition, Divine Phoenix Island had also obtained the assistance of the 19 3rd grade sects in the Divine Phoenix region, as well as support from an alliance with the 5-element region. Whether or not the South Sea Demon region would emerge victorious was uncertain. Both sides had their own scruples and matters to settle, The war originally would have been stalled for a much longer period of time, but because of Lei Mubai's utter ruination, he had become the fuse that had prompted the advanced outbreak of war. As the war started, it would first revolve around a few true essence stone vein deposits that were located in the South Sea. Later, the two sides would begin a complete large-scale war. The main force of the war was naturally the Xiantian and Hotian realm martial artists. Revolving core masters rarely fought. Even if they did, the opponent may look miserable, but still be full of energy. In truth, it was an incomparably difficult task to kill the enemy. When it came to a martial artist at the level of a revolving core master, defeating one was easy, but completely eliminating one was another matter altogether. The war went on for a full 2.5 months without a single revolving core master dying. Those that died were mostly Hotian and pulse condensation martial artists, as well a great number of Xiantian masters. War was a disaster that led to calamity throughout the land. But to geniuses, this was also a great chance. Since ancient times, the eras in which supreme elders and other characters like that had arisen from within the sky-spill continent had always been eras in which the flames of war had blazed all over. If the young, flowery geniuses never experienced and tempered themselves through the true terrors of war, they would never grow. Thus, regardless of whether it was the South Sea Demon region or Divine Phoenix Island, they would send their core disciples to battle. Mu Dingshan, Mu Xiaoqing, and others had already gone to battle many times. Even Mu Qinyu had fought. Of course, every time she did so, she was accompanied by a revolving core master who would ensure her life was never in absolute danger. At the front of the South Sea, on an island several 100,000 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinyu was standing vigilant on a beach, staring at the endless sea. Her eyes were full of sorrow. The sky was overcast, and the sea breeze caused Mu Qinyu's silky hair to dance in the air. It seemed as if it could rain at any moment. For the past 3 months, Mu Qinyu had been in a miserable mood. There had still been no message or news of Lin Ming, and even Mu Qinyu's confidence began to waver with the passage of time. These days, as she stood alone, she couldn't help but remember when she had been at the base of Thunder Crash Mountain and her experiences there with Lin Ming. It had been over a year ago, yet she could clearly recall it like it had been yesterday. She hadn't expected that events would turn out like this. It was as if she were living a dream. "Cousin Qinyu, what are you thinking about?" A gentle voice asked from behind Mu Qinyu. He was an extremely handsome man who held a long sword in his hand. He was Mu Qinyu's distant cousin, Mu Qingshu, as well as the most outstanding grandson of the Vermilion Bird faction's third elder. He was 32 years old, and a half-step into the revolving core realm. He had amazing talent and a splendid background. Within Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qingshu was a nearly unapproachable man that many beautiful female disciples yearned for. Not to mention the 20 to 30-year-old female disciples, but even the younger ones all took Mu Qingshu as their dream lover. Mu Qinyu didn't bother turning her head. These past few months, when she had gone to battle, it would always be with Mu Qingshu. Even when they lived in their small houses, it would be in neighboring ones. All of this had obviously been arranged by certain individuals. Mu Qinyu knew more or less that these was the actions of the third elder. From a young age, the third elder had brought up matters of marriage and engagement with Mu Qingshu to Mu Yuhuang. At the time, this had been turned down by Mu Yuhuang. To Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinyu's future marriage was a very important matter. Mu Qinyu was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. One didn't even need to discuss her lofty status, temperament, or awe-inspiring beauty. One just needed to know that the Vermilion Bird bloodline within her body was no less than that of Divine Phoenix Island's founder. If one could marry Mu Qinyu, they would also be able to obtain the primordial Yin energy that came from being the one to take her virginity. Thus, one would also gain a very pure Saint Beast bloodline. who didn't desire something so wonderful if Mu Qinyu were to be married? Then the third elder believed that his grandson Mu Qingshu was the only one within the entire Divine Phoenix Island who was suitable and qualified to match up to Mu Qinyu. However, Mu Yuhuang had also looked at Mu Qingshu with disdain. Mu Qingshu was okay, but he was only at the level of Mu Dingshan. He wasn't even a saint-level talent. How could he possibly be worthy of her Mu Qinyu? But 3 months ago, Mu Yuhuang had given all of the vermilion bird blood essence to Lin Ming, without even the thought that Mu Qinyu would marry Lin Ming in the future. However, the future was hard to predict. After Lin Ming had entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had not returned, and thus all of Mu Yuhuang's hopes and dreams had faded into nothingness. At this time, some of the great elders had united together to attack her. Mu Yuhuang had no choice but to start thinking about potential allies to consolidate her position in her faction, and the third elder was a good candidate to do so. But if she wanted to win over the third elder to her side, the price she had to pay was obvious. Mu Yuhuang didn't want to take the matter of Mu Qinyu's future marriage as an exchange, but as she thought about it more, it did seem that besides Mu Qingshu, there was no one in the entire Divine Phoenix Island who had the qualifications to marry Mu Qinyu. If Mu Qinyu had to be married in the future, then the only one she could marry would be Mu Qingshu. As Mu Yuhuang realized this, she also tacitly yielded to the third elder's wishes and made some arrangements. Thus, the situation now was that Mu Qinyu and Mu Qingshu always went out to battle together. Mu Qinyu was well aware of everything. Cousin Qinyu, the skies seem as if they are about to rain soon. How about returning to our lodgings? Please do not worry about me, senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother, please return first. Mu Qinyu's voice was neither cold nor hot, and her words held a strange hint of tempered unfamiliarity. Mu Qingshu laughed twice, and then shook his head saying, Cousin Qinyu wants to bathe in rain? Haha, well, as martial artists, staying under the rain is no problem. Then I shall accompany Cousin Qinyu in showering under this rain. This can be considered an act of elegance. Mu Qinyu was somewhat taken aback. Since he had already said this, she had nothing left to say. She silently stood there. Cousin Qinyu, are you worrying about the South Sea War? After a period of heavy silence, Mu Qingshu tried to raise a topic of conversation. No, I am just in a poor mood. Mu Qinyu shook her head, unwilling to say more. This, Mu Qingshu reluctantly smiled, but the corners of his lips still twitched several times. He wasn't an idiot, and he clearly knew why Mu Qinyu's mood was so poor. Ever since the third elder had spoken of marriage matters to Mu Qingshu had already started to regard Mu Qinyu as his fiancée. And what man could tolerate his own fiancée thinking of another man, even if that person was already dead? The heavy rain came, but Mu Qinyu had no interest in soaking under the rain. Every raindrop that touched her would instantly be evaporated by fire tribute true essence. Senior apprentice brother may stay here. I shall return first. As Mu Qinyu finished speaking, she deeply looked at the shadow of rain over the endlessly vast waters. She sighed in her heart and then turned around and walked away. Mu Qingshu also had no more interest in following her. He stood in the heavy rain alone, his complexion ugly. His originally handsome appearance was also twisted into nothing. He's already dead, but he can still have you worry so much. Mu Qingshu didn't feel happy. You have no choice in your future marriage. Sooner or later, the one you marry will be me. If you can love me wholeheartedly and take care of me well, then I will also be good to you and do the same. But if your heart is filled with other men even after our great wedding, then do not blame me for being heartless in the future. Time passed day by day. 4 months, 5 months, half a year. Divine Phoenix Island still hadn't announced Lin Ming's death, but news of his death still slowly spread. the Seven Profound Valleys was an ally of Divine Phoenix Island and was also participating in the war with the South Sea Demon region. To the Seven Profound Valleys geniuses, this was also a good opportunity to hone their strength. Their disciples contacted the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, and they thus learned that Lin Ming had died. At the start, they had assumed this was a rumor, but afterwards they were able to gradually confirm it. The Seven Profound Valleys disciples were shocked. Most of them had bore witness to the complete process of when Lin Ming had become champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. This Lin Ming, who was overflowing with talent, actually fell from the heavens. This was simply unbelievable, unimaginable, really unimaginable. On a small island in the South Sea, a blue-clothed swordsman held a jug of wine as he sat on the beach, his sword stabbed into the ground in front of him. This blue-clothed swordsman was the top talent who had grandly lost to Lin Ming during the Total Faction Martial Meeting, Jiang Baoyun. At that time, Jiang Baoyun's strength was not much worse than Lin Ming's. Thus, ever since then, Jiang Baoyun always felt a familiar and friendly feeling towards Lin Ming. I had wanted to take you as my goal in life, hoping to chase after your shadow. I did not think that even the heavens would be so jealous of someone with your ability that you actually fell within the divine phoenix mystic realm, that I have lost all chances to fight you in the future. That is my life's great regret. Jiang Baoyun heaved a deep sigh and poured the jug of wine onto the beach. My sword is your monument, and the sand is your mound. This wine is my parting gift to you. In life you were a heroic man, and in death may you be an outstanding ghost. Of course, there were also those within the Seven Profound Valleys that were heartily enjoying news of Lin Ming's death. And among these, the one who felt the greatest joy was Ouyang Boyan. 1 year ago, Ouyang Boyan's nephew Ouyang Dihua had died to Lin Ming, but because of Lin Ming's unique status, he couldn't do anything against him. Of course, in reverse, Lin Ming certainly couldn't do anything against Ouyang Boyan. Ouyang Boyan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the early Xiantian realm and was close to reaching the middle Xiantian realm. As one of the senior elders of the Seven Profound Valleys, there were many complicated forces supporting him from behind. Lin Ming had no proof that Ouyang Boyan had tried to kill him, but even if he did, it would be very difficult to bring him down. Lin Ming could only avoid Ouyang Boyan. He had even entrusted Qin Zia with arranging his parents to a safe place in fear of Ouyang Boyan's retaliation. The seeds of hatred had already been planted within Ouyang Boyan's heart, but after Lin Ming had gone to Divine Phoenix Island, Ouyang Boyan could only hopelessly dream of his revenge. He had not thought that today he would actually obtain the great news of Lin Ming's passing. Ha 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 ha! The great heavens are righteous. This boy has died well. In a high loft, Ouyang Boyan laughed. Regrettably, I was unable to personally kill you and resolve the hate in my heart. Ouyang Boyan clenched his fists and suddenly seemed to think of something. The corners of his mouth curved up in a fiendish grin. Come to think of it, that boy's lover Qin Xingxuan is also in my Seven Profound Valleys. Good. Since I cannot kill you myself, I shall vent all my anger upon your lover. Little girl, do not blame me. If you want to blame someone, then blame Lin Ming. Chapter 406 Transfer Order. Chapter 406 Transfer Order. Chapter 406 Transfer Order. When Lin Ming was alive, Ouyang Boyan wouldn't have dared to act against Qin Xingxuan. But now that Lin Ming had died, he didn't need to hesitate any longer. He only feared that Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be indifferent to Lin Ming's matters. But as Ouyang Boyan thought of a person, he frowned. That Qin Zia, because of his relationship with Lin Ming, he was able to receive a heaven-opening pill, and that lucky bastard actually broke through to the Xiantian realm, becoming an elder. Those idiotic Zither faction fellows care about such boring things like favors and friendship and graciousness. If I want to deal with Qin Xingxuan, then he'll most likely try to stick his face in. Ouyang Boyan's ideal result would be that he would lay a trap for Qin Xingxuan and then capture her, bringing her to the Acacia faction so that he could cultivate his divine Acacia power on her. After he sucked dry her Yin energy, he would kill her. That would be the best way to vent his anger. But Qin Xingxuan was an official disciple of the 7 profound valleys and also had Qin Zia protecting her. If he wanted to quietly do this, the chances of success were low. Humph, since there's an annoying fellow hanging around, I'll let you live for another couple days. If I do anything now, then I'll be too obvious. First, I'll wait for some time to pass and look for an opportunity to send Qin Xingxuan into a certain death battlefield and kill her using someone else. This is also good. If she died to those demon art cultivators of the South Sea Demon region, that would be even more fun. Thinking of this, Ouyang Boyan's smile became increasingly malevolent. Die. Lin Ming stepped forth with goldenrock shattering the void, and the purple comet spear in his hand fiercely thrust out, directly smashing a rock puppet into pieces. But at the same time, 4 or 5 more rock puppets had surrounded him. I can't hold on. Lin Ming grit his teeth and decisively opened the heretical god force. His aura completely erupted. Lin Ming's strength instantly rose to a new level. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang. A violent explosion destroyed all the puppets that had surrounded him, instantly blowing them to pieces. Lin Ming used the explosive thrust force of the shockwave and leapt back, shooting like an arrow out of the surrounding puppet group and returning to the cave. Close call. Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. The probability of death in this general level smelting trail was very high. If he were to be injured and then surrounded by puppets, death could occur at any moment. Lin Ming had continuously used the heretical god force and thunderfire annihilation as his final cards. If he couldn't persist in the battlefield any longer, he would detonate thunderfire annihilation, killing all the puppets around him, so he could escape. Tempering marrow is around 40% complete, and my true essence has already filled to the limit of pulse condensation. As long as I can go up a bit further, I'll be able to break through to the Hotian realm. Currently, Lin Ming's true essence in his meridians had already filled to the limit, and true essence had gathered in his dantian. As long as he could connect these two, he would be able to truly step into the Hotian realm. But Lin Ming was thinking of letting his meridians overflow so that he would spontaneously break through to the Hotian realm. If he did it this way, his foundation would be even more stable. As Lin Ming meditated, he took out the sealed fallen star flame from his spatial ring. He untied the seal. The fallen star flame appeared. It had transformed into the shape of a small leopard and was violently struggling against its bonds. It's your turn. Lin Ming directly pressed the fallen star flame into his chest. A tremendous energy that was contained with a medium-grade earth step flame essence burst forth. A massive amount of energy broke into his meridians, savagely conflicting with Lin Ming's own true essence. Under this trembling surge of energy, the energy in Lin Ming's dantian and meridians also received a severe shock. As the energy of the fallen star flame began to be gradually assimilate into his true essence, after some time, Lin Ming could hear a cracking sound. The true essence within his dantian and meridians had connected. Hotian realm. Lin Ming forced a smile. He didn't think that he would break through to the Hotian realm during this critical period, but this was also good. With the support of his dantian, it would be even easier to absorb the fallen star flame. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's current strength, absorbing the medium-grade earth step flame essence wouldn't be easy. 3 months later, Sky Fortune King's magnificent eastern palace welcomed its new master. Ha 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 ha! I never thought that through the winding paths of life, the one that would have the last laugh would be me. The 10th Prince Yongzhen traced the throne of the Eastern Palace, his fingers trembling with excitement. This is all mine as it should be. Third brother, all the fear that I felt this year, I shall return it back to you. I will let you know how it feels to have everything you own in the control of others, knowing that your head can fall at any moment. As Yongzhen spoke, his face flashed with the utter ecstasy of a fulfilled revenge. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind him. Yongzhen, do not forget who it is that supported you to become the new crown prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Yongzhen's body trembled, and all of the overbearing arrogance that he had displayed was immediately restrained. Martial House Master, please rest assured. This little prince will never forget your kindness. Later, this little prince will follow all directions of Mr. Ouyang. And remember this well. As long as you obey, you will be guaranteed a century of rule. The one who spoke to Yongzhen was a cloaked man. This man was the new 7 profound Martial House Master of Sky Fortune Kingdom. After Qinzia had broken through to the Xiantian realm, he had returned to his sect as an elder. Thus, the position of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound Martial House Master was naturally empty. This man was a new candidate that had been chosen by Ouyang Boyan. This cloaked man was a disciple that Ouyang Boyan had received a long time ago. His cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian, but as a sect's half-step Xiantian martial artist, he was able to completely sweep away the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial world. Even if Mui and all the other masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom gathered together, they would not be his match. Martial House Master, in order to clear out the Qin family, I shall be counting on Martial House Master's help. When a new emperor came in, he would assign his own courtiers and his own subordinates. Often, the first step towards this was clearing out all the court officials of the past era. The first reason was as a show of power, the second reason was to recover wealth and authority, and the third reason was to consolidate their own rule and eliminate any chance of rebellion. Since ancient times, powerful ministers and officials would never have a pleasant end, not to mention Qin Zhao's fame. Within Sky Fortune Kingdom, the common folk all knew his name, but might not know the name of the emperor. In this situation, because of Lin Ming, Qin Zhao had supported the crown prince. So how could Yongzhen possibly tolerate someone like Qin Zhao? I will naturally help you in clearing out the Qin family, the cloaked man indifferently said. If he wanted to deal with the Qin family, then he would also be able to conveniently deal with Qin Xingxuan. Qin Zhao may have been a god to the military of Sky Fortune Kingdom, but in his eyes, he wasn't even a fart. If he wanted to take Qin Zhao's life, no one in the martial quarters could stop him. After Yongzhen obtained the assurance of the cloaked man, he really wanted to laugh several times. Lin Ming, I didn't expect that your actions would help me in the end. Without you, there was no way that Ouyang Boyan would have supported someone so insignificant as myself, and it would also be impossible for me to clear out the obstacle known as Qin Zhao. I really pity Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao has been brilliant and brave his entire life, yet his family produced such a catastrophic mess like Qin Xingxuan. There is also Green Mulberry City's Lin family, but there's no need to hurry. Once I sit on the throne, I will slowly deal with them. They want me to go to the open sea battlefield. After Qin Xingxuan saw the 7 profound command, she was dazed for a moment. These past months, Qin Xingxuan was in a very dark state of mind. After she heard the news that Lin Ming had died, she hadn't believed it at first, but slowly she had no choice but to accept this fact. She had left the 7 profound martial house by herself, and with the arrangements of Qinzia, she had gone to see Lin Ming's parents. But she hadn't told the old couple the news. Qinzia hadn't yet either. This old couple still didn't know that their son had already fallen within the divine phoenix mystic realm. Qin Xingxuan and Lin Mu lived together for several days. Lin Mu was very happy and concerned about her, and had even made several veiled attempts to bring up the matter of marriage. In the past, this would have caused Qin Xingxuan to feel very warm and happy, but now, this only made her feel sad and morose. 2 months ago, she had been sent to the South Sea battlefield. She didn't resist. She thought that battle might be able to ease her depression. Then she had received the transfer order to go to the open sea battlefield. Open sea battlefield. Qin Xingxuan ruefully smiled. For almost a whole year, the Divine Phoenix Island Alliance and the South Sea Demon region intermittently fought, but neither side committed to a life and death battle. Otherwise, these two great sects might not be able to afford the price. However, the open sea battlefield that revolved around the 3 large true essence stone lode islands was incomparably brutal from the start until now. Even 2 revolving core masters had fallen there. These 3 great islands were simply execution grounds. Someone wants me to die. Qin Xingxuan's eyes flashed as she looked at the martial artist that had delivered the 7 profound command, not concealing her frigid tone. A few months ago, Qin Xingxuan had learned of the simmering hatred that Ouyang Boyan had for Lin Ming and Qin Zia. Qin Zia had warned her to be careful. 2 months had passed in peace since then, but now someone wanted to plot against her. The person who delivered the 7 profound command was an inner court disciple of the Acacia faction. His cultivation was at the Middle Hotian realm, and his name was O Xiong. O Xiong frowned. Qin Xingxuan, what are you trying to say? This time 20 disciples have been dispatched to the open sea battlefield. You are only one of them. This is also a strategic plan of the sect. I hope that you take the overall situation seriously. Take the overall situation seriously? Qin Xingxuan's heart was filled with derision. May I ask which elder's 7 profound command this is? After Qin Xingxuan asked this question, O Xiong didn't look happy at all. Qin Xingxuan, are you questioning whether or not this 7 profound command is real? Qin Xingxuan coldly said, I have no doubt that it is real. All elders have the authority to issue 7 profound commands, but I do not have to follow every elder's orders. O Xiong's expression sank. The person who issued this command was the Vice War Commander, Elder Lu. Does he have the qualifications to order you? Qin Xingxuan's heart sank. Elder Lu, the internal relations within the 7 profound valleys were complex and mysterious. Ouyang Boyan had a very wide net of connections. If he wanted to obtain a transfer order, it would be simple. As O Xiong saw Qin Xingxuan's complexion, he faintly smiled and used a true essence sound transmission to say, Qin Xingxuan, I will spare you the chit-chat. Yes, you have someone backing you, but Qin Zia is only an elder who was recently promoted. Who do you expect can help you? Yes, that's right. I forgot to tell you something else. After another month, the new emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom will ascend to his throne. The new emperor is called Yangzhan or something like that, and he also has the support of the current 7 profound Martial House Master. I heard that he has already taken control of your Qin family. Your grandfather has been placed under house arrest. You should be a good little girl and follow directions. Then, your Qin family will only be relieved of its military authority, and your grandfather will be able to die naturally and peacefully of old age. Otherwise, if he happens to be charged with the crime of rebellion, then, well, you know the consequences. As Qin Xingxuan heard this, it was like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Her body trembled, and her beautiful face that had been red with anger had now lost all color. You despicable beast. Despicable? Are you really so naive? O Xiong looked Qin Xingxuan up and down, then disdainfully said, Who do you think you are? You think there are still people who can support you? If you don't want to go to the open sea battlefield and die, then I can offer you a path out. Dress up so you look pretty, and then go to Mr. Ouyang and beg for mercy. Serve him well, take care of him, And then maybe if Mr. Ouyang is happy, he'll release your Qin family. Chapter 407 Rescue Letter. Chapter 407 Rescue Letter. Chapter 407 Rescue Letter. Qin Xingxuan's willowy eyebrows shot up. She grit her teeth, her chest heaving. His fists were tightly balled, but she eventually didn't punch him. She knew that her strength was inferior to his, and her influence was also inferior. What could she do? She could only endure this torment. Oh Xiong glanced at Qin Xingxuan with pity and said, "What, do you think I insulted you or something? The Acacia faction has many female disciples. We do not lack a Qin Xingxuan. Since you decided to live so haughtily, then ready yourself to die." Oh Xiong sneered and then left the hall. The one left behind was Qin Xingxuan. Her hands shook. If Ouyang Boyan wanted to deal with her grandfather, then that was simply too easy a matter. Ouyang Boyan didn't even need to do anything. As long as his disciple supported Yang Zhen and fabricated a false charge of plotting rebellion, then the Qin family would immediately be capsized overnight. The only hope Qin Xingxuan had was Qin Zia. She shivered as she took out a long-distance sound-transmitting talisman from her spatial ring and recorded a message, then lit it. Several hundred miles away, Qin Zia was sitting on a sandy beach. He lightly stroked a zither as a mass of flames slowly died out in front of him. Qin Zia heavily sighed. He shook his head, saying, "When Lin Ming was alive, no one dared to bully him or anyone related to him. But now that Lin Ming has died, all the brilliance and glory that he possessed has lost any meaning. Ouyang Boyan has been silent these past few months, so I thought he had quit, but it seems that he will start his revenge on Lin Ming's family and friends. I owe Lin Ming for his graciousness, so I cannot idly stand by. If I let this happen, then this will run contrary to my zither heart. Unfortunately, I have just been promoted to an elder, and my strength is weak. My connections are also limited. If I want to resist Ouyang Boyan, it is simply impossible unless I look for help. Of those that knew Lin Ming, the strongest one, and the one who can most help me is Mu Qinyu. If she could stand up for Qin Xingxuan, then she can guarantee 100 years of safety for the Qin family and Lin family." Mu Qinyu was the future leader of Divine Phoenix Island. With just a few words, no matter how gutsy or courageous Ouyang Boyan was, he would never dare to harm Qin Xingxuan ever again. But the question was, would Mu Qinyu help? Qin Zia had never seen Mu Qinyu before. He had only heard that she and Lin Ming were close friends. As to what sort of person she was, Qin Zia was completely unclear. "I cannot abandon hope here. If Mu Qinyu isn't willing to help, then I can still look for other ways." As Qin Zia, though this, he wrote a letter and sent it to Divine Phoenix Island's Mu Qinyu. Since the outbreak of war within the South Sea, the 7 profound valleys had allied with Divine Phoenix Island. Both of them corresponded with each other, and the methods in which they did so were much more than sound transmissions. Of course, letters were much more frequent. The consumption of true essence stones in sending these letters was much more efficient. Within the South Sea battlefield, Qin Zia found a letter-delivering transmission array that the 7 profound valleys managed, and then started the array to send out the letter. The South Sea was an extremely vast swathe of land. The islands that Qin Zia and Mu Qinyu were on were separated by nearly 500,000 miles. After several passes through transmission arrays that took 3 days, the letter finally reached Mu Qinyu. At the receiving location, there was a disciple who was responsible for receiving the letters and then classifying and separating them so that they could be further processed to other locations. A letter for Her Highness Qinyu, the 7 profound valleys Elder Qin Zia, a 3rd-grade sex new elder, wants to deliver a letter to our saintess? With Mu Qinyu's status, this disciple wasn't qualified to deliver a letter to her. That's right, The 7 Profound Valleys is the sect that Lin Ming came from. The disciple had an unsettled expression. In order to speed along the matter of Mu Qinyu and Mu Qingshu's wedding, the 3rd elder had arranged for Mu Qinyu to stay at this island. Naturally, everyone here was under the control of the 3rd elder. Mu Qingshu was their master, and any matter that occurred must first be reported to him. The disciples on the island almost all knew the delicate relationship between Mu Qingshu, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming. Not only that, but they knew that Mu Qingshu's mood had been extremely bad these last few days. This letter came from the 7 Profound Valleys that had once been Lin Ming's sect. As a result, this was an extremely unusual situation. Thinking this, the disciple sent a sound transmitting talisman to Mu Qingshu, senior apprentice Brother Mu. An elder from the 7 Profound Valleys has sent a letter to Her Highness Qinyu. After Mu Qingshu received this sound transmitting talisman message, he frowned. 7 Profound Valleys elder? He was probably connected to Lin Ming. Give me the letter. Mu Qingshu's mood was just terrible at this moment. Yes, soon. The letter was delivered, and Mu Qingshu impolitely opened it. Although the letter was sealed, it could still be resealed without looking any different. If it wasn't some letter that was related to Lin Ming, then he might as well pass it to Mu Qinyu. As soon as Mu Qingshu opened the letter, he read through it and was immediately angry. Lin Ming? It's really about that damn fellow. Even though he's dead, his ghost still haunts me. This is... As Mu Qingshu continued to read, he was no longer angry. In fact, as he read along, his angry expression turned to a happy smile. Ha! So it's about this. Now that Lin Ming has died, all of his enemies from before are looking for revenge. Who is this Qin Xingxuan? From what I can tell, it seems she had a significant relationship with Lin Ming. Interesting. Later this might even involve the Lin family. If something so fun didn't occur, that would really be far too regrettable. Mu Qingshu's lips curved up in an evil smile. He was anticipating watching this play, and in his eyes, Qin Xingxuan was the perfect actress. Not bad. Even though my mood is poor, you've come to put on a play for me. I hope that you can act it out a bit more tragically and realistically, otherwise it will be too boring. Mu Qingshu stretched out his fingers and channeled a flame. The letter immediately ignited and then turned into ash. Since my young cousin is so busy, I shouldn't disturb her with trivial things like this, lest she be moved by the occasion and recall that fellow who keeps haunting her like a ghost. That would just be too unpleasant. Cousin of mine. Oh, cousin of mine, you should quietly be my darling wife and offer me your perfectly beautiful body and primordialine energy. If you take care of me with all your heart and soul, then I will treat you well too. I will make you feel so much pleasure that you would die. Ha ha! Mu Qingshu smiled with self-satisfaction and then blew away all the ash. Now that he was finally able to get back at Lin Ming, he was in an incomparably happy mood. Another month passed. Since the time that Lin Ming had entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, an entire 10 months had passed. On this day, the Crown Prince Yongzhen officially ascended to the throne. The old emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom was designated as too sick and sent into the back palace. The original Crown Prince Lin was placed under house arrest in Sky Fortune City and was unable to leave. The ceremony of the throne ascension would last for a full 7 days. Lin sat alone in his palace, drinking by himself. Just a few steps away were armed guards. Lin wasn't even able to take a half step out of his room. As he listened to the loud horn sounds of the ascension ceremony, Lin bitterly smiled. He drank some wine, then filled up another glass and sprinkled it on the ground. Brother Lin, it seems that in a few days I'll follow you down to the Yellow Springs, Lin sighed. Now that Yongzhen has ascended to the throne, he would either be killed or put under house arrest for life. No matter what happened to him, it was all the same. Not just that, but a miserable ending awaited his younger sister and mother. After Qin Zia sent his letter, he began to count the days. He waited and waited, and after a full 10 days there was no message. Qin Zia feared that because of how complex and fierce the war on the battlefield was, there might have been an accident with the letter. Thus, 10 days later, he had a second letter delivered. But this letter disappeared like before, as if it would never return. 1 month passed. Qin Zia finally gave up. 10 days ago, Qin Xingxuan had accepted the transfer order, and now had to go to the open sea battlefield. She had no choice but to do so. The life of her Qin family and its entire people were within Yang Zhen's grasp. To the absolute power of a strong martial artist, the military power of the mortal world was only joke. Qin Shao may have been a hero within Sky Fortune Kingdom, but in front of the 7 profound martial house master Ouyang Lin, he was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. As Qin Zia looked at the misty sea, he let out a deep sigh. Human death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. Both of my letters seem to have been dropped into the sea. I fear that Mu Qinyu will not care for the family of a dead man. Much less, with Qin Xingxuan's status, she might not be to Mu Qinyu's liking. Qin Zia could only ruefully smile. In truth, he actually thought that his letter simply didn't have the qualifications to reach the hands of Mu Qinyu. But no matter what happened, there was no difference to him. The end result was that the letter wasn't delivered. Even if Qin Zia personally went to Divine Phoenix Island, it would be impossible for someone of his status to see Mu Qinyu. It was just like a commoner that wanted to meet the princess. There was simply no chance to do so. Xingxuan, now that it's come to this, all I can do is try to preserve the lives of your family. The open sea battlefield is extremely dangerous, but it doesn't mean guaranteed death. As long as you can persist within the open sea battlefield and last until the end of the war. Qin Zia shook his head, mocking himself. If he had to blame anything, he could only blame his strength and background for being too weak. He was only one person, and in the past he had also been a solitary musician by himself. He had found shelter within the 7 profound valleys and had been given the last name of Qin. He could not deal with someone like Ouyang Boyan, who was from the 7 profound valleys and also had the backing of the Ouyang family clan. He was clear that if Qin Xingxuan was forced to stay at the open sea battlefield, with her cultivation which had just broken through to the pulse condensation period, it was highly unlikely that she would be able to live until the end of the war. Within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, on the endless red plains, a terrifying explosion shot up to the sky as the entire earth seemed to overturn. A bone dragon that was crimson all over was turned to ashes from the power of that blast. With the combination of the divine demon thunder soul and the fallen star flame, the might of thunderfire annihilation was earth-shattering. Lin Ming supported himself on the ground with the purple comet spear, chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Now that he had fought all the way here, his enemies were no longer limited to rock puppets. There were massive numbers of skeletons, demons, vicious beasts, and even that giant bone dragon that he had destroyed. This bone dragon's defensive strength was too amazing. In a prolonged battle with Lin Ming had been forced to use the complete thunderfire annihilation to destroy it, turning it into ash. Even though Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the middle Hotian realm, the complete, full-strength thunderfire annihilation still consumed 50% of his true essence. With the enhancement of the flame essence and Thunder Soul's grade, the energy that thunderfire annihilation consumes is increasingly terrifying. My cultivation is already at the peak of the middle Hotian realm, and tempering marrow has reached 60% completion. All that's left over is the last shattered demon heart, Crystal. After breaking through to the Hotian realm, because of his solid foundation, Lin Ming's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. In just half a year, He had gone from the early Hotian realm to the top of the middle Hotian realm. He was just a single step from reaching the late Hotian realm. Lin Ming held the shattered demon heart crystal in his hand. Once I eat this last shattered demon heart crystal, I'll almost reach a breakthrough. My tempering marrow will also reach 65% completion. I wondered just what sort of effects that will have. As Lin Ming was about to eat the shattered demon heart crystal, the space in front of him suddenly blurred. Palace spirit? Lin Ming looked at the mass of white light in front of him. The palace spirit that had been in a deep slumber ever since the start of the smelting trial had finally reappeared. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.